Welcome back, everybody, to another exciting Squad podcast. My name is Socrates, your host for today. Today's podcast is going to be the legendary ICO update, Day 5 of the podcast series, The Testimony. The fateful debate between pro and anti-ICO. Today's special panel today features Funky Fred, Red 1, Taz the Devil, Wicca 111, Winterson, and many more players to join the voice channel in a couple more minutes. We invite everybody to come join the Discord channel at !Discord in the Twitch chat and to hop on the Squad voice channel as soon as possible. We are looking for every single perspective of the community, especially pro ICO and comp. So, without further ado, let's do the introductions. We'll start off with Red 1. Simple introductions, who you are, how many hours you have in Squad, your background in Squad, whether you're a comp player, what clan you're from, and all that good stuff, whether you're pro / anti-ICO. And after we do all the introductions, we'll get straight into the questions. We'll be taking questions from the chat and reading them as well. If anybody has any comments towards or questions towards a certain individual, if you want to know about their thoughts, feel free to make it very clear. Please make sure your questions are very clear as well, because some questions do come in very vague, and then we read the question and we're all like, wait, can you clarify what you mean? And so please make sure your questions are detailed, so that the first questions we read out are, we don't have to ask you for further details on that to clarify. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So Red, take it away.
All right, so I have embarrassingly over 5,000 hours in Squad since the alpha, so I've seen it change quite a bit over the years. I am currently coming from the Corrupted Infantry community in Europe. I mainly play as a squad leader or as a commander, and I am mildly pro ICO. I've always been kind of on the fence about it. Yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Wicca 111.
Hey guys, my name is Wicca. I used to play Private Reality since 0.6, which was probably released in like 2007. And then I joined, and I was able to do a pre-alpha test of Squad back in the day before it was released to Kickstarter. And then I kickstarted the game because I was hoping it's going to be like PR. It didn't, so I didn't really play that much, but I just rounded 1,000 hours yesterday. Yeah.
Great. Let's see. Funky Fred.
Yeah, I'm Funky Fred. I have 1,500 hours in Squad. I got probably like 1,000 hours just diving in the SDK. I grew up with Counter-Strike 1.6, and all of my friends who play video games are pretty much competitive players. So I have one foot there, and then I also have I like to think that I have a bit broader appreciation for video games, because I play a lot of pretentious video games as well. So maybe I can give a bit more of a broader perspective here. I would consider myself pro ICO if we're assigning tribes, and that's me.
Great to have you, Funky. It is so hard to get a pro ICO player, but thank you for being here. Awesome. Next,
I'm sorry, I'm also pro ICO. I forgot to say that.
Oh, even better. Wow, this is going to be the best podcast we have ever had in the history of Squad. And looks like KRSY says... Oh, okay, never mind. Next up, Taz the Devil.
You're going to have to tell me what I'm saying again, because, like I said, I'm at work, but I'll tune in when I can.
No worries. Intro, who you are, how many hours, pro / anti, and if you're a comp player, and all the good stuff.
Copy. So, like you said, Taz the Devil, I've got 1,500 hours in Squad. I'm a little more anti than pro, but I do see the pros in the new ICO update, but I would say I'm more anti. And then background, I run kind of like a casual comp Squad clan. So
Very nice. Friato.
Hello, I heard you needed more comp players here, so I came out.
Thank you.
Oh, hello, my name is Fredo. I currently play for KOD. I play competitive squad. I have 3.3k hours or something like that, and I do have some tournament wins in my back, so there's something I know about the game.
Lovely. Real quick here, looks like Red One. I'm getting a lot of comments that you got a lot of fans in the chat. Holy moly.
Oh,
And then really quick here, we have over 50 people watching right now. If anybody here has any direct line to Moydog, I am trying my best to have him come to the podcast to share his opinions about the whole ICO update and, to really hear his perspectives. And it'll be really great to have him come in. So if anybody, and watching the chat, if you have a direct line to him, please assist us. Last, Winterson.
What's going on, guys? I'm Winterson, squad streamer, competitive caster. Got about 5,000 hours combined with the public playtest and the live game. I'm kind of a middle ground between ICO and non-ICO, leaning more towards not. But we'll discuss my opinions on it later.
All right, sounds good. Okay, since we have a bunch of new faces here, we're gonna start fresh with the discussion questions. So, again, when we have a lot of people in here, it's open forum. So whoever has an answer that they want to talk about first, let them speak. Let the person finish their thought. And yeah, let's go with question number 1. What are your thoughts on the impact of the ICO update on the future of squad gameplay and on competitive tournaments?
right. I mean, I guess, look, so everyone who's in the comp scene right now, including myself, is aware that the mood is not great. Especially, we can use the current tournament, SOT, as an example. Lots of teams have pulled out. A lot of teams have been held in limbo as a result. Even SOT, I think, is kind of weird about the whole situation. Anyone can step in and disagree with me on that. I'm happy to be corrected, but that's the vibe that I get. So obviously this has put a spanner in the works. And a lot of players, I think KOD has had this experience. I know that CompCI has had this experience as well, and I'm sure others have, where players are uninstalling the game, writing lengthy posts saying thanks for the good time, but I'm out. So it's not looking so good right now for comp, unfortunately.
I think the ICO, I kind of agree with that. I think the ICO definitely, especially with the whole playtest, they had 2 months. OWI was like, yo, playtest is scheduled for this day, and myself included didn't really participate in it. So a lot of these people with 1,000 hours are coming into this forced update, basically, and they're like so out of touch and not at all used to, because it's a totally different play style. And they're just like, you know what? I'm used to V5. I don't like V6. I'm going to uninstall. And yeah, it's kind of sad, but
I think overall we're going to see a decrease in the comp scene, but I don't think it's ever going to go away. The want to play a game like this in a competitive nature, I think, will always be there. However, comp as we know it currently or previously isn't going to exist. It's we're going to see totally new people with totally new comps come up and a totally different meta change throughout the game. I mean, I think everyone here, if you know the comp scene, it's pretty much Honey Nut Toastios at this time.
Well, look, I mean, I'm not gonna be a crystal ball guy right here or conspiracy theorist or whatever, but there have been rumors about people trying to revive what is now old squad in the form of a mod for the comp scene.
I have heard that too. I have heard that.
I don't think it's
I have heard that too.
ever gonna happen, because when we have previously seen Squad Plus and the Squad Cage or whatever it was called, the competitive servers, and those servers died after a month or two. And if it's behind the mod, I don't think people are gonna launch up the game, find the customer server, and download the mod, get on the server, because it's not gonna happen.
We also have to look at SDK. SDKs, and it's V6 right now, and really a mod is probably going to be pretty big if you're trying to get it back to V5. I know our Discord, we have mods on our servers for like Clan v Clans and stuff, and they're the bare minimum, but they're still like half a gig. So transferring back to V5 off the SDK is probably going to be a pretty big mod that not a lot of people are going to take the time to download.
So I have actually, and this isn't me advertising, but I actually have someone in my community working on a mod that is now active on my server that I have. I have a squad server, and it's currently, we call it the Infantry Combat Overhaul Reducing mod. And the idea or the goal is to reduce the effects of the ICO. That includes everything from the blur, the shake, the wobble, suppression, everything, pretty much back down to V5 levels. Right now, we only have US and Russia working, but it feels pretty good. A lot of people liked it, so
there you go.
Maybe check it out, give feedback. Shout out to Dude Man, by the way. That's my modder. He's in chat as well.
Yeah, I would love to try that mod out later on. But
it should be installed on the server.
Yeah, nice, cool. There was a question about like how does it affect the competitive tournaments? Well, if we ever gonna have like any tournaments on the ICO, I think we're gonna see even more defensive play, more than ever before. Even if the meta is at the moment, it's really turtle meta because like people are mostly just defending flags and not too much pushing. And this update is just gonna enforce it even more because like pushing, attacking is made even harder. So I don't think we will ever see any aggressive plays if there's ever going to be any tournaments going on.
I mean, let's just I just want to come in here with a couple of points so that everyone's aware of how this works. In comp, machine gunners, if they're in a good spot, can hold really long angles and be really OP. Vehicles, similar situation. You know, a lot of what the ICO has done is exemplified how OP some plays can be. And I think the importance of those players will definitely be increased.
Understood. Really quick, I have a quick question here because I know a lot of people say the new update changed it to a defensive, more defensive, right? People are just turtling. How would OWI, or how should they go about fixing that? Like, is it more like just make the ticket penalties higher or something? Like, what are some solutions?
I have a theory, and that involves, so one of the issues right now is obviously infantry are slower, and they have the option of running still because that, as long as characters are going to have legs, they're going to move and they're going to run. Add more light transport vehicles. I think that needs to be a thing. Just jeeps with no weapons that squads can keep with them and use them for transport around the map. And it's a step in the right direction. It's not a fix-all, end-all, be-all, but I don't think it's a bad idea.
I agree.
If this is for comp? Is that question for comp or for public gameplay?
In general.
I think both.
All right. Is there no way for people to add vehicles to maps and competitive?
It's a lot harder than it should be. I'll tell you that much.
All right.
Yeah.
It's okay. I used to run a tournament in PR, and we could pretty much edit the game files and all the map layouts and the flags and the vehicles. And we could, like, if there was issues with a map, we could sort of change it to be more competitive based on like the people who were playing in the tournament's needs. But maybe that would be a good thing if the OWI devs just created a more mod-friendly game or something.
I feel like the ship has sailed on that one a while back.
Yeah, there's not going to be a more mod-friendly game anytime soon. We're 8 years too late for that.
Now, in one of their most recent posts, they did mention that they want to add. It was kind of like a little spoiler of what's going to.
2021, they want to do OISC again, and that also.
Okay, all right, you got a point there. But they did say they want to improve modding support for the game. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Well, yeah. Well, let's
no, but you're right though. Will they do it?
But they also announced fast roping in the Patreon.
Yeah, words are cheap.
Yeah,
hey, we got the attack helo.
Oh,
Kinda.
yeah, you got it for one
For a little bit, yeah.
Still no
when I
fast road.
realized you cannot do this.
Look.
No, but to add on to the transport situation, I think it could be a step into the right direction, but in reality, what's really gonna happen on the average public server with all those transport rigs? Because you can already see it now. You have this lonely zapper who takes the 5-ticket transport logi, the transport truck, and drives it off to some road and puts down all of his 10 mines and just waits there. So I don't know if the more Vigs will fix the issue of people not getting around the map.
So think about this. Like, what if there's a vehicle, costs 1 ticket, doesn't carry any ammo, only carries 4 people. Every faction has one. And there's maybe like 6 of them at the start. And maybe they don't respawn. Or maybe they do. But the option is to...
Good.
Because
then you end up with people dying somewhere on the map and the Vig being stranded there.
But
Right.
Vigs do die if they're stranded for long enough.
Yeah, but how long does
Not
that
long
ever
enough, in
take?
my
I think
opinion.
it's like 20 minutes. Or
Yeah, it's
something.
20
It's
minutes.
like some crazy time.
And a lot of the things we see on the pubs, as you said, like there are just blueberries that take the Vix and just use them as attacks and leave them there. So
yeah.
But in
You also
V6
gotta-
version of Squad, like almost every single game, if I don't have like a dedicated vehicle, I'm sitting there waiting and defending on point for who knows how long until I either convince someone to drive me or I can steal something that respawned at main. And
Right,
that's
so
like pretty much the meta.
But this is the thing, right? Is how many of us have watched the Great Blueberry Migration? Like that is at least one thing that I don't think is going to happen as often now.
I still saw it personally.
I saw it today multiple times.
Oh no.
Yeah.
See, but now it happens. Now that blueberry migration happens 10% slower. Thanks, OWI.
Yeah, I've seen people.
Yeah, I think.
What's a blueberry migration?
Basically, blueberries running from point to point and not using VIX or transports of any form of transport.
Yeah, just beelining it.
Yeah, just
The mighty
running from,
migration.
oh, we capped. Oh, we're playing RAAS. The next cap appeared. We're running there. And that could be 200 meters on Zumari or 6 squares on Gorodok. I don't know. Like
Chora, it's so common.
I see that happen on Kohot, and when that happens, I just give up and I just leave the server. I cannot. Like, that's 15 minutes. You know, 15 minutes of getting from
Pain. And you're exposed, no cover.
Crazy. But it happens so much there, actually.
Yeah.
Hey, I blame the squad leads.
True. But then we're just going down this rabbit hole of just the skill not being high enough to use the things that you have given by the game, and simply there's quite a lot of stuff you could do, be it the heli drop, be it whatever, right? But it's not getting utilized anymore.
Yeah,
I think when we're talking about attacking and defending, I think the central question, and this is true for shooters, sandbox like the genre, if you look at other sandbox shooters, is that if conceptually defense is something that you can invest into, right? So you can build stuff and you can set up positions, complementary fire sectors and all that stuff. Attacking is not something that is easy to invest into. So it seems like you'd have to make coordination more easier, or just make it easier in general to somehow make it so that you can invest into attack, right? Yeah.
I think we just had someone in the chat, Lethal, was saying, let's make sure we distinguish between comp and pubs. I think that's a good point to make.
Yeah, I can make a point for like, how do we stop that defending gameplay, or like at least try to enforce some attacking going on. For like tournaments, we have seen that we're playing like a lot of maps that have like open ground between the flags. So we need to make some layers or maybe maps that have some flags that are closer to each other, and also to have enforced that we have a lead on the middle flag. So we make sure that they like it's a good idea to attack the middle. Like you gain something from holding it. So if you're not holding the middle, you should have disadvantage if you're just bleeding out all the time.
Can I just put some input here on the whole? Because I think that just from the way I've been reading the entire debate, and although there's been some toxicity, I think the biggest issue with this is that the competitive players just feel completely left out of this update, and that kind of explains their reaction. But is there any way to try to pivot that instead of it being a reaction like that? Just to say that you guys as a group contact the community manager of Squad and say, hey, this is how we want to play. Is there any way you can meet us halfway? And specifically with the mod support and the customization that you guys already do on the competitive servers, just to expand on that to make it even more custom.
But it's not wanted. So I know, like, I don't know it firsthand, but from what I've heard, like the current tournament, SOT, if you heard of it, they actually were talking to OWI for days on end to just get the 5.1 branch again, so they can finish the tournament on one squad, whatever SDK, but it's not really there, the communication, and I don't get that at all. I think a lot of the frustration that's being taken out now via Steam reviews and the Squad public Discord is just because we, and I say we because I guess I'm also a comp player, and we haven't been addressed at all for years at this point. They just sort of ignored the comp community, but I don't think that was the right choice at all.
But do you think that's going to continue?
The ignoring?
Right.
I think now with the updates, they might do the OAC again, simply of trying to hold us into the game or to keep us into the game. But I don't think that many of us will be playing.
Is anyone going to bring up the situation with Rivals? Or we're just not going to talk about that?
What happened
What's
with Rivals?
I heard rumors. Rivals, for those who don't know, is another Squad tournament. But I heard rumors that there was some friction between the Rivals people and OWI in regards to the ICO. Something about wanting to be the first tournament that ran it, or something like that.
I didn't hear anything about that.
I haven't heard anything.
Or what was
Rivals
the friction?
is the managers and Rivals. I can't speak on their behalf, but I am in contact with them, and just like all of us, they have jobs outside of Squad, and so they're kind of dealing with some personal stuff right now. And I think just like SOT and Squad Ops, they have seasons, and I think they're getting ready for the next season. I've actually never heard that rumor about the whole ICO and OWI, but from, I guess, my standpoint, OWI is a very large gaming company, I guess you can call it. You need a big voice in order to knock on their door, so to speak, right? So I feel like if somebody did have that kind of power and they said, hey, yo, OWI, this is the group that I represent from comp, could you help us out? They might listen, but at the same time, if they listen to one person, they're going to probably have to listen to everybody else, and then that's just a lot of listening when they could be working on the game.
Can you just clarify? So you have to ask for permission to run a tournament for Squad?
No.
What do you mean? What was the issue with this group and OWI then? Can't they just run a tournament?
Yes, they can, but what they're asking for is a V5 what were we last at? 4 code, so we could decode or update our game to play the previous version of Squad, and that code never got pushed.
I mean, they could just have something like the public testing branch, right? Where people can download the other version.
The thing is that they've done that for us as comp players or the comp community in the past with V9. They've done it with V14.
Exactly.
I don't know why V14. But they didn't do it this time.
Yeah.
And I actually have insight into that. I was waiting for a little headway. So kind of a long dialogue here. But basically, OWI in the past was very receptive and communicative with the players.
We are currently playing this SOT with 5.1.
So you guys just did an update?
We have no. We have a tournament branch.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what he was talking about. Oh, they did give it to you.
We have a tournament branch, and it's gonna last for like 1 month, and then they're gonna remove it.
Oh well, I assume that's what the friction was, but I'm not the one that said that. I was just explaining that.
Yeah.
Really,
for the people that didn't know.
Really
okay,
quick.
So there is a branch for the older version of the game that the tournament players
at the
still
moment,
play.
But it's gonna be removed after SOT is over.
Okay, so they'll let you finish the tournament and then they'll remove it.
Yep.
Okay, so because my impression from a monologue earlier in this discussion was that the reason there was so much of an issue was because this was removed completely.
In the past, it was removed, yes, but like the friction between OWI and the community was that for like 3 years we've tried to communicate with OWI, but we have never gotten any answers. No community managers want to talk with us, and they just totally ignored us for like 3 years. But now for like past week, there has been like somebody working in OWI that has worked with the SOT and also talked with the community. So there might be some hope, but I don't know if the hope matters at all. Like because like so many comp players just hate the new update, so there's not going to be any community left.
Yeah, but
and
still, like
kind of like this could be tinfoil talk right now, but it's also kind of shady that just after the update, when all the comp players started to complain, this dude suddenly comes out and starts to quote unquote talk to us, right, and respond to the channels where we have been chatting in for years on end now.
So I have some
talk, but yes, go ahead.
I have some input in that whole regards because I watch the squad dev team and the community team very closely as someone who is trying or aiming for squad partner and talking to every single community member that existed. Basically, a long time ago, the devs were very communicative with other players. What they're trying to do is they're trying to separate out from that, where players aren't talking to the devs directly and talking to the community team. The community team now consists of 6 or 7 different people that handle different things, and they are way more communicative. But if you look back maybe a year or two ago, we only had one guy, and he was doing everything. And they were basically just passing along the role until it kind of settled here. So it's definitely getting better. But at the same rate, it's getting worse because now it's kind of hard to talk to devs and get their input on why they made this change, what their idea was with this change, stuff like that.
Really quick, I want to chime in, just catching up on chat real quick here. Let's see. Romer says, FYI, there was a shout-out program from OWI. Wow. We asked OWI for a shout-out and didn't get one because it was too late. They didn't really care about Rivals or any other tournament. Last time was SM, and that was only because we got contacts from Jenny. And then Romer says, remember the round table?
I remember the round table
streams.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, last OSC, after that, we had a round table with like, it was developers from OWI and the comp community members. We had a long, nice discussion about like upcoming things and what could we improve with each other and how can we give feedback to the devs and whatever. And nothing happened after that, like absolutely nothing. They never contacted us ever again and just disappeared.
I mean, that was before the new guy came in, right?
Since then there's been like 10 new guys. So.
Yeah,
well,
which one? Say the dev's name or say the person's name. I'll tell you what they do.
But like, if the developers aren't here to speak for themselves, right? So, and there's like no specific list of items that you guys are specifically having an issue with. I think it's a difficult thing to take on, like, on your word, you know, without having both sides of the coin. They might have
that's fair enough, but then don't say we want to increase our feedback and communications with the community several times over the course of years, and then we don't really see that manifest.
Well, yeah. Look, again, that's the same thing. It's when someone's like building something that they feel like they're in charge of, their programming, they're making the models for blah 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 blah. They might read into feedback differently than what you assume because they're not explaining themselves, and that's on them. But still, that they take feedback in a completely different way than what we would expect, and so we can't just sort of crystal ball ourselves into their minds and sort of know what they're thinking. Specifically, if what you're saying to me is that they've ignored the competitive scene for the last 8 years, is that what you said? What's
Not 8 years, but
like
the
3
last
years.
3.
right? So maybe they just, like you said, they don't really care, and that's the primary. Like they just don't really care about your feedback, and they just don't want to say it to your face.
And that's okay. If they don't, well, not okay out of our perspective, but if they want to do it like that, then that's on them. But still ignoring it, I think that's my personal opinion, is still the wrong call there, because the comp community, even though everyone is just always saying, oh, they're just a minority, but if you actually look at player numbers, we're still a significant amount of people. Like I think how many teams were originally playing in SOT right now? Do you know?
It must be like 40, right?
Well, let me. What was it?
Well,
24. Sully's just put 24 at start.
24 at start. And what was the size again? Yeah, of 30 people. You can do the maths on that, but it's still hundreds of people playing the game.
And these are, I mean, these are committed players. These are people who put in tons of hours just to get it right.
Yeah. Can I ask a rhetorical question? And feel
Sure.
free to get triggered. I don't mind. If you're trying to make money, are the players that keep playing your game more important than new players playing your game?
No, it's true. It's a good point. I mean, I think that's not lost on a lot of us. Like they put this out and they got new sales in, and that's good for them. I mean, we want them to succeed. That's why we still play. But at the same time, you know, there's something to be said about a comp team which acts as a form of advertising that they don't even have to pay for.
No, yeah, but I've not really heard of the comp scene in Squad at all, and I don't really. That's not why I play Squad. I don't really think you guys are a force of marketing.
No, but they could have if the community or if the communication would have existed after OIC with all these community organized tournaments. Just post on their Twitter or on their Discord, hey, look, this tournament's starting, and then they could just simply have an announcement channel on the Squad community Discord, and it's sub to the whatever current tournament is announcement channel is, right? And that's just following in and shout it out on their Twitch and whatever, and then you have free advertisement that you don't have to worry about. You just gotta check from time to time if the tournament isn't like ran fishy or any stupid shit is going on, which will get you a negative rep.
I mean, let's get something straight. The comp teams are the comp teams and the tournaments are not like living under a rock. They don't want to be disengaged from everyone else. Quite the opposite. I mean, so if we're talking about, you know, communications, I feel like the breakdown has been on OWI's side.
Well, for me, for example, and you know, I'm a very small sample, so this is my opinion. I'm not representing a larger group of players. But the streams that sort of get me going is what's his name? The guy you wanted to join the stream, Socrates.
Yeah,
My dog.
Oh yeah,
Dog. When he does like live streams of pub games, and he's like commenting on people, and then, like there's lots of action, and he's really excited, and there's like really cool moments. That stuff makes me want to play Squad. And no offense to the skill and the amount of discipline the players who are playing the tournament in the current stream right now, but they're just
a stream of a comp game then.
Well, it looks like this is a comp. This is a comp. Isn't this a comp that he's streaming right now? They're just sitting in a tunnel, aiming at each other.
This is a very bad example of a comp match, but like, there's like if Socrates streams and he has his fucking press vest on and the helmet at the mortar shells, I think he is getting you hyped up with it could be the most boring thing ever going on. But regardless of that, this right now is a bad example, but
yeah.
So nice to meet you guys. I'm Connor, but on the comp scene side of things, like when you look at it from a standpoint of a pub player like yourself, and not having knowledge of the comp scene and not finding it entertainment, that's a foul point from OWI. lacking in giving us the tools to implement to make it entertaining for a viewer. So when you look at the comp scenes in other games, like for example Siege or CS, easily accessible tools that you can then utilize in the comp scene to make the games more entertaining, better for viewership, that ultimately, that will have an effect on the general player base of the game. The bigger the comp scene gets on streams, the more backing from OWI, the more you see a meta form, the more you see people in pubs playing the meta, the more the game turns into the way it should be. So when you actually look at comp, yeah, you sit down and aim at a doorway. There's a lot more squad-based movement. Everything that pub players are moaning about and asking for, you get in comp games. That's why we play it.
Absolutely. Preach. He's absolutely correct. And one of the things I want to say real quick, Taz, hold on. Let me get in front of you, Taz. So Moy Dog's Eye in the Sky thing that you enjoy so much, he got that from comp, because that's literally what you do in comp, except imagine like better tactics and better gameplay. And that's exactly what it is.
It's a community, like players that you know, big names, you know, the big shooters.
Right.
Like that, if that becomes more of a general full squad community, you remove that split and you give it back, and you add in cam tools, you add in servers that we can run, you add in tournament mode, you listen to the comp guys when it comes to, you find a balance in the game instead of just fully overhauling it. You will find people starting to play the game they want to play it, instead of having to force that gameplay mechanic on people. So they're implementing changes to force a gameplay change instead of just letting the metas form and letting people play the way the game should be through initial minor changes. They've just forced it on everyone.
I mean, you want the players to be happy, right? I know this because I admin on a squad server, and when I do map votes, there's a big difference between me asking for feedback and what people want, as opposed to just like coming up with the vote itself and putting it on and watching people complain. And people are committed when they feel like they're, you know, part of it.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, the thing is, so the people who run the servers and the people who spend a lot of time building these tournaments, they put a lot of effort into that. So, you know, you shouldn't shy away from that. It's not what I'm saying. I know the shit you guys have gone through. I know the setup and just keeping people engaged. You know, I get it. And people sometimes even look for an excuse to leave because they're like so tired, whatever. The point is that, you know, this is sort of a shit change that you guys feel was thrust upon you without any sort of input from you.
There was play tests and stuff. It's just they didn't listen to like actual feedback. They just kind of blanketed it and looked at
I know.
feedback and looked at the videos that of content creators that they're paying to make.
That was my point.
The
yeah, that was the point I was getting to. Is that the people that I was watching and the people that were really popular on YouTube and Twitch and stuff like that, those were the people who were promoting that change. I don't think they were given some sort of script from OWI, although, you know, maybe I'm wrong. But then, and then also, you know, I'm speaking from the pro ball here, so I'm not gonna, you know, not gonna lie to you. But you know, maybe there should be like just some sort of unification of the comp scene. Like, is it really splintered there, or is it just one group of people that play?
I mean, this isn't about comp scene. It's about ICO update. I mean, like, to be honest, like a lot of the issues, to be honest, wouldn't have much of an impact in comp scene if it wasn't for the fact that the weapon mechanics are literally impossible to use now. Like, by doing that, they're trying to make people play the game they want to do and not compy. Like, people who are good at the game is because they've put thousands of hours into it, right? Implementing this change is going to stop them being good at the game. Everyone from comp is still rolling on pub servers. We're just not enjoying it. And it may be a bit fun for the new guys coming in with 10 hours, but like end of the day, they're going to play for 10 hours and then be gone and maybe play it once a month. That's not the community that's seeding servers and keeping the server going and playing the tournaments and running servers and running events. Like, it's
right.
If we to the wrong audience, basically. I mean, with minor changes and stuff, they could make it better, but they're not listening to any feedback, so there's not going to be any changes. They're going their own route, and that's been made clear.
But Connor, you do know that there's an opposite from you that are promoting these changes as well. Like, there's a large group of people who have the exact opposite opinion from
look
you.
at the feedback on the Steam page. A lot of people saying it's review bombing, but when you look at the percentage of people that are putting in feedback and it's negative feedback, when you look at their hours in comparison to the good feedback, it's very clear that the people that are not happy are the people with a lot of long-term hours. Yes, that's a majority vote. There's still going to be a minority, but when you look at the numbers and the averages, that's the case. When you look at the Discord V6, as soon as it was dropped, there was massive amounts of angry people. There's people that have paid for a product, and that product is now not the same.
Not
Correct.
to mention people were getting banned from the Discord merely for criticizing the update.
One of the things that I want to point out, going down to question 9, where it says, how does OWI encourage more teamwork tactics? They're forcing those tactics by removing some of the skill out of the game, and that's not fun. That's why people aren't enjoying it. And another thing I wanted to point out real quick is that there's literally a group on Reddit or wherever they cluster who are actively doing counter review bombing, telling people to upgrade, giving them the game if they say that you love the ICO update. Like, there's always a dark side to that coin, you know what I mean?
That goes both ways. There isn't. Last argument there is completely bollocks, because it's literally both sides of it's just double briganding. It doesn't matter.
No,
that thing is completely disregard that last argument. It doesn't matter. It's not a dark side. It just goes both ways. I just don't understand this sort of. You have to, if you do not accept that people want to play differently than you, then you're part of the problem.
We'll sell another product that's not the product that you've sold to people already and marketed, and person has already made said purchase and can't refund said purchase, make a new purchase that they can then make, and if they don't like it, they can refund it.
Yeah, I pre-ordered it like 10 years ago or something on Kickstarter.
The reason they've overhauled it and they haven't made a new game is because if people don't like it, they won't buy it. Do you know what I mean? Like,
have you gotten your cool Kickstarter patch yet? 10 years ago?
It doesn't. I didn't want it. But the point is, I bought the game to play like it is right now. You bought it to play a different game, obviously.
No, I bought it to buy the game that was advertised. Yeah, when it was advertised.
Well, it wasn't advertised like that for me. It was advertised like to be more like PR.
Right. So
still dog shit.
Yes, but the game that they have, right. That's all well and good when it's in beta and alpha, but is Squad full release? A simple question to you: is Squad full release? Yes or no answer. Is Squad full release?
Your accent is making it difficult to understand your question.
Is Squad fully released?
No.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
They fully released it. Does it? Yes, they did.
Yes.
It's not really. It's not finished at all. It's completely unfinished.
The game has been released for a couple of years. What the fuck are you talking about?
I meant that's not.
It's fully released. So at that point, it is a finished product that I've paid for, and they have changed the product that I've paid for, and I can no longer refund the product that I no longer want.
Probably going to update it 1,000 times more with new content, new factions, new vehicles. Maybe they're even going to add jets.
Doesn't matter.
It's not finished at all. There's so much stuff to do.
They have
no game is finished. Every game is going to have an update. Is it alpha, beta, or is it V1, V2, V3, V6? I say it's fully released. It's not an alpha or beta.
Yeah,
it's not early access anymore.
It's a fully released game. If you want to make implementing changes like this, you do it during early access, not with a fully released product with millions of people that have the game and thousands of concurrent players in a week, right? See, when you've got that player base and the game has been fully released, you know what you do? You release a new game, or you release a new game mode, or you start from scratch. That's what you do.
I has tried to release a new game.
And it's not going to... They've just fucked us, but I mean, that's my opinion. I've spoke a lot. Crack on, guys.
Yep. Look, hey, guys, really quick. Sorry, if I can chime in real quick, because I know some people in the chat are a bit concerned about the conversations going on. We do have a lot of new faces here, and I really want to chime in on Yanzi. Yanzi, I know you've been wanting to speak for a while, and he's from the Chinese comp community real quick. So I want him to, introduce himself. And again, it's hard to get anybody from the Chinese squad community to, because of the time zone difference. But Yanzi, if you want to chime in on how the Chinese side feels about the squad updates, please, by all means.
I mean, like talking like from both sides, Chinese squad definitely got those like pro ICO players, and also those comp players. Like comp players are also have two sides. Like we kind of like the IC, what IC bring to us, like suppression, then those mechanics, because
Real quick, let me interrupt. Socrates, if you could turn him up, people in chat can't hear him very well.
Yeah, my thing's pretty loud. But Yanzi, are you able to like just talk louder?
Yeah. Sorry. So like the most thing I observe in the global community or like international community is kind of, I mean, it's kind of the same with us, because right now all my friends, like the comp friends, are also like complaining about the update, and for me and another influencer in the Chinese community called ACV, you guys may heard of it. He posts the rework of Recoil on YouTube, so which got a right now it's getting a 5,000 view right now. So I would think like also tried out the PT, like from PT1 to PT8. We played all out. We spent like 100 hours playing that. We are kind of the whistleblower, if I can like say that. So whistleblower to the whole CN community, like about any incoming updates about the ICO, and then here people are still very shocked about the ICO release, and we release like almost like 40 videos just about ICO. We released the tutorial about ICO. We released the beginner's guide about ICO, but people are still very shocked. So from that time, we know like we are only probably just not even half of the CN community like knows like how, okay, so ICO is coming out. Only half, maybe like less than half people knows, because like Chinese people are so many players. So yeah, and right now, like if I played a little rounds like in CN servers when the ICO drops, and it is like quite interesting to see like all in the all chat, like there people are complaining about things, and like even past the update, before the update, I think the tempo of the overall game is like the Chinese people are like more getting used to like the faster gaming pace, and that's why like people like may hugely in favor of the old gameplay compared to ICO right now. But we still got some like supporting people back in China, but I doubt they are like kind of the majority right now. So yeah, that's the situation here. Oh, and by the way, I'm like the so-called like comp player in the CN community, but I'm also like doing the localization work for OWI. Yeah, that's me. Thanks.
Awesome, thank you. We do have a couple new faces. I want everybody to, whoever just joined that didn't introduce themselves here, please, quick background. Your hours in squad, your experience, whether you're a comp, casual player, and if you're pro / anti-ICO. LTH, starting with you.
Oh, so what do you want? Hours? Because I have like 3,300. I guess I'm a comp player. Well, mainly bench player, but overall I'd say I'm a comp player. I'm not completely against the ICO. Before ICO, I played infantry mainly, and after it, I now play Vix, because it's now you can just shit on everyone at this, and it's the only thing that really only makes sense to me now, because with this much hours in, I don't feel like adapting to a different game, because that's effectively what it has turned into. And I played so much hours because I thoroughly enjoyed the play style and the game pace and the shooting part of Squad. And now that all the stuff that I enjoyed about it, even though I wasn't the best or at all, I still enjoyed that and not what's currently going on. But overall, yeah, so the ICO update, like, I really enjoy that you can't QE spam at all anymore. I like that you have to manage your stamina a little bit more, but it's all just too much than to actually enjoy it. Like, there has been a couple of meme videos on it, which I think sum up what everyone is trying to get across.
Got it.
pretty well.
Thank you, LTH. Really quick, I know we still have a couple more introductions, but we have a pressing question from the chat towards Yan Z. I'm pulling it up right now. He says, can you ask Yan Z what he thinks about that they used a Google poll which can't be used for most of the Chinese community? Now, just for context, I believe it wasn't translated. That's why a lot of the Chinese players couldn't give their feedback about the ICO update. So I guess my follow-up question to that for more discussion points is, had it been translated for the the ICO review from the playtests for the Chinese community, would the ICO final update turn out differently to Yanzi?
So for the ICO like feedback channel, so it's on Gmail, which is not workable, not usable like a service in China.
It's blocked in China.
Yeah, anything Google related is blocked. So yeah, so definitely it is. From some information like I know about the feedback poll, which happens around 2,000 responses for the total Google sheet, and probably there's like only 100 for the official ones that actually came from Chinese players, because somehow we use VPNs and maybe we live in other countries that we can access the Google code, so Google Sheet. So yeah, only about 100 out of like 2,000. But the actual situation is that Chinese player has half the player base, but they're just silent because they cannot express their opinions on platform like Google, like Twitter, like even on Discord. Like they have to use the VPNs to go to Discord. So
I just want to take this as a quick moment to say there are free encrypted alternatives to using Google's online services that are readily available and work just as well. It's just a matter of people deciding whether or not they want to use the Google one or not.
Really quick here, because of the language barrier with that Google thing, and also how you mentioned Google's blocked, did OWI after the fact recognize like, oh shoot, we didn't get the Chinese squad community's input? Like, did they acknowledge that? At least
we told OWI about the problem, because I was also the connection between I provide some information about the Tencent and also the OWI. So I'm pretty sure like the Tencent knows that problem and also already gave that kind of warning calls like to OWI far back when the PT1 PT2 drops. And for PT3, like myself, with Tencent, we released Chinese version of the ICO feedback, and we send it to all the communities we know, and we gather information. That's about 1,000 responses alone, from all the active players back there. So, and we also send that response to the OWI. Do all the translations and doing all that kind of stuff. So I'm pretty sure we know the problem, but it surprised me in the squad OSC channel, in the official squad channel, the Discord channel. So the developers still seeing these questions okay, this is the first time question anybody raised, so it really surprised me about that, because we already told them back in PT3, PT2, we got the problem. You have half your player base cannot respond at all. So that really kind of pissed me off. I don't know. Yeah.
I feel like this. Not trying to railroad the discussion, but does this then move into question number 3 a bit?
Yeah, question number 3 is, what is your opinion on the aspects of the ICO update that are positive and negative changes to the game? What changes would you like to see? And real quick, before we get into this, we have a couple pro ICO players here, so if they can chime in first, I would really appreciate that.
Right. Well, I guess I kind of count as a pro ICO player, because I'm not foaming at the mouth with how bad the update has been. In saying, I will say there are some things that I would like toned down, especially on the side of suppression. It's not the effect of the suppression itself that's the problem. It's the visual effect. I don't think people need to be blinded out by a blurry screen with artifacts on it in order for them to realize that they're being suppressed that much. Just to run everyone up to speed, the big changes are mainly, you know, the weapon sway. They've nerfed the parkour aspect of the game, so no more vaulting when you want to. And of course, vehicles are now part of, especially on pub games, the big meta. And this is something that I've heard from fellow longtime players, you know, especially people who love playing infantry. They've sort of just decided to go onto full vehicle play now as a result. So I think, you know, there's something to be said of how this update has changed older players. There's another thing to say about how it's affecting players in general, like, you know, the play styles being more defensive. I don't think that's too much of an issue. You know, people are checking their corners now more. They're checking before they push across the other side of the road. You know, some of that stuff is great. But yeah, I do think on the side of, you know, even when you're shooting your gun, the time that it takes for your accuracy to totally drop should be changed. I think people should be a bit more accurate when they start to shoot, when they're ADS, then have it drop. But overall, I'm not too fussed with the direction they're going in, as long as they now start to fine-tune it based on what more experienced players are saying.
Can I just chime in?
Yes.
I had this back in 1.0 Project Reality, which was, I don't know, 2012 or 13. I can't remember the exact date. Anyway, the point is, the devs, they did, let's call it social experimentation on the players, which is what this kind of is, this ICO. And what they did was that the give up button didn't work for some magical reason. Like, they hadn't tested that. So you had to wait the full 5 minutes every time you were wounded, because some of the devs who were playing were annoyed at people just giving up too soon, right? Which is completely reprehensible. People got really angry. But it did sort of change some of the play styles people had, you know, because you don't really want to sit there and wait for 5 minutes, so you don't want to risk getting shot, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, the change was reverted, but this could also just be like, and I kind of hope that they wouldn't do it, but it could be like I'm hoping a set piece in a larger change they're going to push, so that we don't have to like have these arguments. Because, you know, like, for me, coming from PR, a lot of it is just suppression, and it's a lot of, you know, breathing and not just firing the moment you see someone. Like, you can't just like scope someone in and shoot them in the head. You gotta like wait for deviation, which is different in squad. Well, it was different in the last version. I think now you do have to wait for deviation, and so the skilled players would wait, and they would kill, and the people who weren't skilled, they would just fire immediately, right? And that's, from what I understand, and please, if you disagree, that's the biggest change right now. Suppression is like a different topic, but it could be that we just have to, and this is just me just saying this, we have to play this out for maybe a few weeks and let the devs gather data and see, was this a good change or a bad change? Because they have a much bigger data set now, lots more players playing. You know, it's just, it's not like you can, I don't think the play tests were enough. They should have gone for longer if they wanted to have like a really good eyeball. And that's why I made that argument earlier. I got called out by, was it Free Auto and someone else, Flying Door, that the devs are changing core mechanics even though they sold the game with like a certain expectation. But Project Reality did that all the time, and they're still doing it. And there's going to be probably other big changes, like new mechanics added to vehicles,
Can I
pass.
quickly say there's a
Yeah,
difference?
PR was
PR is
promoted.
free.
That was
PR doesn't
important.
cost any money.
Yeah.
No, I know. It's just that they're following that mindset. They're not doing it in that.
Yeah, but Wicca, here's some free advice for OWI. I remember a lot of people in this Discord right now, and probably in the chat, remember there was this one event they did for like veterans and stuff. And after people participated in that event, they got a special custom skin that they could add to some of their weapons in game. Some of us still have those. They could have done something like that, given the fact that ICO was going to be such a big deal. They could have offered for players over 1,000 hours or who have owned the game since alpha or whatever, they'll come up with some metric that defines what an experienced squad player is, and say for players who fall within that category, when you play the ICO playtest, you will get like a playtester skin or something. I know it sounds like a really menial reward.
It's not a bad idea. It's a good idea.
That's my point. It doesn't take them that much time to implement something like that, in my opinion.
If I could cut in, actually, if you read no leaks, but if you go back and read some of the stuff they put out, there is something that might delight you in that respect. So I would say go back and read the material.
But the thing is, it's too late, though. They should have done this for the ICO to get, carrot for them to play.
But Red, I think what the big point people are making, which is kind of the big issue here, is that this update should have been done during the pre-alpha or like the beta, not now. And
100% agree.
And I think a lot of people, even the people who I know who are pro ICO, they also agree. Like, why didn't they do this? Because you have a different expectation now. But I mean, it is what it is. That it's just it is what it is. We're not there. I don't think they're gonna just change like a fucking like a freaking like flip flop. They're not gonna do that. I mean, we can bitch and we can moan and we can be really angry.
It's not coming back.
It's not coming back.
There, of course, is like they have done it. They've done it before.
Yep. Remember the Iron Man bug? It wasn't, let's roll back the update. It's, you're going to have to deal with it for a week. Okay, I guess I just won't play MEA.
MEA, what was the Iron Man bug? I don't even remember
also,
that.
There's like the big changes like V9 to
V10.
Yeah.
Look,
and they brought all of the changes back later on.
Really, there will be people. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, just really quick here. Dolbell says, Squad being released was just a marketing thing. It never changed anything with development.
Yeah, I mean, that's my argument. Like, I work in a software company. We change core mechanics of our software all the time.
I think there is a middle ground here. So I think what you have to look at is how you're shifting like the target audience of a game. So if you're making sweeping changes which completely shift which players will enjoy and not enjoy the game, then that's something separate. I think you can experiment all you want with core mechanics as long as you keep that principle in mind. Like, there should probably be a super majority of players which still enjoy the game.
Really quick, Gray, you haven't introduced yourself?
Yeah, who are you, man?
Hi, I'm Gray. Hello. I play games. I got like 3,000 hours I mainly, so yeah.
Cool. Nice to see you, bro.
Hello. May I introduce myself, because I just sitting here and I'm a little shy to speak.
Go for it, big dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the I'm in the HSR clan, but I'm not really that competitive, and I'm not play that much competitive squad. I would say I just touched it. I never played any tournament. I have 1,000 hours in game and 60 more on the playtests. I played every ICO playtest, and I'm like in the middle of that changes. I think there are some nice things like removement of QA spam, parkour. Picture-in-picture should be implemented much earlier, but I think squads for me always was a game with principle of being as realistic as playable, like Tarkov is, but now it's trying to be like it try to force people for doing certain thing, and it's just being in some ways unrealistically realistic, like MG recoil, for example.
Yeah, I just want to add. I guess I'm anti ICO, but in the sense that I think it's salvageable. It's just it needs a couple of those tweaks to make it playable for most experienced players.
I think they should just tweak it. For example, still suppression. I don't know. Like for me, suppression in current form is just not fun. But just if I'm suppressed fully, entire screen is blurred, and I literally cannot look at the screen. It just make me feel bad. Like my eyes don't have anything to focus on, and it feels bad to me. I just don't want to look at the screen, and I don't enjoy that game.
Well, look, I'm just going to come in here with a bit of a spanner in the works. Yanzi was there for it on the squad official Discord when things were kicking off, following the announcement of the release date. When I made everyone at that time was just pooping all over the ICO and all the rest. And then at one point I said, well, maybe if they'd spent the amount of time and effort on the ICO fixing the game and making it nicer instead of trying to change a bunch of stuff, then people would just be much happier. And I still kind of stand by that. And I know that takes us a bit off topic, but a thing like this took a decent amount of effort, and they did. They had hands-on. They had lots of discussions probably about the stuff. There was considerations being made, for better for worse, right? We can disagree on the quality of those decisions that were made. But I still stand by saying, the ICOs come out, I flip a vehicle, and then I try to reset that vehicle, and then I have to try resetting it about 5 times before it happens, and the VIC's already taken damage because it's been upside down. Those are the things that I have problems with OWI's development right now, because you don't put all this effort in when I'm still finding bugs that are just really sad that they're in there after all these years.
Yeah, and even in the I don't know which playtest was that, but the thing that your weapon after you falling or jumping goes in the air, like glitches in the air. You know that glitch?
Really? Yeah, no, look, there's somebody in the chat. Sorry, I just want to point out, there's somebody in the chat saying that fixing stuff like that won't make them more money. I can guarantee you, if you were making a game that is of a high quality without bugs, that is, fairly optimized, so even more people can play it, word of mouth will get the game out there. People will be like, oh yeah, this is nice community, decently playable game. That can be a good way to get more money. You don't have to put like fancy dress on and make everything shiny and everything. There are other ways to attract new players to the game.
Really quick here, I want to chime in with the chat. We do have a comment real quick. I'll read the comment, and also there's a question from Dobell. So a comment from Mav says, I think everyone is pro ICO. The difference is the anti-ICOers hate the ICO in its current state and want it to be toned down, and the pro ICOers like it, but all agree it needs toning down. Question from Dobell.
No, can't speak for everyone. That guy can't speak for everyone.
Real quick, question from Dobell. Let's see. Dobell says, what could be a mechanic to replace the blurring to accommodate those who get sick from it?
I proposed that in my video about ICO changes, because there wasn't any feedback form in playtest 8, so I made a video. And for me, enough would be just a little circle that is not blurred. Like if you get suppressed while in the scope.
Yeah, field of view.
Yeah. Yeah, like if you get suppressed while in the scope is sharp. If you are not using scoped weapon, everything is blurred, and this is the main cause of people problems, including me.
No, I think you got it on point. It's a matter of field of view more than anything. Like your field of view should just become really narrow when you're getting suppressed, but it shouldn't be just a flat blur.
So a lot of my community, or the people that have sickness issues in my community, it's mostly magnified optics and zooming in, like ADSing with those magnified optics, and the blur around the optic, not so much blur as in suppression.
It's that, and it's also like the head bobbing and the sway to some extent.
Mm.
Yeah, generally head bobbing in any game is just like, I would say, stupid, because in real life eyes have like stabilization, I would say. So even if your head is bobbing, your eyes compensate for that, and you don't really see it in real life, and that may cause some people feel sick in video game because it's trying to simulate.
Yep,
that.
motion sickness.
Yeah. I mean, I don't get motion sick or nausea or something like that, but it just don't feel right if everything is blurred.
I mean, this goes back to the point about like, oh, how's OWI going to make money? Well, don't alienate players. It's a good start.
Didn't OWI get a lot of new customers when Battlefield 2042 or whatever it was called flopped?
Yeah.
Like a lot of players came in from there.
Exactly.
Really quick.
We can't, what are you going to do? Hedge on other devs screwing up their games?
No, that wasn't my point.
I know. I'm being rhetorical.
Okay.
Really quick here, Yumi TV, a really interesting comment. He says, I personally believe this update is incredible. As Pink Mist, we will be able to fortify our turtle positions that much more efficiently. Not quite turtle. Ha! We're full turtle now, bucko. Thank you, OWI, for not nerfing mortars. I have personally transitioned into being a full-time Logi driver. Sorry. I have a lot to learn still. Anything for General Autista. God bless.
He's being sarcastic if you didn't get that.
I think he's being...
But there's a sense of truth in that copy paste. Like,
damn it.
It's going to be more turtle going on in the future.
Mate, I know loads of comp players who love to run and gun, pop headshots. I mean, Connor, who was just in here, he knows what I'm on about. The dude was in the chat just before. His name's Disto. Recently, he's just been doing full mortars. It's a little depressing to watch.
I mean, I think the biggest problem of ICO and gunplay in ICO is that they try to punish you for basically any kind of movement you make. Like, there is too much difference in sway between full stamina and no stamina. There is too much difference. The gap is too big.
But I think that's their game design, right? That's what they're trying to design their game around, not to run and gun.
But nobody's asking for a
game
COD
has
copy.
never been a run and gun like completely. Yeah. It's been like teamwork oriented game that has like decent game mechanics or decent gun shooting mechanics that you can like get better in the game and shoot better. But like now you just cannot do that shit. You guys cannot push at all because
it's
like
luck.
The games are fucking like
I mean,
the guys are dog shit to like if you run at all.
Let's be honest. Even in old squad, if you get bad squad leader, not communicating squads, the gameplay experience is just bad. You just wanna leave. If you have nice squad leader that speaks and some players communicate and there is some teamwork, you will enjoy this game like full time.
I'll say for me personally, and I am not speaking for anyone else here, this is just personal experience, the games have been much more slower for me, which has been... No, I'm just saying personally, I'm not talking for everyone. For me personally, it's been much slower, which playing squad as a squad leader for me is just really like taxing. But the changes for me have been, I can breathe more, I can take more time to assess, and I can micro my squad more with the fire teams instead of just having people swap out the fire team lead and just, it's just much more calming, and I can play for much longer.
But yeah, no, just to add on to that, Wicca, when I said for everyone, I mean like the numbers are out already. As I said, I'm an admin and I'm part of the group that really keeps track of game performance, and I can say unequivocally that rounds last longer now for sure.
Yeah, so it's like yeah, it sounds more like PR than. Sorry, you guys didn't buy PR. I had that comment. That was
no.
pretty
I mean, I didn't
But-
mention what games I played before, but I've played them all, so I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and for me, a big reason why I couldn't, like I told you guys, I have 1,000 hours, probably have the least amount of hours of anyone in this channel. It's because I just couldn't play. I love squad leading, but I just couldn't squad lead that long in in squad, because it just so fast, just snap, snap, snap.
Yeah, it's very hectic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
can I propose
flip-
something on this?
Great.
I think you're totally right that the game is pretty frenetic from a squad leader's perspective, where you've got so many things going on and you've got so many responsibilities. Like you've got to deal with these 9 players on the map, which may or may not be in your area. You have to look at your map to see what they're actually doing. You've got to deal with logistics still, because that's that's one of the squad leader's primary functions in squad. It's to me, like the things that would affect squad leader's experience the most is, I guess, like if you're just like, it feels like every game kind of feels like what it used to feel like to play Invasion on defense, where you have you set up a static position somewhere and you kind of hold it down. That's kind of how all the games feel like. So that is one way to address it. But the other way to address it would be to narrow what the SL's responsibilities are. And I guess I'm on the opposite side of the perspective, where I like being able to make offensive plays, and I like being able to make maneuvers that actually have a positive impact. And the ICO kind of diminishes my ability to do that to some extent. The suppression in particular is very good, and I think it's overtuned, but I think it's good for the game balance as far as actual improving teamwork. But all of the other changes completely counteract that, and it goes in the other direction for me.
Well, for me, I think personally, for me, the sprint limitation has really helped me coordinate with my squad about contact is there. Because if you I only play with puppies, so I deal with people from every spectrum of the skill level in terms of communication and situational awareness. When I put a marker down, enemy there in this game, like in the current version, they're still there. They haven't run off or flanked you or just wiped your squad, which is quite common. In the when I used to play, I can't keep up with the speed that was required to sort of because you couldn't communicate. You didn't have time to talk. You didn't have time to do the same thing, and look at the map and coordinate and kill people at the same time as a squad leader. You could just choose one.
Yeah,
respectfully, Wicca, dare I say I think that's a skill issue, because I was able to do it. Me personally was able to do it very effectively, very well. And now the game is just slow, and it's not fun.
If you cannot handle something in the game, do you need to change the whole mechanics to for you?
I feel his pain though. I primarily Blueberry SL. That's the main thing that I do, and it does this. He's basically channeling the frustration we all have when we have new players that are in our squad that aren't able to, that are not things are slow. It's really hard. It feels like you almost want to leave them behind because they're not able to keep up with the game, and it's hard to keep them all involved.
Yeah, can whoever said I had a skill issue, do you play with pubbies only, or do you play with clan members?
I actually teach new players exclusively, and I cast competitively.
I can vouch for that.
Okay, well, maybe I'm really bad at the game then. I don't know.
The thing is that it takes time to learn squad as a skill. And for the people that have learned squad as a skill in terms of communication and dealing with people and the stresses and the speed, it feels like they just took away the top end of my skill bar. And while I am still skillful in the game, I feel like I'm not effective as I was, just because the game is more welcoming to newcomers, which I love. I love that it's more welcoming and easier for squad leaders to play the squad leader role, but at the cost of the high end skill, it's not worth it to me personally.
Really quick, I want to chime in. We have a really interesting question from Tolet3. I know we mentioned it yesterday's podcast. He says, sorry, let me scroll up on his comment. He says this: Is there any possibility that comp server owners can close the servers in protest? And then he says, closing servers will send a powerful message to OWI, messing with queues.
That's so cringe. I don't know.
I mean, I can come in here as someone who's quite close to one of the main server runners in general. Now, I mean, it's not main, but he's not small either. Let's get something straight here. Anytime you want to do a protest, it's either all or nothing from the people involved. If even like one or two of them don't participate in the protest, then they're winning, and they basically take everything that gets dropped by everyone else.
Well, that assumes a completely adversarial relationship with the other party. I don't think that's the case. OWI, as much as they've been, dismissive in some cases, they still. I think there is actually there's an information gap. I think even with all the feedback from the ICO, I think they didn't quite understand the extent to which players dislike the update.
To Tolet's question directly, the servers that most comp games are played on are in custom browser, meaning they're not licensed. And we've seen this before where people will close down their licensed servers, but what happens is unexperienced servers pop up and the quality of the gameplay goes down even further. Yep. So,
yeah,
isn't that the point of the protest?
It really has to, well, it could be, it really could be, but it really has to be thought out. It has to be formulated. And let's get something straight here. Protesting, like getting to that point in the protest, is usually like the last resort. You want to first build up a decent amount of support from within, and then go to the negotiating table saying, either you listen to us or we're going to protest. Because if you start out just protesting from the get-go, then you're doing it wrong, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think we're at that stage yet. Like, if a few months down the road, like the experienced player base is hollowed out, then that's maybe something that server owners could look into. But I don't know if that's really the thing we should be doing right now.
It's a bit of a nuclear option.
Yeah. A lot of the issues that come from this whole thing is that when they came out with the playtest, people either loved it or hate it. They may have jumped in, they may have given feedback, but the ICO playtest have turned into this pit of people who just say yes ICO, yes ICO, yes ICO, because the people that say no ICO just don't play the playtest. And they have the gall to come out with a post that says, oh, we listened to your feedback that was overwhelmingly positive. Well, you have an echo chamber of yes ICO. That's why it was overwhelmingly positive.
It was terrible analysis on their part, or they're being disingenuous when they said that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, as much as people want to talk about the survivorship trials, so the Steam reviews and on the the Discord feedback, and that's all very true and very valid. Like there's no question that there's a bias there. The same is true from the ICO feedback, where like maybe early on, like you had a lot of players that played the ICO, but as like the playtest number got higher and higher, the people that like the playtest are going to drop off, and the people that don't like the playtest are going to drop off.
Self-selecting.
Like it are gonna
Yep. And I think that's their goal. I think their goal is to push out the comp players, the negative people, and to bring in the more newer players, because the comp players are not the target audience anymore. They want to make money as a business. They're going to make an update that appeals to a whole different crowd, the milsimmers, the non-comp players, and they're going to buy the game and make more money.
But I'm not milsim, by the way. Like, I don't think this whole milsim argument is approachable. I think the current version of the game is not milsim at all.
I mean, I kind of agree with Wika, because that's not about milsim. That's about slower pace. What he said before.
Yeah, slower pace is
not
different.
Exactly milsim, yeah.
Milsim is like if you want to pretend that you're in the military and you literally say role playing. You can do that in squad. I've seen milsim clans, but it doesn't mean that the game is milsim.
Yeah, you want to call it milsim? Let's get like leaning on windowsills.
Yeah, we had Karmacut join like the podcast a couple of days ago, and he was talking about how he felt about the changes, and the changes do nothing for him as a milsim player from his perspective.
So, in my opinion, all milsim is simulating a military aspect. There's a lot of milsim in the milsim games that you wouldn't expect to be milsim. America's Army, Operation 10 Hammers. I forget Full Spectrum Warriors. Those are games that are meant to simulate an aspect of the military environment. With this suppression, for me, it pushes it into the edge of trying to simulate what it's like to be shot at. Therefore, it puts it more into a milsim style game. But when I mentioned milsim, it wasn't to start an argument of, is it milsim? I just meant that as a crowd of people that might look at the game and buy it and enjoy it.
Yeah, no, I've heard that comment as well. I don't think it's unfounded. But again, I still think there's this idea that comp doesn't matter because it's a niche group in a niche game. I think, as Sully had pointed out previously in the chat, it's the exact opposite is true. Like, having a comp scene in a niche game is already an amazing identifier of what the quality of the community is like. It means that there can be such a diversity. And it does have the potential to really impact the overall community in a really positive way. The problem, as we've already discussed, is that OWI, at least in the last few years, has not been interested in bolstering that part of the community. And you know, there will, you know, Friado can back me up here. If they had bolstered the comp scene, if they had been supporting on social media and all the rest, then there's a really good chance that that would garner a lot more new views. You know, it gives people a different insight into Squad that they wouldn't otherwise get, because it's not like Karma Cut's doing those sorts of things. Blue Drake doesn't even do those sorts of things. From the larger content creators, you're not going to see it.
Really quick,
and
sorry.
there's
Sorry, I just want to add quick comments in relation to what Red and Winters is saying here. Nam Dates says, the ICO has emphasized things you could have done in V5, but people didn't generally think about it until now. You could have slowed down, gathered your squad together, and pushed as a group, for example. But V6 is shocking the system and making people think about these things because they're much more mechanically relevant with the ICO changes. Second comment from A Honcho. Honcho says, to add to what Winters just said, anyone who said anything remotely negative about the ICO during the playtests got absolutely slammed by some pro-ICO people that they ended up not wanting to voice their opinions.
So that first comment was incredible, an insight. Who said that?
Namdate.
Honcho. Oh, Namdate, sorry.
No, oh, Namdate. Yep, I see it right here. That's really good. But real quick, I'm talking a lot and I apologize, but there's two universal truths for any game that is older in age. And that's mods and a competitive scene sustain the game in the long term. You can't say that is untrue about any game. So to stop that or to not like encourage that is just hurting your own game.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, just look at Counter-Strike and look at Skyrim. Two amazing examples.
Yep.
What, there's a competitive scene in Skyrim?
Oh,
Sign me
hell
the
yeah.
fuck up.
Real quick
In
here.
speedrunning is a thing.
Speedrunning, yeah.
Yep, real quick here. We have a request to hear commentary from Fraz about this topic. Fraz, are you comfortable sharing?
About what specifically?
This topic.
Which topic was that? I was kind of reading chat there for the 7
all over.
Okay. Let's transition to the next question here. Zeus asked, and this is a really good question for everybody. In relation to question number 6 on the screen, what about make a good tutorial to teach the players?
Hey, I'm going to buy Squad. I'm a new player. I don't have time for a tutorial. I'm just going to jump straight into the game. That's how people do it. Nobody wants to do a tutorial.
Two things. So if you go and read that document that I told you guys to find, it's posted in the announcement somewhere. They talked about changes that are coming to encourage a Sherpa style of play, kind of like how Tarkov has. So that might be something that might be coming up.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have much disagreement here. Like, I think most players agree that even though they might not want to go through a tutorial, they might ought to. So there should probably be some changes in that direction. But anyway, I don't know if this.
Oh, look here. I'll tell you this much. It's not so much about doing a tutorial or not, but people should not be allowed to create squads if they've just gotten the game. The amount of times that's happened during free weekends just destroys gameplay quality.
I think, yeah, but the thing is, the squad leaders are the most valuable resource that other than the comp scene, but the squad leaders are really valuable for this game, right? So you got to cater to the squad leaders, and the squad leaders cater to the players, right?
And I want to throw in real quick, where do you think the good squad leaders come from?
I mean,
that's what we're saying.
I'm coming from PR. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to say I'm a good squad leader, but the point
is,
like,
you probably are a good squad leader.
People who spend time to tell, like, mic checks, making sure people pick the right kits, making sure you have a medic, assigning fire teams, telling people how the fire team lead mechanics work, and asking people, are you new? Like, where are you from? Just having a dialogue and having time to have a dialogue are important. And I think this change kind of did that, in my opinion. Well, I mean, obviously, yes, I have no skill, but for me, it really, I have more time. Like during the pre-briefing, sure, I have a lot of time, but also during the game, I have time to reassess more about like talking to people and seeing, hey, you're not maybe the best player for the hat kit because you just missed the tank. It was like 100 meters in front of you, like stuff like that. It gives you more time instead of just running straight to the next objective and dying and repeat. You know, regrouping all those things. When it comes to tutorials, like we had a manual in PR, and instead of helping people in alt chat that were asking questions about game mechanics, they said RTFM, which means read the freaking manual.
Yep.
It's toxic. I think a Sherpa style approach where the community is responsible for training the players is better. It's more wholesome.
Look here, I'll throw a really quick one out here that some people are definitely going to be scratching their heads over. And this is very niche because this is specifically a command tip. But you can make a fob with a helicopter and no one else as a commander if you click and drag and promote somebody else to squad lead. When you after you've dropped the hab and ammo crate, you will get a shovel and you can dig it on your own. There are small tips like that.
That's a strategy.
Which
I've used it.
Yeah. And it's a really effective one if you do it right. But those are the kinds of things that would be weird in a tutorial for sure. Now, Sherpa style is one thing, but most definitely, like I said before, there should be some kind of barrier of entry to being allowed to be a squad lead.
Actually, Battlefield 2 actually had in-game voiceover, which told you walk up to the ladder to climb, and like just a dude talking to you like a god, just telling you shit in the game, like in pubbing about game mechanics, which was really, I like that a lot because you didn't have to play a tutorial, and the game sort of told you in voice what to do, like with a voiceover, and the dude's voice was pretty hot, so like I didn't mind that.
Listen, I'm gonna head off, but it was nice talking to all y'all. I'll see you around.
Thank you very much, Red.
RTFM by itself is not a good strategy for education, but I do think there is there's a room here for OWI to, for example, have like a curated list of resources available through like the game itself that they can open up and like go watch YouTube videos that are going to tell them about how to do various things. So something like that would be good. If that would be the lowest effort solution, it'd probably be the one that ODBI is the best chance of implementing correctly. So that would be my suggestion.
The whole premise, though, comes from who do you want to play with, right? You don't want to play with people that are bad, and you don't want to play against people that are good, right? So the whole kind of thing comes into skill level and experience. And I think, and maybe you guys will disagree, but I think that Squad would have a really good thing if they had some sort of ranking system, which, number one, automatically it balanced the server, but also it just told you, you know, this dude's a squad leader, he's like the lowest rank, obviously he's not in the right place, and you don't have to like check up a dude's literal Steam profile to see, oh, he just bought Squad, to know. Like a ranking system would be really nice in that regard. Just for me personally, I would appreciate that.
I mean, our servers, the servers I moderate on, have a kind of pop-up window that shows you how much experience somebody has squad leading on our servers. But I don't really get what this does beyond showing somebody like I have 500 hours squad leading. Like, what does it do for the new player? I think he doesn't care much about it. So
no, like a simple rank system. In the, like, I think Battlefield 2 has it. Obviously, CS:GO is a different style of ranking system because it's based on like an algorithm, which wouldn't work for Squad. But like like if you have X amount of kills, then you sort of gain a level. Stuff like that would be useful. Because if you join a server and you see a squad and it's empty, it's just one dude in it, and the dude's rank is 1, which is the lowest rank, then yeah, you're not going to join that squad because you're filtering based on your perception, right?
Yeah, I want to build on that real quick. I totally agree, and I think something that could be in addition to that would be really nice is like some kind of commendation system where if like you join the experience of playing a particular squad, you can commend that squad leader, and that shows up as some kind of, if you get a certain amount of commendations, it's like a badge or whatever. And I think that would be, it would add a sense of progression. It would also add a sense of be able to distinguish like what team balance a little bit better.
I agree. That's a really good idea, by the way.
Really quick, catching up with the chat here. They're adding on to what you guys are saying here. Sete Kimura says, something like the rankings in Hell Let Loose. Each role you can rank up. And then Honcho says, even just X amount of hours in Y role.
Yeah, that would be good because then you can like limit the squad leader kit for new players so they couldn't get access to the scope, right? That's not a bad idea.
And see, from the experience perspective, I like that because it lets me know, okay, squad 5, right? What can I theoretically expect him to do if I were to ask him to do something? Could he do a 2-pass J turn and give me a radio and a hab while landing in a safe spot? Well, if he can't do that, then I'm not going to ask him to do that. I can ask him to do simple tasks. Can I ask, someone who has a collective experience of 100 hours in all 9 people, can I ask them to hold the midpoint? No, I can't do that. So I know how to plan around other squad leaders and their abilities, but that's also like one of those skills that you pick up as you become a better squad leader too.
I mean, also if you have it like right in front of your eyes, this, I don't want to use this word, but this is kind of discriminatory because you are incentivized to not let kind of noobs, for the lack of a better word, to play on main objectives and so on. I don't think this is the way to go.
It's not so much that I don't want them to do it. It's I want to plan around their success or failure. If I know someone has 9,000 hours and they're on that midpoint, they should be fine. And if they're not, they will tell me. But if they only have 1,000 collective, then I know I should be prepared to back them up.
And good commanders also usually say, all right, squad X and Y, you already been there for like, I don't know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. You guys pull off, let these 2 other squads go there. Like I've heard a lot of commanders do that. And the squad leaders are always, yep, we're tired of this. And they do it and they sort of switch positions, rotate. So it just happens anyway with good commanders. But if you can have like a visual cue, it's not a bad idea either.
Real quick,
I mean,
sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Socrates.
Oh, just wrap up your thought there.
Yeah, no, I don't think the OWA devs are going to add this. This is wishful thinking. Like, just if you want to make a meme out of it, like the OWA devs prepares a change that everyone hates, and then everyone suggests the same thing on both sides. They're not going to listen to that because that's not going to piss enough people off.
Awesome.
I will say one of the thing. Oh, sorry, just to get on Wicca's thing. So one of the greatest things, in my opinion, about the squad community is that it's a true community. You have people that make videos, you have people that make text documents, and you have people that teach new players how to play the game. It's almost a self-tutorial without it being an official tutorial, and I love that about the squad community. That was it.
Oh, thank you, Winters. Real quick, a comment from Nandates about this topic. He says, maybe some kind of reputation system would be good. He adds on, I'd likely SL more if I got cookies for doing a good job and giving my squad a good name. Basically, some kind of peer feedback would be nice. No gatekeeping, but encourage good leadership with some kind of reward.
Yeah, for sure.
Money! Give me the money!
Yeah, like commendations like in Counter-Strike or in League of Legends, where people can like just say that you are a good squad leader, and maybe some kind of a ribbon or something on the weapon.
I think the part of the problem here might be that there is like 2 kind of people who buy squad. Like there is one that exactly knows what he wants from the game. He buys it and he learns, he plays, and he lasts till the end of the game, like 1,000 hours, 2,000 hours. And there is the second guy who just, let me try the game, it looks so nice on YouTube. He plays for a couple of hours and he leaves. Like, you either know what you want, or you just try it and live forever.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who I've met who stopped playing, who says, yeah, I got that game, but I hate it. So, you're not wrong.
I want to chime in real quick here. Funky Fred, I know you've been quiet for a long time now. I know you're pro ICO, so at any time if you want to chime in on any questions, feel free to.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just a bit slow to chime in. No, I agree with a lot that's being said, especially about making the game such that SLs can more easily plan, like Winter talked about. Like the fact that if I'm a SL and I'm leading a full squad and I can't guarantee that my Logic truck is not going to be taken by another squad, like that's crazy. Like if in real life, if you make a plan, you're sort of basing that on assumptions about things that won't change, right? So it's just, for me, squad is it's still just like Battlefield 2. It's a very free for all sandbox, and there seems to be a lot of, especially socially unwritten rules that we can basically just enforce by game design, which
100%.
You're right.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people compare Squad to Hell Let Loose, but it's nowhere near close. Hell Let Loose is like line experience. Squad is like open map experience. It's completely different.
Yeah.
Got it. Real quick here, Yan Z, in regards to the Chinese squad community, how would they generally see this approach? In the topic of ranking system and onboarding tutorial and all that.
I mean, like one of the common sense in Chinese community is like you have to get something about the ranking system and maybe some kind of reputation system, because like the game is already have the big size of player itself, and you cannot just like giving the approach we just let the server admin do it. We just let the server decide their own player. So I mean, they definitely needs to have a more mature system about like a player like how do I say that, like a player like layering or categorizing, because it is something when you have more than like 10K players, there's something you need to and you have to consider about, because it's already a big numbers. And you want to like make sure like everybody having a good time on there. You don't want the newcomers to be slaughtered by those like pro players or experienced players, and you have to like and that's also the approach. You guarantee the gameplay for the newcomers, and you give them more pleasant environment for them to learn.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, like for example, I think everyone here, I hope I could speak for everyone when I say like the closest games, like the 1-0. I think I've seen 0-0, which is ridiculous. Those are the best games. That's when you're screaming at the end screen like, "Oh, so close!" Or you win. You just hands down win. Like it says close defeat or close, or like Pyrrhic victory. But to me, that's an absolute win. Even if the game says something else, like that was a great game. When it's down to the wire and you're telling people, don't give up, don't do it.
Yeah, I would much rather lose by 10 tickets than win by 200. 100%.
Yeah, exactly. Waste of time just rushing through the flag. It's a sightseeing tour. You're not really playing the game. You're just looking at the map.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I guess I can try and weaponize this now for the ICO discussion. I think if the goal was to increase teamwork on the side of OWI with this update, I think these are the things that they should have been targeting, and not necessarily like the gunplay. I think that's like the last thing to target. I don't know. That's probably a hot take for a lot of you, but yeah.
It's easier to blame the good players, than to fix your game.
I want to highlight a quick question here, because I know I see a lot of people saying skill issues. So to everybody here, pro/anti-ICO players, what do you have to say when people argue like this is a skill issue in terms of this ICO update?
I mean, I'm even with ICO, I'm able to pull off the same like kill death ratio on the matches like pre-ICO. So like the skill gap it is still here, but is it smaller? Is it bigger? I don't know.
I even have a higher KD ratio than 5.1. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's bigger. I think honestly it's bigger, especially if you take into account like vehicles and like other specialty roles.
I still have 0 kills and 7 deaths, but I mean, I'm having more fun. You know,
I mean, that's the SL experience right there.
Yeah.
I got a friend who's like a vehicle or armor main, and he like dropping like 20 kills on the tank when he like played the ICO for the first round. Like 20 kills, insane, man.
Easily.
Oh, like 200 kills. Sorry, not 20, 200 kills.
Okay, not as easy, but
yeah, that's not surprise. We got dudes in OCE dropping 194 in pre-ICO, so I can imagine there'll be more coming up, especially with vehicles. So I think how OWI handles the skill gap issue, rather than they teach the players, they just kick people to the curb.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like I think like the even the less experienced players in squad like know FPS mechanics generally. Like they know how to like, point and shoot at somebody, and so that means that what has always set apart really experienced players in squad has been positioning, map knowledge, teamwork. That's always been the case.
Exactly.
Understood.
Yeah, and most times that, for example, I die in squad is because I don't see the enemy. That's my biggest flaw, I would say. It's not because I can't shoot or something. That's because enemy sees me first.
I mean,
I would say. Go ahead.
Please. Yeah.
Oh, just wanted to highlight Yumi's comments real quick here. He says, it is and isn't a skill issue. You can do well in the update if you're a good player. The reason of the criticism is the nature of the mechanics themselves and how annoying it is to play.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
So someone somewhere in squad Discord said that now he's more fighting the gunplay than the enemy.
Right, fighting the mechanics more than the actual players. I agree with that. I think when it comes to being a skilled player, when it comes to skill issue, is the skill of us being skilled players is not so much like, yes, it includes like aim and map knowledge and stuff like that, but it's also our adaptability to situations. And the reason why we're still doing good is because we have a skills that they don't have, but also we're able to adapt to the changing situation, which allows us to still play better.
Yeah, the player's in the best position to adapt in many ways. Like maybe not in terms of like rewards, whereas like they might not get dopamine for doing certain actions that new players might now, but they're totally able to adapt in terms of like actual understanding the game and like adapting the play style to still do well.
Got it.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't think I'm having any dopamine rush just sitting in a bush killing like 30 people.
Exactly.
You don't?
What? Are you serious?
I don't. Yeah,
Killing people is the ultimate kick. It doesn't matter where you are, man.
I don't know, man.
Dude, when I'm in a bush, it's like I'm smoking crack. I love it. I get so high.
I don't know. You can take a look, but that's just the standard.
I'm being sarcastic.
Especially in pub game.
I mean,
if I wanted to ride in a bush, I'd play Tarkov.
Man.
So what is...
Don't you enjoy shooting at a bush for 2 minutes?
A little side question on that. What are your opinions about lengthened firefights with the ICO update?
Well, yeah, I like the longer firefights. Sue me.
I do not. Waste of ammo, waste of time.
I think the problem is how they got lengthened. They just kind of now a random
artificially.
Yes.
Dense. I don't know how to even put it into perspective. Like why? You can have prolonged fights, but they shouldn't be based on just random luck. So you can finally kill somebody because the gods thought you are able now. I don't know how to put it. Sorry, kind of why.
I think it's just a gimmick.
The way that that is evolved, I wouldn't have a problem if it was just slower gunfights. I think that's fine. Like I don't know if I have a strong opinion on that, but what I don't like is how it's stagnated gunfights. And what I mean by that is there's no progress being made. Like there's no resolution. like that's going to happen in the future. Like it's just going to be because Anyway, I'll stop talking.
I mean, we need a new meta. Like for me, like I've gotten to firefights. We've stopped. The squad has literally stopped, and we can't move forward. So we talk to other squads. We talk to the mortars. We talk to the APCs, whomever's nearby. And then also, if we don't have anyone nearby to help, we just say, all right, we rush over the field and die, or we fall back. Like there's just a new meta. You have to figure out what the new meta is, and if the new meta is more teamwork, then yeah, that's great. Like,
well, I agree there is a new meta, but the new meta is just
before,
you defend more.
That was the case before. If you're kind of bogged down, you talk to other squads, you find helicopters, you find vehicles to help you.
Yeah, it just happens. It just happens at a different pace.
The new meta is to call your BTR to mow down the whole squad of the enemy. I don't find it funny. Like I find it like if our squad cannot fight against the other squad, like it's.
No, it's not like that because the last version for me was like you walk up and the enemy shoots all of you down and you're dead even if they were hiding because you can't run away because everyone's like a fucking
1v9
lasered. Oh, lol. But with this one you have a chance to do something else. You have a second chance, and I think that's pretty good. I prefer that way of playing.
I mean, I don't know how you're gonna get a second chance of shooting back if your screen just went blur and you can't even control your aim. Like
exactly.
I gotta speak to this because I agree with the issue with the game right now is the scopes. I've stopped using scopes completely because they're kind of useless.
And you blurred, dude. The blur is actually preventing you from seeing where the shot's coming from. I mean, there's many ways to figure out how shots are coming from. First, you can see the muzzle flash. You can see the terrain where the bullets are landing. If it's landing behind you, you can see, oh, it's in front of me. If it's landing in front of you, you can see it's behind me. But with the blur, you can't even do anything. And
I know, because you're supposed to work in a squad. You're supposed to be spread out. If everyone's bunched up within 5 meters and one bullet hits near you, all of you are blind. If you've spread yourself out in a line or something like that, and you're following the terrain, and you're like using cover, and one of you gets suppressed, the others can see, oh, I can hear and see where the enemy's coming from. It's not about your specific individual skill. It's about the squad working together.
But the suppression affects like people under like 50 meters in around you, and that's just counterintuitive. You might as well
50 meters? Are you what?
Yeah, I don't know. It's an arbitrary number. It's supposed to be sarcastic, but it affects the dudes around you.
Then you're bunched up, spread out.
Yeah, then it forces you to just go abandon your squad. Like, what's the point of staying in squad if you're just gonna get suppressed?
It's a spectrum. Either you're all bunched up like a goose mother with her ducklings, which is wrong, or you're perfectly spread out so that you all can engage a target at a good vantage point, or you're all lone wolfing. Those are the spectrums.
Define perfectly spread out. What does that mean? Like, is it like 25 meters behind you?
I usually I tell my squad, pretend the guy next to you smells really bad and has COVID, and you don't want to get infected. And usually that is the distance you got to keep.
I believe the suppression spear is 5 meters away from the player character, so optimal distance would be 10 meters away from each other.
There was a good question on the chat from Chrissy, like, why do you need to be rewarded a second chance in the fight if you're caught in a bad position?
Because it's fun.
That's
not the point.
May I just jump?
It's not fun if you get attacked.
This is always just going to be a difference of opinion where certain people like more punishing games and certain people like less punishing games. That's kind of how it breaks down.
Wait, real quick, guys. One at a time. So, Fred, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the strongest, or one of the strongest arguments for suppression is the impact on the strategy layer of the game, right? So if let's say a fire team versus a fire team comes into contact, that is a fight or a situation that lasts for a long time so that squad leads can see and react to that happening. So it sort of gives people time to react, and it makes the squad, like the game, easier to read in a way.
Yeah, it becomes more tactical. Isn't that what we want? More tactical gameplay? Less just, CSGO, shoot headshots, done, game over. Like
I like the game has never been about like only shooting.
That was never was
It
a
has
case
never been that.
you really win by headshots. That's a watered down position.
Sorry, I was being facetious or sarcastic.
mostly
I think whoever has played in the competitive
complete.
environment will know how important refragging is, calling out shots is. So everything you do in ICO, everyone already done it in pre-ICO, barring you have the necessary knowledge. And everything you said in like, hey, you got to fire maneuver. It doesn't really work in pub games. I mean, you can be like super controlled to your squad, but it doesn't always run like that. And it's just naive to think that, okay, people will do fire maneuver. People, okay, take Bravo, do an L-shaped flank on this guy. It doesn't always do like that. Sometimes you need to do the shit yourself in order to, you know, get yourself out of a shitty situation. You gotta wipe your shit.
I mean, it's just echoing something I said earlier. So if you're a competitive player, you prefer to play competitively. You don't want to play with puppies. You don't want to play against puppies. You don't want to. No, just let me finish. The point is that you have a certain game style that you prefer, and you prefer to play with others who prefer it, right? That's just how it works. Like, you just don't want to play with people who don't know how to play the game because they frustrate you. You get annoyed with them. And we had the exact same issue in PR where people who were in clans, they didn't want to play with puppies. They just locked their squads with whomever they knew, and they only played with them. And then they stacked one team, and they just fucking steamrolled. Sorry for swearing. And I have had the opportunity, luckily, to join a public tournament in PR. I haven't seen any public tournaments in squad. Is there any anyone so you can just? So anyone can join.
Yeah, anyone can make a clan and join.
No, that's wrong. Anyone can join. Period. No clans.
Team.
No clans. No
you
clans.
have to make a permanent team, or else that doesn't work in this game.
That's what I mean.
Was it free for all?
Yeah.
What's the point of that?
It's fun.
It can be fun.
Like,
I've played tournaments.
Yeah, but like, how do you keep those people together?
You need a commander. You need to allocate squad leaders. You need
but those random people coming together make what? A team? Do they not? And that team is going to go on to fight other teams.
Yeah,
No,
or you have
it's
either a like you have where you're shot out like a bracket, or it's just a campaign where it's the same teams fighting over and over and over again.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to say is there should be like a single point of sign up where you sign yourself up and then you get allocated to a team and then you go into like an open bracket. I think that's what he's talking about.
Do that.
Yeah, but the point is, because right now you guys are, not all of you, but it's a very alienating thing to just say that that's how you play the game, and playing pubbing differently is not correct. Like, having all these strats and tactics, and if you don't have them, then you just skill issue. It's just so elitist. Like, it's like you think you're the best out. You're like the most. You're having the most fun. Nobody else can have as much fun as you, but that's not actually true. The people who pub have a lot of fun too, for different reasons.
So
you're right, but a lot of the. Go ahead, Blake.
Yeah, I kinda want to jump in on one of your points. You said something akin to competitive players play only with competitive players, but I would pose that competitive players teach the most amount of players in squad since it became available, and I don't kind of understand that point.
I never see people with clan tags squad lead puppies. I just see them in their own squads. On all the servers I play.
Well, what servers do you play on then? Like, doesn't really matter
if you stick to one server, that's not really fair.
I play on multiple servers. We just look for which one's free. There's some servers I do prefer because the squad leaders there who usually play there, they communicate a lot, and there's a bit of banter, which I like. But it's whatever. The point is, like, we cannot just have a complete just shut down of everything that is squad because the competitive scene isn't happy. It can't be that one-sided. Like, I absolutely agree that there are some egregious issues with the way that this update was implemented, and I see your criticism, but you also have to see it the other way around. If you're a competitive player, you can't just go, "Yep, see, validated, I'm right." That's not the right reaction. You should go, "Yeah, and you have some good points too." That should be the appropriate reaction.
But it's not comp players versus ICO enjoyers, because there's more into the anti-ICO players than just comp players.
I want to transition this to the next question from Namdates. Thanks for being patient, Namdates, as well. And everyone, we see the chat going on. Namdates says, his question is, would the ICO, without the gunplay changes, or at least with much tighter gunplay on par with other tactical FPS games, have accomplished the goal of slowing firefights down while still making the gunplay feel smooth and more deterministic? Would it make the top 10% of shooters even more lethal? Or would it actually encourage preemptive suppression?
I don't think it's making the top 10 players more lethal.
Have anyone take a look?
The top 10 top shooters in squad are the top shooters because of what they've mastered in the gameplay that the previous squad was, right? Not, I don't really know what the goal of the ICO was, but if it was to slow down firefights and so on and whatever that was, I don't think the best way to do that is completely change the way of shooting, right? I think that they completely missed it.
Yeah, well, real quick, Pilot, sorry to interrupt. Your volume's really low in the chat's requesting if you can talk louder somehow.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, give me 1 minute then. Let me figure that out.
Well, Socrates, can you right-click him and just increase his volume individually?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are tech experts. Thank you.
Yeah, we're geniuses, man.
There we go. How do I sound now?
I think better.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, did everybody hear what I had to say? I hope. Probably. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, can you say the question again? I don't really get the part of the question. I really don't think that the ICO does anything good for the previous good players. I think it really sets the bar a lot lower. So,
I think the barrier to entry is definitely increased because it lets people who are not so good of a shot feel rewarded for their behavior, as well as squad leading aspect. It gives more time for squad leaders who aren't used to that ADHD nature of a previous version of squad to squad lead at a slower pace. So I agree with that.
What was the question again?
Yeah, I'll read it. Hold on. Would the ICO, without the gunplay changes, or at least with much tighter gunplay on par with other tactical FPS games, have accomplished the goal of slowing firefights down while still making the gunplay feel smooth and more deterministic?
Yes, I think even picture-in-picture scopes would slow the game down. I think personally, to some degree, maybe not that much, but they will. Why not?
Understood. I want actually, real quick, I want to transition this question to the next one in terms of the direction that squad is going. Because throughout the past few days of the podcast, we've talked for over 20 hours throughout those days with many different people. And I think the general consensus is that there's two different directions that people kind of, have arguments for about, how the direction is. The one direction being is the game is being catered towards more people who play the game for the experience, the immersion. And the other direction is people who, play for the mechanics and all the stuff that we were just talking about the last 10 minutes ago. What are your thoughts about these, two options of the direction squad is headed throughout the past 8 years and now into the future?
Yeah, well, I guess you have to either agree or disagree with that, analysis of how the players break down, and I generally agree with it.
I mean, my personal position was that OWI are trying to slow down squads since they changed the FOB radius. So, I mean, they made it pretty clear. They want the slower game. They want people to kind of sit on the same place more. They added the meshes. They decreased sprint speed. So that's kind of what they do for the last 4 years at least.
I think the problem with gunplay is that they try to make it that it forces you to do certain things on the battlefield, and it's neither realistic or enjoyable as a FPS game. So it's neither that. It should be. I don't know how to describe it exactly, but I hope you know what I mean. Like it forces you to do certain things rather than being a certain way.
Coming up with that way or that skill or that tactic on your own. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I mean, like, well, there's a word for that, like organic. Is that the word?
That's what I'd use. Yeah, organically come across that plan or that idea on your own. Instead of forcing you to use suppression, forcing you to stick as a squad.
The best example I think are the machine guns, 7.62 machine guns, because they want them to be played as a static role more on the bipoded, and they just made them unusable while not bipoded. So
yeah, I think that plays into what I was saying in chat earlier too, where after the ICO, I feel like most fights have become more static because people don't have the freedom to actually move and make certain plays to get off of fobs in particular. Especially when vehicles and mortars are involved, because both of them have massive amounts of suppression. And so when you've got all of that happening and you've got these guys who are here for the experience, the immersion and stuff like that, they can't even begin to come up with a plan because there's so much shit happening as far as the suppression, the slow down movement, you know, and I'm not saying that all these things are bad, but I'm just pointing out what I'm seeing, right? And I said it in chat earlier, like 95% of the fights I've seen so far, the big fights, have been static over fobs or static over 1 to 2 points. And most of the time it's just over fobs that aren't even near or on an objective. So
I feel like I said before, the punishment for making any kind of movement is like too big. I mean, I haven't been in a firefight, of course, in real life, but I think the suppression in real life makes you don't want to move, like prevents you from moving. But in squad now, I think more of a gunplay makes you don't move because you are afraid that when you move, you won't be able to aim.
But
you
I
can't
think
react.
Yeah, but I think the last version of Squad was more realistic in terms of the gunplay. This version is much more unrealistic because
they definitely passed realism.
yeah, no, but just if you're gonna make the argument for it, because if you aim and you look at something and you shoot it, then it dies. That was the last version. Now it's just everything's all over the place because the devs are like mimicking your feelings and all that stuff.
Well, you can't react, right? You can't react. Like if you're moving, bounding, whatever term you want to use, right? Like if you're trying to get out of a situation, example being a fob that's under stress, under fire, you can't react to being shot at while moving. If you move, I think I tested it yesterday. It was like if you move 3 seconds and you stop and crouch and try to level your rifle, it takes 3 to 5 seconds to actually be able to shoot accurately, which is enough time. You just get punished.
Yeah, I usually hip fire more now. If I get caught in the open in a stupid position, I hip fire and I run to cover. And that works pretty well actually, because if one bullet hits near the enemy, I have a chance. Whereas before I didn't really have a chance to do that. I just died immediately.
This is kind of what I was talking about before, where like the two changes that they made, like to the suppression and the weapon mechanics and the movement speed, almost cancel each other out. Or not quite, but it like any ability for like the changes to like for it make it harder to shoot people is also there's also been changes to your movement speed and your ability to actually get out of situations. And it's kind of like and once you do so, you're unable to fight if you're sprinting.
Really quick, I want to chime in because we have a couple new faces here. I want to give everyone the opportunity to, again, introduce themselves, also explain their background with squad, comp/casual, how many hours you have, just so everyone has a good context of where everyone's coming from. So starting off, Actually, right before that, I want to read the next question I want to transition to. So while we take this little less than 5-minute, introduction break, think about this next question up coming from Long Rod Von Huge Dong. Sorry.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm fucking talking about.
Long Rod, if you don't leave this chat right now, I swear to God.
That's my boy right there.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm gonna paste in the Twitch chat because I can't.
Did you see the guy named Poop Poop Fart Face 69? That's a cool name.
Okay.
Talking about the CBL.
Okay, so the question. Sorry, let me read the question, and then we're gonna start with introduction, starting off with Gato, and then we'll transition to Yumi, and then Don't Panic, and then Pilot Dividend. So the question from him is, do you guys think the PIP scopes are the right way forward? I personally like that their addition has made irons and dots more viable because the magnified optics are not longer the end are no longer the end all be all. They have drawbacks now. And then let's go ahead and start off with introductions. Gato, take it away.
Oh, hey. I'm Gato. I'm from the mostly Spanish community. I come from Fez, and we are basically the Spanish community of Squad. We mostly stop playing the game, either competitive, but that's because of the other reasons. That we mostly stopped playing, and it was because the update. It had some changes that we all really didn't like it, and continuing to the scopes, I think one of the main reasons were the scopes. And trying to answer that question, I think that even if people don't use like the magnified scopes, most of the people is going to continue hip firing, because it looks like it's the most accurate way of shooting. Because if you need like 5 seconds to aim something steady and you are being shot, I think it's more viable to keep hip firing until you hit something, or at least gain some time to lie in the ground and to have some like stamina to shoot, like to the side to be completely immobile. So that's my presentation, and I think that's most of the most of the Spanish community think about all this topic. So I don't know if I have anything more to say. Just here to watch and try to speak with other people.
Understood. Thank you, Gato. And it looks like you have a lot of fans in the chat. It looks like SPM has a lot of
love. Here representing the Spanish community, because we are a small but big little group. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks for the introduction. Next up, we'll have Yumi. Yumi's been here for a sec, so thanks for being patient. Then Panic after, and then Moonshine and Pilot.
Yeah, sure, no worries. Yumi or Yummy, you can call me whatever. Currently playing for Pink Mist. Been playing the game since version 9. Yeah, I cast here and there, but mostly just playing comp. Yeah, that's it.
Awesome, thank you, Yumi. Panic?
Yeah, so I'm Panic, Don't Panic, whatever you want to call me. I've been playing Squad since December of 2016. I started playing competitive August of 2017. I've got right around 7,500 hours in the game. Did comp until 2020. Just thoroughly enjoy the game in and out.
Awesome, thank you. Next up, we'll have... Shoot, sorry, everyone's like names shifted in the thing. Moonshine.
Yo, competitive player for Ravens. Began my journey as an ultimate puppy. Started out in like 2018, a little bit more than 4,000 hours in squad. First HSR, being responsible for introducing new players to the game, then switched to Ravens like a year and a half ago, and now chilling the Ravens. Game uninstalled on 27th of September.
I know you're gonna reinstall.
Right. Yeah, but on 10 hours of playtests, I played all playtests, so I got the hang of it.
Got it.
It got slightly better, ever so slightly better.
All right, next up we have Pilot Dividend.
I'm pilot. I'm playing squad for probably about 4,000 hours now. Play comp for EMP. And I've been playing with Panic. Don't Panic for years now. Squad. For a little while, I'm his community manager for his community, the Frag Shack. And yeah.
Awesome. So, really quick, I want to touch upon that first question I mentioned earlier. Let's see. Do you guys think the PIP scopes are the right way forward? I personally like that their addition has made irons and dots more viable because the magnified optics are not longer the end-all be-all. They have drawbacks now.
I totally agree. It was a must-have to have earlier. Like
Picture-in-picture is fine.
Looking how FOV worked in squad before. Like if someone played and higher FOV, it makes like it leaves them at disadvantage while using scopes. Now it's balanced.
Like
I would say.
Another thing I want to add to this is that if for anyone who doesn't know, the higher magnification optics in squad literally have less recoil than unmagnified. So they're pretty much the best option to choose in every situation. Like just to the way I don't know what causes it. Maybe someone can back me up here, but that's the case from what I've heard.
The scopes are fine. It's just I think the general
the execution
of it. Yeah, like everything around the scopes is the issue. Like the scopes themselves are fine.
I think the British have one of their scopes where the entire screen is filled with your scope, and you don't really see anything, even if you have field of view really high. I don't remember. Is it SUSAT?
SUSAT, yeah.
That's terrible. I hate it.
I love the SUSAT.
I think all the issues.
Go ahead.
But I wouldn't say that it's particularly picture-in-picture scope issue. It's like more a tweaking issue and particular scope, like IRL. There are better and worse scopes.
Yeah, I think all of the issues when it comes to like the eye box of the pip scopes will be solved once they reduce the sway. Like that's the main contributing factor that makes this PIP scopes really hard to use. Fair. I think they will, but anyway.
Apparently the SUSAT is the best optic now, I've heard.
No, it's not.
Isn't it? I heard that it has the least amount of blur and sway on it, but
it fills the entire screen. That's my problem with it. So if something happens in front of me, I can't see it except what's specifically in front of me in the scope.
I mean, for the longest time, I would have wished that there actually were distinctive differences between having a scope equipped versus like a red dot, that you actually, like, for example, had a choice of choosing like which one you wanted. And let's say, you had some artificial, like maybe not massive differences, but at least some to differentiate the two, to give the player like some autonomy in choosing like, oh, okay, like for this map and this area in specific, like I'm gonna choose a red dot or something. But yeah, scopes are king for sure. Maybe not in this update, but well, they're still pretty good. But
as I have to go in a minute, I want to ask one more question. What do you think about aim over sight mechanic?
With the hide over bore stuff?
Like in this current state, like it is now, like it forces you to aim over sight while you moved at least 1 meter.
Yeah, he's talking about the irons. The irons.
Yeah, irons. Mostly irons.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I think that's stupid, but
There should be a. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was. So when we had the playtesting, there was this teasing with the AK-12, sort of like a third stance thing. I expected that would be sort of a way to mitigate sort of the clunkiness of the ICO. So I was kind of surprised that they didn't lean more into that, right? Because you could have a bit more tactical nuance in choosing a stance. Because right now people are sort of forced into like 4 main ways of sort of like attacking. Either you're moving or not moving, or you're ads or not ads. So you're sort of like you have to choose these 4 very binary things to sort of attack people, and I think that's what makes CQB very frustrating right now.
AKM had that as well.
Pre ICO, like the hip fire was so accurate that you might as well call it point fire, so it wasn't necessary then. But now with like the ICO and the camera being unlocked from like where the gun's pointing, you do need some kind of third option where you can where you can point fire.
But now game forces you to do this, even if you just slow walking on crouched.
Yeah, it's terrible. I agree.
It's totally terrible. If you and also it looks like kind of unnatural because if you want to aim over your barrel, you would tilt a weapon like AK-12 was first time.
Wasn't there some sort of backup site?
For me, it would be nice if they make it tuggable by a keybind, and maybe then for balancing it out a bit, maybe you could move a little bit faster, or you could move a little bit slower while ADS with sides aligned. Something like the middle ground.
I've talked a lot. You can go.
No, I've talked way more. Why don't you just go ahead?
I think what they could do with this, I guess this is kind of getting into the weeds, but like they could just treat this like the firing mode, or in terms of like how you're looking down the sight, just like they treat the like the fire selection. So like right now, you can at any point you can change which firing mode you're in, switch to semi to full auto. You should do the same with the stances, where you can change at any time when you use scope in what happens. Like that's probably the simplest way to do it.
Yeah.
So,
IRL, it's the trade-off between you looking through sights and being more accurate, but seeing less, and seeing more but being less accurate. But now it forces you to do certain things.
So, isn't there some sort of I think Rainbow Six, not Siege, but like one of the Rainbow Six, you could have like multiple aim styles and you could really customize it. But doesn't that become like too much detail or too much micro on your aim?
Less is more. Like
you're basically asking for what Tarkov is.
Yeah, because I just want to have like, I just want to shoot or aim and shoot. I don't want to have like, the backup sights are nice, but just make each gun have its viable uses and not uses so that players can pick and choose,
Like, I don't think there's a reason to add any more stances than what we already have. Like, we already have point fire, and if you want to get fundamental, like, it's like the gun's already shouldered, right? So I don't know, like, we have the point fire or hip fire, whatever you want to call it, and then we ADS, right? Like, the problem with hip fire or point fire, whatever the fuck you want to call it, is that it was maybe just a little bit too accurate, and then if you combine it with QE, especially around corners where you ping abuse and you kill someone by, like, with them not even seeing you, like that's problematic, right? But if you just nerf that accuracy just a little bit, then I think that's perfectly fine, and then you don't need a third mode of any sorts where you like do some weird like gun thing where you rotate it 45 degrees. Like, who needs that? Keep things simple. Keep things consistent. I think there is beauty and simplicity in design, just allowing the player to just express themselves that way. Player freedom.
Yeah, I mean, there's some depth because of the different choices you have between the guns. It doesn't need to be like a binary thing. It could be this gun has this pro, this one has, but it has that con, for example, which I kind of like that. I don't know if you disagree or not.
Like, which also goes back to what I said before, where, well, imagine now if you do have, let's say, a red dot or irons on your gun, and let's say that ADS time is now faster for you because of that choice, right? And let's say that even your movement speed when you're ADS is maybe slightly faster than what it is with a scope, right? Like, then you have even more options to do whatever, right?
Yeah, I'll let you know how it works out when I kill an enemy for the first time.
Yeah, I got you.
I mean, back in the day, I think it worked perfectly fine when they locked the amount of fucking optics.
When they what? They locked the amount of optics?
Well, you couldn't have like fucking, the whole squad running around with ACOGs back in the day.
Yeah, it was just one or two optic riflemen.
So you're basically playing like you have the optics way back, and you're pushing with irons and red dots.
Oh, that's cool. It's I mean, if it works, it's cool, but it's not balanced.
It worked in the past.
it worked in the past. It's just like thing to get used to. Because now, like we all know, like there's zero reason for you to pick irons over an optic pre-ICO.
Well, yeah, but now you do pick irons. But yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah. But you get what I mean, right? Like there was a call on, you know.
There was an
that would be
AES
cool.
speed difference between ACOG and irons and red dot. It wasn't much, but it was there. I know some people that specifically picked irons for it. Also, a lot of people picked irons because that was the full auto M4. But
if they could make scopes work like almost like marksman, or like I don't know, like just something, because having that depth in the game would be more fun for me, I think. Like just I don't know. Right now, you seem kind of forced. Like if someone else took the iron sight medic, you have to take the scope medic, and I don't like that.
Iron sights can always have to.
Really quick here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Benedict.
Every iron sight option, like AT medic, you can always choose two. You just can't choose two scoped ones.
Oh my god, I've been playing wrong this whole time.
Alrighty, awesome. Well, I want to transition to another question here. Knipshun has a question that, sorry for the delay on that, Knipshun, but thanks for waiting. He says this: I really want you guys to address this question because I'm curious what people think. The question is, do you think it's possible to find a good middle ground that both sides will enjoy? I personally don't think it's possible.
I think there is.
You just tone down everything around the picture-in-picture. Don't take it away. Just tone it down to where it's reasonable.
Okay, I will say that for me, we don't need complete overhaul. We should, add picture-in-picture scopes, remove QE spam, remove parkour, add suppression, but not as exaggerated as it is now. And for me, that's enough.
Well, okay, but then they would literally be going against what they wanted this update to be, right? It would basically they would basically be going back on their word when it comes to what this update is supposed to represent.
Oh no, can't have that.
For me,
they haven't done that in the past.
Like, I don't think there is actually a middle ground, because if you do reduce it, then it's back again towards the individual performance now goes up again, which I mean it's still up if you're good, like I said. But if you keep it, then I think their intention is that they want those prolonged fights and they want the cinematic, in quotations, experience, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
I have two suggestions. The first suggestion is we have two teams formed, all or nothing. So the pro ICO, they have to play with the pro ICO, and the guys against it have to play with the old system. And then whoever wins, they get that style. That's how we're all going to play. Actually, for me personally, it's the sprint. The sprint should stay. Everything else can pretty much change, but as long as they just keep the sprint level and the running level as it is right now, it's enough to slow it down.
So unironically, if I can suppress you right now with the current 6.0 suppression with mortars, Vics, and MGs and ARs, I think that team's gonna win. Like, I'm not even joking. I don't know.
In my opinion, they should just reduce the gap between full stamina and non-stamina. Like, it's too big of a jump.
Like, that team would make the game so cancer for you that you would Alt F4 even before the round ends. Like, you would not be able to see anything.
I'm not following anymore. What were you saying?
No, I'm more just responding to that suggestion of the two teams playing on two different versions.
Oh yeah, no, that was a joke. No. So like, but for me, like the suppression, all that stuff, it's not really like. I used to play PR. Some of you probably played it too. But the suppression for the good players, it doesn't matter in PR because your screen doesn't shake. It just gets blurry, and you can still see your target, so it doesn't matter, and you get used to it.
Plus, it was bullet deviation, right? Like, there wasn't actually a lot of like sway. Instead, it was just your bullets didn't go where your crosshair was, right? Yeah.
Very old engine. So technically, for them to copy that quote unquote style, you could just sort of slow down the players as they have, and just remove the other implementations.
You know,
and
personally, I just enjoy being able to see what I'm shooting at. You know, some people might disagree, but you know, I just like clarity.
Yeah.
Okay.
I play
I
squad
have
blind, honestly.
I have to go. Thank you for the chat, and see you.
Hey, brother.
Yeah, thanks so much for being here.
Bye bye.
If you see ACV's video on the SDK mod, I think it'll be a good place to start with. I mean, we haven't seen his iteration on the suppression and flinching mechanics, but from the gunplay standpoint, I think ACV has made a good job of finding a balance between flimsy arms and not flimsy arms.
Yeah, I was watching Winter's stream when he was showing the video the other day, and it looked great.
Well, actually, that's
Hell of
not
a lot better.
ACV's mod. That's my mod on my server.
That one's yours?
That's sick, dude.
Yeah,
That's yours.
Yeah,
So
that one looks really good.
So ACV's is different. I haven't checked it out, but I don't. Not a fan of ACV. So little
No, that's fine.
drama
The
going
one
on
that I
there.
was watching on your, that's fine. It's
Oh.
whatever. But like what I was watching on your stream the other day looked like a much better iteration of what we currently have.
That was literally 10 minutes of work to show off a proof of concept, and it seemed like we got a lot of good
I
feedback.
jokingly
so-
said that to somebody too. I was like, all this time for this ICO, and somebody changed it in like
Right,
10,
yeah.
you know, in a day, and made it much more manageable.
So
Well, they
Right.
built in like dials so you can shoot it. So
And we actually got confirmation from Virus, one of the devs over at OWI, that literally everything can be changed back. From the picture-in-picture to the lean speed to the run speed to sway, suppression, all that stuff can literally be all reverted back. So we can make a true classic.
Lean, yeah, I forgot. Lean is also good in this update.
It's too slow, in my opinion.
Yeah, I like it.
you-
It slows down the
if you-
gameplay.
It's too slow in the city.
If you played Sandstorm, it has a really good mechanics on how lean work. Like you can't lean when you're moving at all, but when you stop moving, it allows you to lean a little bit more further than I say the normal leaning while moving. And
yeah,
think
I would
it's-
love that.
It's a pretty good.
Why not just
a step?
Doesn't Insurgency
Why
also
not
have
just-
it so that when you start running, it automatically removes you from?
Yep, exactly. I mean, in squad normally just it automatically unleans when you're running anyway. So
It's better now than what it used to be in the playtests. In the playtests, it was unusable.
I was gonna say, why not just limit the amount of inputs you can put for a lean within a certain amount of time, instead of slowing down the lean itself? Just limit the amount of input so people can't QE spam.
Yeah, I'm curious. Has anyone tried Common Code's dynamic direction mod while it was still going on?
I did it once, yeah.
It's so regardless of what you think about the other things, like I think the implementation of suppression and well, it was actually pretty good. I think something like that would be pretty decent. If you guys are familiar.
The whole point of suppression is to pin the enemy, right? It's just to
It's to stop them from shooting back, stop them from that's the basic thing it does. Yeah.
yeah. Because I think the main intention of the devs are doing with the suppression system is to stop people from peeking when they're getting shot at, because that's what usually happens. Is that literally unplayable game? Someone was shooting at me, I peeked, and he shot me. Like it's probably just to make it to tell the new players that you should not peek your head up right now.
But the unfortunate consequence of that design is that when you do run into a 50-50 fight with somebody and you both start shooting at each other, I think literally every single person here has experienced that if you've played the game. It just becomes a vomit fest where neither player can see what they're even shooting at.
Right.
I can understand the creating incentives for the player to stick behind the cover. So, for example, what they did with the nerf to movement speed when you reload. Like, okay, so my guess would be, like, if I asked a AWI dev, my guess would be the reason why they implemented that is that they want the player to think when they reload. Okay,
yeah,
that's fine. But the consequence of the suppression as it is that it creates those scenarios where it's just like it's fuck. What's the expression? It's
nauseous.
It's this uncanny fucking scenario where like both players are just wondering like what is this even happening here?
Yeah, it just seems silly. It just seems silly. Like you're not even playing squad. You're just playing a different game.
Unironically, if lean wasn't as good as it used to be in the past, and let's say maybe if the movement speed wasn't as good. So for example, in one of the patches before, they just randomly buffed movement speed by 10%, which I don't know why they did that. Like, G-firing someone who you know is around that corner would actually be a decent thing you could do. Because then, like, if the lean is slow, they're not going to just peek into you. Whereas now, I can tell you, at least before V6, if someone's shooting at me and I get I can quickly lean behind cover and then lean back and then notice their head sticking out the window. And then I just pre-aim and then I one-tap you. That's it, GG.
Right. Yeah.
But if leaning isn't as good anymore, then suddenly I can't do that. And suppression before V6, like, it existed, but it wasn't cancer. Like, it wasn't nauseous, it wasn't obnoxious. Like, it was a little bit annoying. You try as a player to try to avoid it, so you position yourself in ways where you would basically try not to give the enemy a 50-50 fight. Like, you would try to position yourself in the smart ways where maybe you shoot them in the back of the head or to the side. But yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, go ahead, Cinder.
I want to point out Cinder. I want to point out a comment from V-V. He says, from my experience, it's new players who usually press Z the moment they start getting shot at. And that's correct, because the meta for the game right now is you get shot at, experienced players are going to hear that shot, they're going to look in that direction, and they're going to fire off rounds, because we know that if we can put the suppression debuff on them and make sure they can't land their shots, I have enough room to get to cover or to make whatever I need to make happen, or at least do that 50-50% trade. And that's not fun. That's honestly why I am anti-ICO, because that is not a fun way to play a shooter.
It depends on the range, maybe. Like,
for sure.
Like, if, in my opinion, the CQB should be reverted in the way that if you're within, like, say, 25 meters, there's no suppression effect at all, except for, like, explosions, obviously. But, like,
I think within 20 meters, yeah, it doesn't cause any suppression. I'm pretty sure that's the case in current build. Or at least it was in a few of the ICOs. I remember.
I saw a video. I'm pretty sure I played too. Some dude was like literally 5 meters away, and they all got the suppressed to heaven kingdom come or something.
Well, it wasn't a thing before in one of the ICOs.
Okay.
Yes.
So also speaking of 50-50 fights and now, suppression being, this 5-meter bubble and whatever, like, people are talking about how, and I've seen, like, I don't visit Reddit all that much, but I've seen some threads of people talking like, oh, that people definitely stick together more and, like, are working together more. I think the proper meta now, I mean, it's always been the case, but I think even more so now with ICO, the meta will be that you will try to spread out even more than you already have. Because the reason why is because if you're close to your teammates, you're just simply going to get suppressed by the same person that your teammates are engaging, right?
Yeah, but that's good, isn't it?
Well, that's good. That's what they want. That's their intention.
Their intention being what?
To spread out.
Spread out.
But, well, you say that, but at the same time, they're saying that they don't want to encourage lone wolfing, and they want to encourage.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
No, yeah, it's a spectrum. It's a spectrum.
But my point is that I think people are going to go even further now to avoid the suppression. Like, the play now is to play even wider, so that you do get the drop on the guy that's playing in the middle. If you're the squad playing on the lattice line towards an objective, you're just going to get suppressed to kingdom come, and you're not going to have fun. Whereas the objective for the squads that are now playing on the sides, on the flanks, it will be to go even wider than what they already have been doing.
I have a name for this new meta, by the way. It's called the Master Baiter, because the guy in the middle is baiting the enemy to shoot at them. Right?
I'm definitely using that.
Yeah.
I might do it right after the stream.
Yeah, me too.
It's safe stream for the guys. Transitioning onto the next question. Damn it. Okay, one of the questions came from somebody. They mentioned, do you guys think had OWI phased in this ICO update rather than, dropping it as a bomb, do you think it would have made a difference, or do you think it did not matter in the end? how they went about it.
People probably would have been more upset rather than less upset, because it'd be like every new update, something's even worse is happening. It's kind of like ripping off a band-aid.
Couldn't it have potentially? Couldn't it have been?
Extreme, guys.
Couldn't it have been potentially more beneficial just because people would have been able to give feedback per attribute change? So like if they only did like one update with just the suppression, then everybody would have been able to give feedback. They would have been able to tweak just the suppression, figure out the right middle ground between everybody, then go on to the next thing like the leaning, or go on to the next thing like the picture-in-picture, and then kind of take the steps to building the ICO and having all that feedback instead of doing 10 playtests or how many 7 playtests, whatever it was, and getting all this feedback at one time, which I'm sure was a lot to handle.
I agree with you in principle, but the problem with that, I guess, from their perspective, is that they see a lot of the features of the ICO being interlinked, and it's dropping just one of the features and leaving out the others is not going to give a fair representation of what the game's going to look like later.
I don't think it would have made a difference.
I think it's better
play
to
devil's advocate. That's why I joined, but I do have some questions for you guys after day 5.
Which devil's advocate are you going to play for? Because I think we got pretty much 50-50 representation.
No, I'm on
the devil's advocate pro ICO people
with regards to just blatant corporate angle, but point being, like, I gotta be corpo. I played Cyberpunk enough, but point is, how long does it take to refund a game? Out of curiosity, boys.
Seconds.
Isn't it for 3 hours?
2 hours.
3
2 hours, 2
11?
weeks.
2 hours, 2 weeks. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who's the CEO of OWI currently? Out of curiosity, what's his background?
Tencent CEO. Mobile games.
No.
Oh, not Tencent. Mobile games. My bad.
Yeah, so we're gonna go with, I guess, emotes, cosmetics, and that is a logic, right? What do you think that matters to W at this point beyond our perspectives? Because we can't really refund the game. We can't boycott the game.
More.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
new updates.
We already had this discussion, didn't we? Didn't we already talk about this?
I wasn't listening. Sorry, but
It's okay. The argument is, new players are better than older players because they bring in more money. I think that was already agreed upon.
Okay.
Yeah, but the current business model, that's the case.
Next major question is, what's the recourse here?
What's the recourse?
What change do you think we can make happen?
None.
What are actions that we can take to do anything?
Gray said he was going to shut down all the servers.
Hey, I did not
all
say
the servers.
This is
Good
luck,
Gray. I believe
you're
you.
joking.
I was just kidding. Yeah.
Have you discussed whether or not this update should even exist? Like in the past podcast?
Let's face reality. It's day 5, boys. I think it's being discussed at some point.
Is that some sort of like double meta question? Like not even exist? Is that like a philosophical question?
No, I mean like the how do I phrase this? Let's see. So the ethical side of whether or not this update should even have come out, given that the game is launched, and the fact that it's.
I'm curious on this, and I had this discussion earlier. Is there any game that compares to Squadron?
That we've had this game since. So
Arma.
I started playing since version 9. So
Sorry,
I don't know what the
Arma?
game was before that. But
Okay, how long do you have to spend installing Arma mods versus loading into the squad server?
Let's not have the conversation.
Depends if you get the Running Man bug.
Let's let Yumi finish and then.
Yeah, Yumi. We touched on it and then we got heated, and I think Socrates tried to deflect and change the subject.
Then I won't bring it up. Sorry.
No, it's a valid discussion point. It's up to Socrates if he wants to talk about it again.
Sure. Yeah, let's spend a few more minutes on this just in case, because we have a very diverse.
Yo, I'll turn my cam on. I don't know where you boys are at, but can we get cams in the stream, please?
This is a family-friendly stream. Please don't turn your camera on.
I'm wearing clothes. Trust me.
I'm naked.
That's precisely.
Yumi, go ahead. We're stalling so you could talk.
Yeah, where was I? Yeah, I mean, the game has pretty much been similar for years at this point. I mean, sure, there have been like additions and changes here and there about like maybe new Vix arriving and new factions and Commander, which is still, by the way, unfinished, but that's a different topic. Like the game has been pretty much almost the same for plenty of years, and now suddenly they're coming out with this update, which I think changes the game on such a fundamental level. Like
it's a new game, is what you think?
It's I think maybe not completely, but it's in that gray area where I think such a discussion, or at least such a concern, I think is valid. I would say to have, because for example, I would have no issues with this update whatsoever if this was Squad 2 the sequel. Whatever, like do your thing, but it's not. So that's basically my thing. I would say that's my argument.
Yeah, I'm going to counter argue because I backed this game before it was even out, like during the Kickstarter, and I was expecting Private Reality on a newer engine, and I didn't get that, and I was really disappointed.
Yeah,
and I think a lot of the PR players, and you can look at the numbers of people who play PR now, and it's not a lot, but there's been like thousands and thousands, if not millions of players who walked through that game because it was free and got their taste of like proper teamwork based FPS gaming, and they expected that from Squad, and they didn't get it, and they finally have like a semblance of what that is. Sure, we're all like 30 plus now and have kids and shit, but you know, that's what I spent my money on when I put the money down on the Kickstarter. So
I can say on
you
on
knew that
note,
initially when
like,
you spent money.
I was Project Reality player for the longest time, and I played those same tournaments that Vika has played as well, and I moved on to Squad because of the better aiming and fucking shooting mechanics. That's like the main point why I moved to Squad.
I agree with you, Frida.
I want to have the better mechanics of the game. Like the Project Reality is running on a now is it like 20 years old engine right now?
More.
Yeah,
It's
it's
more.
really really old. So there's limits how you run on that game.
Yeah, I mean the gun handling for Squad in 0. What's the previous version number? Anyway, it doesn't
Some
matter.
random BS, but we all
Some
know
random
it,
number.
'cause we
Y'all
miss it.
get it. Yeah,
5.1.
it's the best gunplay in any game I've ever played ever, because you aim at what you're shooting at and you hit it every time. There's no, sorry for the parlance, but there's no bullshit. There's no magical bullets. There's no weird physics. It's just like you hit and you shoot and that's it. But now, and with PR, it was just deviation. Like you had a cone of death, is what we call it. That was the meta. Like you just fired lots of bullets in an area and something there dies. And Squad is sort of reverting back to that. But for me as well, the cone of death was like what kind of kept the gameplay a little bit slower. You couldn't just rush up. You couldn't end the firefight in like a split second because of, lack of, like, you had to actually treat each enemy with respect or whatever. So, but the point is, yeah, where it's a bit moral, isn't it? So where does the moral line go from let's call it a DLC or an expansion or a new game like Squad 2? Like how much change can they make until it's Squad 2?
If it's a separate entity, that's what I mean. Like if it's a completely different product, like there's no issues. And there's even a different argument to be made, which I think is even better, which is, I agree, you should have had the PR successor game years ago at this point. Like this update 6.0, which is supposed to be inspired by PR and all the things that they like. I was gonna say buzzwords, but that sounds a little bit maybe offensive or on the nose. But like, you should have had that game years ago at this point. But what they have been doing up until this point is they've been developing a completely different game, which is what we've been playing for years, right? That's what we're used to. That's what we saw in gameplay. That's what we saw in trailers. That's what we bought into, right? But now they're dropping this update, which you like, right? But for some of us as customers who bought into a different vision, now we don't get what we wanted to have, right? Because if Squad was the PR successor from the very beginning, and it has, let's say, taken the direction that they're taking now, then we wouldn't even have this discussion. Like, some of the people that are here now wouldn't be here because we would be busy playing other games. Right?
I don't know. There's nothing. Even if they remove it, like what is there another game like this? Even
No,
if
not
you,
really. In my opinion.
So there has to be a middle ground
I mean,
somewhere.
honestly, I think that's kind of the discussion we had in the text chat. I think Squad before was a middle ground that people say in between of Arma and kind of Call of Duty and Battlefield and stuff. But now I think actually, if I wanted to play something closer to Squad before, I would go to play. I would go and play some Arma because it will be closer to the Squad prior than V6. That's my kind of idea of things. Because Arma actually allows for the firefights that Squad allowed before, kind of like that.
Yeah, I get your point. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think what we concluded with. Now I remember, Socrates. It is what it is. Like, yeah, the devs aren't going to change this. They're going to double down. Maybe they're going to make some, polishing changes.
Bold assumption.
But I don't know. Like, if someone sued OWI for false advertisement, no, literally, let's just play it out.
Yeah.
They wouldn't win.
No.
It's. I think you could probably even have during the court cases. And no, I haven't searched this up. I think I had an argument with someone, but that there's other games who do similar things. I think CS:GO devs literally reduced the ping of every single player by 50, even though that wasn't true, just so they would stop complaining about ping. For example, like there's, it's not even a joke. So I don't think there's a legal respite here, or whatever you want to call it.
No, but I mean, I guess to be blunt, like we can still ruin OWI's reputation to some degree. Like that's the recourse.
They do that, don't they? Do that themselves pretty well. Like what?
Well, yeah, with our help.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm still gonna play Squad. I want them to keep developing it. So if there's stuff they can do to make more money, then it's not a big deal. I wish there was more public tournaments that
You have a very big testicles.
Can you please remove that for my account unless you mean to do so? But
you gotta do that, dog.
I am so confused right now. Why did you?
That's an entry noise.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
It's
an
an
entry
entry
noise.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
so
I got
bad,
one
I'm
too.
very
He's just
apologetic on
flexing on his money.
No, there's no money. I got this for
Oof.
feedbacks, but
I'm
my
kidding,
point is, you guys are claiming the ICO player pop is dying down, but then again, my tinfoil theory is the fact that
we're claiming that.
less than any. I mean, I see a graph. I see it's already falling ICO drop. There go.
Is it though?
1 minute ago.
No, I'm sorry. Look, Starfield, Cyberpunk, CS2. I think there's a Baldur's Gate 3.
Our
games.
Those all came out 3 to 4 weeks ago.
I know, but the point
Yeah,
is
but-
that I was playing Starfield until the ICO came out, and then I played the ICO. But I still played Starfield in between. Like, there's so many. Like, if I was OWI's CEO, I would say no. Wait until January. There's nothing
Bro,
happening in January.
OWICO got you emotes. Period. That is it. Like that guy
Honestly,
doesn't
that's
give
what
a
I'm waiting
shit.
for.
No, but like, I would have waited longer because there's just so many. Like the numbers there, they could have been so much better. Is what I'm basically saying.
Real talk, with these numbers, the metric that we need to see is I forget the term, but it's like fresh players, not new players, but unique players. So we need to see unique players by day and by week. And after a few weeks, we can get a proper stochastics metric off that. But because these don't show those numbers are kind of like hard to go off of in terms of like, are people enjoying it or not? But for a baseline, are more people playing it or not? I mean, it looks like they're not.
Yeah, there's also no way
how
to like
many
time
of you
slice.
run servers out of here?
Say again.
Winter, I see you, but anyone else?
What's that?
I do.
Can we do a little
I'm
exercise?
moderator. I have.
Okay, how many people are on servers?
Me.
I think it's just 2 right now.
Okay, besides that, has anyone else looked at statistics from China in the recent times?
Way
I'm
higher.
afraid of China.
Always full.
No, but like factually speaking, have you looked at a number of servers available in China versus the actual player count?
Yes. Oh, wait, no, what do you mean? What metric?
So off of battle metrics, the actual amount of players that exist in China is drastically different the amount of players that should fit the servers that exist. There's 206 servers in China right now.
Yeah, but those numbers are false because the CCP always falsifies their numbers. So
I mean, good meme, but I'm not fully on board. My point is, there's a data disparity. Okay, I will. Let me share my screen.
Do you think it's maybe we can't connect to them, or we just like don't see them?
Connect to them.
No, I mean,
I know you can connect to some, but he's saying
I
that there's
live in
a
India.
lot more servers that are showing.
No, I live in India, so I technically can connect to all of them, but I
Your
can't share
English
my
is
stream
really
here.
good.
Thank you. I was in the US apparently. But point is, there's
okay.
206 servers that exist in China, but the amount of there's a filter on BM called top countries by players. It's US with 4,253 players right now. Germany has 2,914. Russia has 1,342. UK is at 570. Brazil is at 506. Where do you think China is here?
over 9,000.
America?
Number one.
It rhymes with 108 because it's 108. And there's 158 servers in China right now.
That's got to
Where is
be what? Are you saying
It's
it's
a data
completely empty?
disparity. It doesn't make sense. How are there 158 servers in China that fulfill their licenses by going live once a week, maybe
Maybe they're playing
3 times a month?
Maybe they're playing on unlicensed servers.
Even if you filter it with license, because that's a feature on BM, you're still going to see a big disparity between the servers that exist and the players that are there to fill it. That's on BM.
They have to use VPN, so the true country probably is different.
Oh,
Exactly.
That's a good point.
Exactly.
But point
What?
is, if this data has existed for a long time and the NA and EU population is slowly being going away, because we're seeing a trend where Chinese servers have risen between 100 servers in China total to 200 last week, down to 156 today. Where's the middle?
What?
Okay.
What are you trying to get at?
Apologies for
The Chinese people could
We're all
not comment
My
on the
point is,
playtest.
There's a disappearing population of NA and US players, and there's a rising population of Chinese players, which plays on Chinese servers exclusively. There's no data to support it beyond Steam charts. We're looking at a 1% rise since the update on the total population on Squad. But we're not seeing it reflected in NA player bases, nor are we seeing it reflected in US player bases. So where does it exist realistically?
I am so confused. Are you just
So
coming
are
here
you-
and asking us?
What are you talking about?
Are you saying that they're fudging their own numbers in the Chinese
No,
population to?
It's not
Okay.
trackable. That's the problem.
Okay.
But
Okay.
who
What
was
does that have to do
accountable
with the
for
ICO?
this gap? Well, the ICO, if you noticed, a lot of the Chinese player base was not able to participate in the ICO, nor were they able to give feedback reports.
Right. We talked about that.
So, while the player population is disappearing and everyone's saying it's going to go rise or fail, how are we accounting for the Chinese audience while it's not being tracked at any level?
Short answer, we're not.
Or not.
Yeah, it's not a big point that anyone's making. Did someone make that point to you or something, or are you just trying to deflect it before it comes up?
Negative. No, I've been tracking this for a bit, and I'm kind of curious on you guys' opinions. I understand it's tenfold, but it's just weird that Battlemetrics is failing to track it, given the Chinese network difference. But it's also interesting to see the audience gap over Squad in the past year.
Okay.
Would be good to ask some people from the region for sure.
Yeah.
I've spoken to a few.
But Tashar, what do you think about the ICO? Do you like the changes or do you dislike them?
I have not reviewed Squad in 5 years.
Have you played it?
Certain. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. What? And did you like it, or was it annoying?
I personally found myself being a little nauseated, but at the end of it, I think a lot of players are excited with the prospect of people having a group up and play.
But you
personally,
what about
I
you?
Don't care. I seed my server and I play along for that. So that's
Okay. Yeah, you're playing
if
the
people
server
are happy,
game.
yeah,
You're not
if
playing
people are
the
happy,
game.
I don't care.
I
man.
get it. Yeah, I get it.
I've
All
got
right.
like
Yeah, we're playing
2,500
Squad.
hours. I'm happy.
This isn't the server admin serverless discussion. This is like we're trying to debate.
But
And
without
myself
those
is for
people, you would not
introduction.
be able to play. Without people who sit on servers for 5 hours just AFK, there would not be a single game.
I'm not
Exactly.
detracting from his effort, but the point is, I
No,
used to
I
play that
agree
game
with you.
too. I played the server list game where I was just constantly tracking the numbers and shit like that. But obviously that's not the topic of our debate today, as far as I understood. It's the ICO specifically, right?
And my apologies. I thought it was day 5, so I thought we were further along because I've been here for the rest of the days.
Realistically speaking, the best estimates that we can give about how good or bad or how the meta is going to develop, how people are going to play, how the numbers are going to look, like we can only like give those guesses after like more time. Like it's still
Yeah,
too
you
early.
need another week at least.
Like if not more. I think like after a
Mhm.
month or so, we will actually see the real impacts. Right now we can only make predictions. Yeah.
I can tell you one thing: the PR players are going to start playing squad much more now. A lot of the people that I know have started picking up the game. I don't know if
Yeah.
that's a big group or not, but
all 200 of them.
That's a shocker, dude.
That's rude.
Really quick.
There's way more of us, man.
There's dozens
so
of
many.
us.
There's like
Dozens. How do you guys feel?
several, like at least 2.
One thing I'll say is that with the PIP scopes, because the FOV doesn't affect the scope itself, now I can run around, I'll just shift W with 120 FOV, feel like I'm still playing past or before V6. And then as long as I just don't get into straight up fights, it's fine.
Yeah, but that's as long as you don't get into fights,
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I'm playing life, but I'm not talking to anyone.
So
Different.
really quick here, I just want to transition this to another topic. I know we all touched a bit upon this next question here, but let's focus on this one. So the question is number 2 on the screen. What is your opinion on the changes to the different kits, and how has that affected you personally, and how did it change the way you approach playing squad on a day-to-day basis, and how so?
So, AT kits have the same limitations as the other guns, so you can't rush around the flank and hit shit, or you gotta wait. You have to like set it up way more than you had before. So that means that the people who are playing the AT, they're not as efficient as they used to be, and so vehicles have an easier time just killing people, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, the 2 kits that have been most affected are the AT kits and the MGs and the ARs, and for obvious reasons.
Yeah, vehicles are having a field day. I think someone commented in your Twitter chat that they stopped playing infantry and they just do vehicles now. Which, yeah, I've played vehicles in this new update too. It's not very hard as long as you're not playing against other vehicles.
Crack, can you give us a comment on the vehicle gameplay since you're a vehicle player?
I mean, I play comp and I only play vehicles. And going into a pub game now is just a fucking meme because it's a guaranteed 50 to 60 kills. AT just can't hit you.
Yeah, which is what PR vehicle players has.
That's not the point.
No,
Yeah,
I'm just saying it's
Stop
similar.
comparing the fucking PR all the time.
I'm
Yeah,
not
but
going to
so-
stop.
But in
So
my
feet is. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
in PR, you were punished for like faulty positioning. In this, it doesn't matter because if I see an AT before, I had a split second. Now I have a good solid second to just put a couple rounds over his head. I don't even need to hit him. I just need to shoot in his general direction, and he can't see shit.
Yeah, the AT, like the armor in squad is so much has so much more health that it's hard to compare.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Not
That's
to
true.
mention the fact that you cannot chase armor anymore, because as soon as you start running, you are not going to hit anything. You take 3 steps, and your like stability thing is pretty much maxed out.
Also, something that I want to add is that from the devs' mouths, that is the intention. Like, they want vehicles to feel powerful. I don't think this is the end-all, be-all. Changes, I think, will be made, but it is their intention that vehicles feel like vehicles and are powerful.
The problem then is just that if one team's vehicles players are really bad, then those players
It upsets that balance.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you have good squad leaders or you're great at teamwork or you actually are have good players, because you're just going to die. There's just, you don't have any sort of nothing to save you. There's no saving grace. So that I'm against that personally, because like, I love second chances. But yeah.
Really quick here, I just want to just chime in real quick, just like a general reminder to everybody to please, refrain from profanity and, bad language out there. Safe for work language, please. I'm getting multiple DMs from people that are highly offended by some of the F-bombs being dropped here, so please, thank you.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It is Sunday.
I'm
The
not
entire
even...
thing with second chances is, honestly, if you get hit by a lat, an engine, then that should be a GG. Like today, I played one round and I literally drove up and down the road and dodged 6 hats. Before that, that would not have been possible, and I should have been punished. And this is not punishing for VIX anymore. Because VIX tended, aside from maybe like the dropping someone somewhere, you should normally be a good way away from lats. And now it's basically you can just drive into anyone, spray your MG for a few seconds, and then you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, it's made the mines way more useful. You don't need to aim a mine.
Long Rod says, should they give AT kits an extra rocket to make up for missed shots from being suppressed?
Won't matter.
I
Or
don't
your
think
missed
it
shots?
would make any difference.
The biggest changes they can make is just reduce vehicles' health and armor. Simple.
And
Yeah.
giving them more shots would not make any difference, because the moment you shoot and miss, you die. That's
So one small thing.
essentially how it works. Unless you're
One
playing
small-
someone's bad. My bad.
One small thing I wanted to point out, in the previous version of Squad, mines would actually blow each other up, so you could not double detonate. You can now double detonate, but it has to be on 2 separate tracks or wheels. So to any of the engineers out there, pro tip. That's a change that they made that they didn't put in the patch notes, like usual.
So you don't get, what's it called, like when you have a detonation that's helping? I don't know what it's called.
Chain reaction?
Yeah, something like-
Secondary.
yeah, that's interesting.
So before, the explosion of the mine would kill all the mines around it. So the strategy was to do a left, right, left. That way you could still possibly double track. But now you can put them next to each other. They shouldn't blow each other up, but they have to be separate wheels. So, or tracks. So you could one hit like a lab, for example.
I think ideally they should have like vehicle combat overhaul with core damage, so ATs can actually do anything. Like, I mean, imagine your driver getting shot out by a fucking hat, and that will they're talking about making the player fears combat, and why not having do that to vehicles too, rather than buffing vehicles altogether by nerfing infantry.
Yeah, as long as we're doing like overhauls, we should do a vehicle overhaul. We should do a logistics overhaul. We should do a spawn overhaul. Yeah,
make a squad too,
Make it,
sorry,
make it so that you have to build the vehicles. You have to collect like resources. Oh wait, that's
hella
Foxhole.
loose.
Sorry.
So as well, right?
I'm sorry, Flying. Go ahead.
No. Just a side note. There was a mod in Squad that allowed you to collect resources like Command and Conquer. So maybe they should just implement it as a base game.
There will be. What are you talking about? That's like coming right around the corner.
I will say, without leaking anything that I can't say, with the ICO change, there was vehicle changes that was universally hated, and they were promptly removed. So be glad vehicle changes weren't added to the ICO.
Was it in PT1 or was it only in a private?
It was PT0.
What was that, Matt?
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say they're more than likely going to add those in anyways later on.
Are we allowed to know that, or is that like you guys are testers and you're not allowed to tell anyone?
I specifically asked if I could. I specifically asked if I could add it to one of my videos, and they told me no, so I can't talk about it.
Oh, well,
feels bad.
Yeah,
it does.
But mining resources sounds fun. It's almost like StarCraft. So you have like part of your team just be drones. Mining,
SCVs, yeah.
minerals.
I don't know.
SCV
This is a thing in Hell Let Loose where you can set up like resource nodes, and I don't like it personally. It feels really.
What do you mean? I play with bots all the time.
I mean, Yeah, it's not Foxhole. That's a different recipe, right? Like I think the logistics in squad is okay. That's why I would like to have a commendation system, because then I could say, hey, you just drove the truck back to base and got us a bunch of stuff. Thank you. But yeah, for the vehicles, just make the lats more powerful or something. I don't know. Hey, Swooper.
I have a whole spiel on how to reform the logistics system, but I'll hold my tongue because it's going to be too long. It's going to take over the entire podcast.
Swooper, didn't you and I have an argument earlier in chat?
Who is that that's talking?
It's Wicca.
Yeah. What's up, man?
No, yeah, but I've been talking a lot, so you should probably chime in on your take.
I just got here. I just got done with PT for the morning. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Figured I'd drop in and say hi.
What were we talking about again, Socrates? We were talking about the vehicle. Oh, the kit changes. Yeah. So which kit had changed the most in this update, or that you have to treat differently the most?
I'm just sad about my squad leader scoped for grip M4 A1 Fs in the chat. Literally the only reason ISL is full auto M4. That's facts.
Yeah. Yeah, but Swooper, did you? If you don't want to answer, I'll just leave it alone. I'm sorry, but.
Oh no! If you just catch me up on what we're talking about, I'll answer whatever.
We were just talking about how the lat kits and the hat kits, they are kind of useless right now because the vehicles are just reigning supreme, and then some of the people who have access to some special information said that there's some changes coming to vehicles that they're not allowed to talk about. I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's fair. I mean, if that's what's happening, then cool. Like. The issue with the hats and the lats versus the Vics right now is the same issue that we have with the rifles as well. Is anytime you go to try to take a shot on a Vic, you know whether it's an infantry shooting at you, the Vic shooting in random directions even towards you, like by the time you get even somewhat aimed in for even a somewhat okay shot, the Vic's gone. It's the same thing. You can be walking across the field and see infantry 50 yards out crossing an open field, and by the time you fucking aim in, he's gone. So it's just too slow. It's too slow to be able to combat the Vics.
Ironically enough, what pub games will need now is backdoor squads with hat kits in them, almost like what we're doing in comp. Damn. Yeah, so literally what you do is you put a hat kit in a 3 or 4 or whatever squad, send them on their merry way on a massive flank, and then you come up behind the Vic and kill it, and then you just camp main and wait for it to come out, and you kill it again, and then you just rinse and repeat. GG. Of course, on servers there would be, main protection, like don't camp main rules and stuff like that. Some servers have that, but that's like legit. That's going to be like, if you want to be, that's a tip. Like if you're just a casual player watching this, like that's a good tip right there, or at least a prediction. Like if you want to destroy Vics, get behind them, which is what you should be doing already. But
I'm sorry to edge in, Yami, but this is actually a very interesting part of the whole ICO conversation, because there is so many things that people complain about in implementation of the overhaul. Like the overhaul will focus more on the cooperation, on the refrags, on the communication between squads, and it actually popped up many times in many conversations in Discord. But all the pet peeves that casual players have with what squad have become, like what annoys them, what needs to be changed, and what changes the overhaul is forcing. It has all done. It has all done in the competitive squad community. This is exactly what Yami is saying. Like, you have issues with vehicles, you put hotkits on them. You have issues with issues with communications. You have issues with refrags. You just go and you look how the competitive community handled that, because this is what brought me into this conversation, because there are so many things that we as a community see as potential, upsides and downsides of the combat overhaul. But the competitive community over past years, and this is really old community, we've been there. Like these are the issues that we have solved. Like you're bunched up, you get to spread out, you need to communicate with other squads, you need to get a backline hotkit, you need to add better SLs, and all those issues were already solved in the competitive community. Which brings me to my next notion, which is communication in general, because the community, the more experienced players, the older communities, have been voicing out their concerns about the overhaul for months, like since first playtest. We've been playing the playtests, and the issue is that there is absolutely no will to communicate on the side of the developer, like at least for what I saw. And this is something that needs to be addressed, because we can talk about this whole night, like we can spend hours and hours talking to each other, and basically in the rule we agree that overhaul was somehow needed, but it needs to be toned down. But there's absolutely no point to have all this conversation if there is no will from the developer part to participate in them. And this is my question to Socrates. Actually, were you thinking about including some maybe community managers in panels like this?
If they even decide to do it.
Socrates?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, we can talk to each other whole night. Like, I really appreciate the respectful tone of this conversation, and it's actually, I believe it might be fruitful to some extent, but it makes no sense to talk whole night if there is no will on the developers' part to include community managers in actual conversation with the communities. Like, for example, have you ever thought about hosting this panel, but with OWI community manager in sight?
I have, but
if I could step in.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Socrates.
Yeah, it's I could reach out, but right now, from what I'm seeing, OWI has been very silent. I could reach out right now, but in terms of the probability of them agreeing to, like OWI representatives being in this setting that we're doing as a podcast, I probably don't. I honestly don't think they would agree to it. Like they would probably hold maybe a town hall stream on their official Twitch channel, but I don't think they would agree to something like this setting.
It's too much of a risk.
I think the only way that you could get them to agree would be if you had a full-on script that they essentially verified and accepted, and that they would go through all the questions.
Two things, because
random questions.
I've actually already asked about this, but first off, they watch streams and videos. Like I get told all the time, oh, I like this about that video, but they watch it as a reference. So I'm sure that I don't doubt they'll watch this. And do you publish this to YouTube, Socrates?
Oh yeah, it's all up there. 20 hours of podcast.
I guarantee they'll watch it while they're working. As for the interview thing, not to take the light away from you, Socrates, but I've actually asked about this to the community managers. They like the idea. They wanted me to write up a script, and I know several devs who are willing and excited to do it. I just have to work on it, and with recent ICO issues, it's been kind of on pause because
why?
Shit's on fire. Shit's on fire.
Would something like that involve fielding community questions?
Yes. So
Nice.
the script that I actually have my paper right here. So the script that I have is basically a set amount of questions directed to the developer within their field. So I wouldn't ask Virus questions about models, because of what Virus does specifically is the codes and game modes and stuff like that. And he's actually responsible for destruction. So I'll have a set amount of questions. I'll send it to him, and then we'll ask questions from the audience, and it'll be a set time. So we're not sitting here talking to them for 3 hours, but that was the intention. They said they liked it. So Socrates, if you want to steal that idea, man, go ahead.
Oh, you go for it, man. If you're already in the discussions, then yeah. I honestly, it's if someone started the conversation already, and then from what you just explained, this is great news for us. They're open to it rather than us being ignored, right?
Right, and the idea was I loved squad chats back in the day. I fucking loved that shit. The mustard being in the fridge, love it. Don't know why, love it, right? I wanted to bring back some semblance of communication within the team, and if they're not going to do it, I was going to do it.
Awesome. I think in the next few days, maybe, once OWI puts out a message, about the ICO and how all the players are reacting to it. And I guess some people are saying they're keeping quiet right now because they're discussing internally. And I think that OWI until then, I think later, but not now. I don't think they're ready now. But in the future, like what you mentioned, Winters, I think they'll be ready.
Right.
I think. Can I just chime in? Like Moonshine, you said something about players going to the competitive players and asking them for tips on how to play. Is that what you said?
Yeah, more or less. I was referring to the notion which was brought up previously that the competitive community is actually teaching others how to play, and the hours that we put in game as a competitive community include also not only the fact that we very often go to the service and we lead those squads and we teach the people who are new to the game. At least that was the case in most of the communities that I had the pleasure in being. But in general, all those questions, like I'm going to repeat myself, unfortunately, but the thing is that all those questions that are brought up, how to handle ICO and the overhaul changes better, all those questions and all those answers are already in the competitive community. Like if you can't handle VIX, as Yumi said, go to see how competitive community is handling that. I understand that everybody wants that, but like all those answers are there for the take. You can easily learn from the competitive community.
Wait. So your solution to the whole ICO, the reasoning behind it is that players should go and ask competitive teams how they play the game. Is that
more not like the
suggestion?
overhaul? No, not the skill issue. I don't want to sound elitist, but the fact is that the solutions are there, and if there are players who struggle with some aspects of the game, they could, and many of them do, go to the competitive community, and it has always been like this. But right now the issue is that what was brought before, that the admins, that the experienced players are kind of leaving the game and don't enjoy it like they enjoyed it before. So you got this huge drain of hours and experienced players, and this is the true issue with the overhaul that I have, that there is no one there to teach new players how to play and to play with them, because so many hours. There is actually a spreadsheet made in Polish community just from one server, how many players with like considerable amount of hours left the game, and it amounts so far, and not everyone is on this list, to over 50 or 60,000 hours.
Yeah, I
if
think
I can
we already had that discussion. Yeah, go ahead, Super.
So I think what another thing like that can kind of highlight Moonshine's point is one of the biggest arguments that I've heard and that I've seen in Pro ICO is, oh, it forces teamwork. It makes it so that people are communicating better, talking together, this, that, the other, whatever the argument is. And to Moonshine's point, like that has never been an issue in the, I won't even say competitive community, but the organized experience community, whether it's actually a comp team or just a really good pub clan. Right? It's never been an issue. We've always communicated. We've always worked together. In fact, if you're on a server and you're getting rolled and you're complaining about a clan stack, it's because they are coordinated and they are working together and they are playing squad the way that it's supposed to be played. A lot of people cringe at the, go talk to comp players and get some tips on how to play the game, but it's because a lot of people who have either never seen or played comp, they think that all we're doing is a team deathmatch on Narva or a team deathmatch on Korra, and that's absolutely not the case. Comp is the highest level of coordination, communication, and teamwork. Like the ethos that OWI is wanting to put out, the highest level of that right now is the competitive community. So when Moonshine says that we fixed all of those problems in comp, like if you have an issue on a pub server that you hate seeing over and over and over and over, go watch a competitive match and I guarantee you won't see it happen.
I think the issue is, and I think this is maybe lost on you, is that what people want is to be able to just join a server and join a squad and then have that teamwork.
It'll
and
never
that's
happen.
Yeah, that will literally never happen.
It'll never happen.
I don't think.
No, I know, but
quite
and then the
literally
point,
impossible.
and then the point comes to, well, you say that, but I mean, I
No,
think
it
I've had
is.
some.
It is literally impossible.
Yeah, you can cut me off as much as you want, but the point is that I've had that experience multiple times in squad. Even before the ICO change, there was lots of teamwork, lots of good players, good squad leaders, coordination, and the admins put a lot of effort into balance the teams as well, so that you don't have a, call it steamroll. There's like a really good, long, competitive game where you're really struggling to win, and it's a close game.
I think
Yeah,
that,
there-
That's what people
happen.
want to play,
Yeah.
and if you want to have that on like a scale that OWI is hosting for all the players playing on all their servers, I don't think that the attitude coming from the competitive scene should be come to us and we'll teach you how to play. That just sounds very
No.
I don't know, presumptuous or I don't know, just arrogant is the word.
Ironically enough, you can if I tell you to think of like whatever servers you play on, like think of whatever non-comp SL that's like a regular on the server that plays that's good. What that player, unironically, what that person does are things that comp players do, except he's not a comp player. Why is that? Well, the reason why is because naturally what will happen is as you keep playing the game and you learn the ropes and you learn the mechanics and develop game sense, a lot of that, what will end up happening is that you will fall into essentially deploying some of the more efficient ways of playing the game because you figure out how it works. So all in all, comp players are not actually all that different. It's just that from like a casual player, it's just that there's a different scale of development that we've gone through. It is absolutely 100% the case that there has been teamwork in pubs before. There is teamwork now, but what happens is that level will vary drastically depending on what kind of players you're playing, what kind of server culture is there, what kind of server is it, like where is it located, like all these things. It's definitely the case that teamwork happens. But the problem with this update, which is, I think, one of the biggest issues, no matter how you want to think about the mechanics and whatever else, is that it has already been the case now that there are a lot of veteran players, just like Munshan said before, that have left the game, and there's so few people left that are available and willing to show new people, let's say, call it the way of playing. And now it's even worse because people are annoyed with ICO. So now you have even a larger void that's not going to be filled by those experienced players that could show people how to work together and like tell people that, oh, actually, if you are a medic, when you res someone, make sure that you heal them fully, because if you don't, then the next time a bullet hits them, then they're dead, and that's a wasted ticket.
Isn't the whole argument that I'm getting at here is that the meta changed, so the veteran players don't know how to play the game, so they stop playing, so they wouldn't really be able to teach it anyway?
That's completely wrong.
No, but this is valid argument. Let me follow up on this. This is valid argument, and this is the fact that competitive players are experienced players, because this is not only competitive players that are leaving the game, but the fact that experienced players are leaving the game is connected strictly to the fact how the developer is communicating with the community at all. So, for example, you got all those people playing playtests and giving detailed feedback for years and years for all the updates, for all the tweaks, for all the changes, and they're not being heard at all. Like, we played playtests, and it's not like only the competitive players played the playtest, right? This is the lack of will to communicate on part of the developer that brings people to uninstall the game. So you get guys who could actually make the community more coherent, like play more focused game, expand and work on the mechanics of the game. But the fact that is blocking them from doing so is the developer not hearing their issues. And the fact that the guys are giving the feedback, they're working on the feedback, they're giving examples so how the game can be improved. I'm not even mentioning the groundbreaking bugs that are there for like years, right? But this is the thing. No one is listening to the community, and right now for many players it's too late.
Just
I don't know. I don't think Moonshine was here for the entire debate. It's just very arrogant to think that the devs don't listen to feedback when the changes that they've done is something that I, for example, wanted. Am I not part of the community then?
Can I just add to the last point real quick before we move on to the next question? The premise that the experienced players or the comp players or what have you, and I would also like to just point out one more time that it's not just the comp players. There are plenty of very experienced non-comp clans that share the same exact sentiment. That we don't know the meta and we're refusing to learn the new meta. So, like, how can we teach the game? That's absolutely not true. Like the organized clans especially the comp community. We're still getting on. We're still outfragging everybody. We're still rolling servers, and that like proof of that is when 40 comp players went on and stacked potato fields and made Moy Dog rage quit because they were rolling them for 4 rounds straight. Like, it's not that we don't know how to play the game anymore. It's that it's not fun anymore. We still know how to play the game, and we can still roll servers if we want to. It's just not fun. And
is that a thing, like to rule servers? What does that mean?
Roll.
It means
roll.
you.
And you take pride in that?
No,
it's to prove a point.
Sounds weird.
Okay,
No, it's
so
to prove a
I wanna-
point.
No.
yeah, I want to just mention something here. Like, the majority of comp players don't want to play against bad players because it's not fun rolling a match constantly over and over and over and over. Like, you're not. If there's no resistance, then what's the point of playing?
But
Like,
didn't
we
Yumi
wanna
just
play
state?
against-
He just stated that with some gratification in his voice. He's like,
no,
"Yeah, we can still roll them."
that
you
is-
know, like
yes.
that's the
Wicca, you
impression I'm
complain
getting.
about people
that
speaking
is-
over you, but please let Matt speak.
Yeah, you are bringing up something completely irrelevant to what he was referring to. What he's talking about is that people are saying that people are quitting because they cannot play the game anymore because they are worse than they were before, or that the ICO makes them play worse than they did before, which is not true. They can still perform much better than the average normal player, and they are still rolling servers because they are better. This will still happen no matter what OWI do, because the fundamental difference is that they are just better. And there's
Correct.
nothing that OWI can do to make the players worse unless they completely destroy the game. But at that point, they will destroy the game for the bad players too.
So to sum up what everyone's saying is that comp players and experienced players aren't leaving the game because we're not experienced or good anymore. We're leaving because we're unhappy with the communication and that it's straight up not fun. And that's the core of the issue.
But I just disagree so much because you just say that everyone who's experienced is leaving. It's not true.
That's
experienced people. Anyone want to chime in and say I'm wrong?
So it's not.
It's
everybody.
a hyperbole. It's not everybody, but
It's
it
a
is
hyperbole.
A good portion of them.
Real quick here, I want
It
to.
is a good portion.
You have no number. There's just it. I just don't.
There
see,
are no numbers.
There's
But
no numbers.
we
People are
know-
just dragging like numbers out of their ass and saying
Actually,
these are
hold on.
facts.
We
Hold
know
on.
from
actually
our
have somebody in
communities that
chat.
even prior to
One second. We actually have somebody in chat that pulled these numbers straight from Steam. Like, if Socrates wants to put those back up,
Yes.
we have substantial evidence that it is mostly the experienced players that are unhappy with this game the way it is, and it is actual numbers pulled from Steam reviews. Like, he's putting them up right now. The only point where it's split 50-50 is players under 100 hours. Anything over 100 hours, it is very, very, very strongly skewed in the I don't like these changes.
Those numbers are important, but there has to be like important caveats there. Just in terms of raw amount of players that dislike the update due to Steam reviews, it is substantial. But you have to do a little more work to correlate that with the actual active player base.
And while
Correct. And
like-
some people don't leave reviews, and some people, I was actually just talking about this today. Some people see a review that they agree with and might comment it or like it, but not put a review themselves. So you're right. It's not a good metric to go off of, but it's a metric.
And other people have already reviewed it and can't re-review it.
So
And yes, you can. I changed my review.
Yeah, you can change.
So while personal experiences, you should always be like critical. Like if someone says, "Oh, in my personal experience, this and that happened," like you should always be critical. But I think if everybody wants to chime in, go ahead. But I think over the years, and especially if you have been playing the game for a long time, at least in my case, I have definitely noticed that there are certain people that I would see playing on the servers that I would play on, that I would consider good players, that I would experience, that I would describe as experienced players, who are no longer playing, and those numbers keep going down every year. And that's basically what we're saying, is that gradually, what ends up happening in the community at the moment, but at least I feel like, and I feel like people, for the most part, will agree here, is that gradually we're losing the very important people who are the experienced players, who usually are the SLs. And we all know how shitty pubs can be when the SLs are shit. Or apologies for the language, sorry. And that basically the argument is because of the direction of the game, because of the lack of communication, and because of the way that ICO is in ways where it is annoying, it is playable, we can be good at it, but it is annoying to play and it's not fun, therefore even more people leave, which ultimately leads to even worse pub game experience where there is arguably going to be less teamwork and less communication because there's not enough of those experienced players that are going to show the new people the ropes. That's the argument.
Okay, yeah. I understand the argument.
Basically,
and then I think
we're saying that the fundamental disagreement is that we can adapt to the update. That's fine, but what we're doing is we're criticizing the implementation and the mechanics of it. That's it.
I think what Wicca is saying, he can speak for himself, but I think he's saying that the majority of experienced players actually do like the ICO. I think that's what his point was.
Yeah, I mean, look, you guys have friends, or you've taken the numbers from the negative reviews, and then you've left out a bunch of other numbers, whatever. The point is, I consider myself an experienced player. I always squad lead. I've played this game for a really long time. I just never liked it until now. You guys disagree? You think it's worse now? Well, not all of you. Maybe there's a few
different.
Guys. Yeah, it's different. The point being, also for me, like my biggest argument as well is also it's slower, which for me it helps me a lot because I like to spend. Like for me, it's a social game more than it is getting the most kills or trying to win every single round. It's more about having a good time with 9 random dudes on the internet and just trying to sing some songs and stuff like that. Sorry.
Yeah, in order to like, this is an empirical disagreement about like just the sheer like the number of players on either side, and we can talk about all we want, but we need like some kind of statistical analysis to resolve it.
And even when you mention those numbers that people scrubbed, like actually an important thing to take note about those Steam reviews is that they're about the past 3 or 4 days, right? How long has it been now? It's been 5 days, right? Since ICO came out. And basically, like, those numbers show something, but what they don't account for example, is the amount of people that have already reviewed the game in the past. Some of the people that played the ICO playtest and enjoyed it, right? Like, I think the number, if I had to take a guess right now, I would probably venture to say that the balance of like to dislike is much more closer to 50-50, if not actually depressingly enough, I would say maybe even in favor of people actually liking it. But
I mean, it's also about survival bias. So a lot of the people who didn't end up playing the game for thousands of hours just stopped playing outright.
So I think the most important metric with these numbers to kind of counter the, there are reviews that already existed, this, that, and the other, is get rid of the over 1,000, more than 4,000, more than 5,000. Like those are significant because how many players have more than 5,000 hours, right? So those are probably significant, but in my opinion, the most significant number to look at here is the under 100 hours, because the average total hours in those reviews is under 50, and the average hours in the last 2 weeks is 11 and 8, so we'll round that to about 10, which means a fifth of their game time has been either during playtests like times or after V6 dropped, and that still is split 50-50 between like it and not like it. Like that's a huge thing. If half of your new player base does not like this, there's something wrong.
I have a question. Are we sure that the numbers like that show up in Steam, do they count for the playtest hours?
They do not count because playtest was on these.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a different game.
One thing I want to point out too is that it's kind of universally accepted, at least within my community and the people that I teach, that you don't really understand the game until you hit about 200 hours. So let's say you're a genius, your brain has many folds. Let's say you get it in 100 hours. What does that say about the people reviewing it that say they love it? It tells me that they don't understand the game yet. So,
and
yeah, but
that's actually
do
something that
Sorry,
that right there is actually something that Wicca and I were arguing about in text. Was like, why do you keep bringing up hours? Like, why do hours matter? This, that, and the other. And it's something that I tried to explain, and Winter said it pretty perfectly. I would venture to say that 200 hours is really low if you have a good teacher, but for the average puppy that doesn't have a good teacher, you're looking at 500 hours and people still don't understand ticket economy and like feel like the game.
I think no. My point was that a person who has less than X amount of hours isn't allowed to have an opinion. Was the impression I got from the comments that were going and the feedback.
But that's
I don't
that's
think
the impression, but that wasn't what we were saying.
I don't think they have a full understanding of the game. That's what I'm saying. I think they see point and shoot and cool effects and cool explosions, and people are sometimes talking.
But absolutely disagree with the statement of Super. Sorry for wedging in, but the fact is that you don't have to understand the game to have fun. And
yeah, that's my point as well.
Yeah, and this is the thing about the 50-50 split in Steam reviews. Like, you don't have to understand the game, but if 50% of people who just bought the game are straight up not having fun, it means that there is something wrong.
Well, you have to make have experience to like make statements like this update increases teamwork or something like to that effect. You have to understand the games to be able to make those statements.
And that was kind of what I was trying to get at is like, if you want to talk about the macro level of gameplay, about how these changes actually affect the overall gameplay of Squad, you have to understand how the game plays and how the game works. Otherwise, like, you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm not saying that to be elitist, but if you don't understand ticket economy, you don't understand how the game actually functions on a macro RTS level, then like all you see is point shoot pretty effects.
I mean, it's a team versus team game. It's like, I don't know. So the main point is to have fun. That's your primary objective. Game mechanics in its nature should be hidden so that you don't think that you're playing a game. You think you're just sort of in the grit, I guess is a good substitute. And you don't want to you don't want to have that sort of impression spoiled until you get to a point where, you know, you're trying to game the game, where you're trying to win by any means necessary, because winning is more important than playing.
So
I disagree at that point. Like, just real quick, one thing real quick. I disagree with that completely. Maybe on a very, very micro, like you're playing as a rifleman in somebody's squad level, that might be true. But if you're trying to squad lead, trying to say that like your main objective is to have fun and not realize you're playing a game, like in a real-time strategy game, that's bullshit, like wholesale. Sorry for the language, but like, you're playing as a squad leader, especially you are playing a real-time strategy with, you know, up to 10 other teammates, like, and those other teammates are your squad leaders. You are playing a real-time strategy. If you want to say like, hey, when you go play StarCraft, you shouldn't realize that you're playing the game, like, no, it's a real-time strategy game. It is a game. You have to have those aspects. Otherwise,
it's a platoon. It's a platoon. It's like you have a team-based system. It's equivalent to immersive as well, in the same manner. It's not a game for me in that sense, where it's gamey. It's more, you know, get more people on the point, coordinate. That's fun. Coordinating is fun.
One of the things I wanted to point out too is it's not that they that we're disregarding their fun, but as they gain hour count and as they gain experience onto seeing the game, they're going to find other aspects of the game fun, but they're actually going to find out that the ICO is not as fun as it was pre-ICO. It doesn't maintain that fun level due to X reasons, and that's what I'm just trying to point out, that the lower hour count can't see the future of how much more fun they're going to have.
Yeah, and I mean, on the other aspect, like if we want to talk about, you know, immersion, milsim, platoon like type stuff, like there are games that can scratch that itch. You can have a full-on like military simulated like scenario in Arma, right? That this.
Oh no, we already had that debate.
Core, yeah, I know, but like we've had this debate 5 times over the last 3 days. But at its core, Squad is a real-time strategy game, and you say coordination is fun. Okay, how are you going to coordinate if you don't understand what the objective is for you to coordinate towards?
No, that's good. I mean, there's a big flag in the middle of the map, obviously. You know, there's AAS doesn't. It takes maybe half an hour to understand that you're supposed to go there to attack.
Well,
it's not.
Say that, but
I say that. Yes, I know. Haha. You know, then it's all about planning. But sure, you know, like we can expect, you know, like I was in the U.S. Army, didn't allow people under a certain IQ to play or sorry, play. I say join the military. I don't know. I don't think there's going to be an IQ test for this game. But just speaking beyond that, like for me, like
Yeah,
the
they
game
changed
I
my
was,
branch.
yeah, the game I was promised is the game that I'm currently playing. And I'm pretty sure I was here. Well, maybe except for Friato, who hates this argument. But yeah, I mean, I was here before you guys, and I wanted to play the game that I'm playing now, and that's the game I'm happy with.
So
and it
let
seems
me
like the devs agree with me on that part.
so let me ask you like seriously. It's a question I've been wanting to ask a pro ICO, and I'm sorry if you guys have already talked about it, but yeah, the biggest thing that you've said it in this chat since I've been here, people have been saying it this entire time, is that these gameplay changes enhance somehow or increase the level of teamwork. It's a simple question, and that's how. How does it affect the teamwork aspect at all? Because in pubs that
Yeah.
I've been playing in for the last 3 or 4 days, it hasn't at all.
Well, so like I was arguing, and I was annoyed by the presumption that only experienced players who are also or competitive can have teamwork. Was the impression I got from someone.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that was probably me.
That was
and
a-
I wanna just specify that was not what I was like trying.
No,
to
I
say.
know, and I was clarifying that. Then they clarified later that there can be teamwork without competitive players being there, and I also said that I had a lot of really good games before these changes, where there was really great teamwork, great tactics, and a lot of fun. So it's not like it was non-existent before this change. The argument was, for me personally, because you're sort of speaking to how does this change holistically the entire game for everyone, but I can't answer that. I can answer for my truth, and that's that it slows down the game enough so that I can literally have some tactics with a bunch of noobs who don't know how to play the game. And it just gives me way more leeway to have fun. Whereas before it was much more high speed, low drag, get in there, shoot, die, or win. You know, there's no middle ground.
Okay. Follow-up question then. What does tactics mean to you?
So tactics for me, when I play with a bunch of people who've never heard my name or even seen me before in their entire life, is just basically getting them to report contact, repeat contact reports, so that we can clarify where it is, because sometimes they don't speak English perfectly or whatever other accent of Irish that I don't understand. It happens. And then just getting everyone together towards that objective, towards, you know, splitting them up into fire teams, setting up a sort of a very, like, you've met this guy like 10 minutes ago, and he's supposed to sort of lead some dudes into battle in this fictive online space. It's a lot to ask for people who've never met each other. And so having more catering towards that to allow for that to happen, yeah, I like that. It just a little bit more time. The suppression effects, some of them are completely overdone. Some of the scopes are badly done, but the reduction of speed in sprint and the way you have to save your stamina much more now, I like that. It slows down the game.
So then let me ask you one more question, and then I'll give somebody else the floor. I've the entire time we've been having this argument for the last 5 days, I've been adamant that I like the slower infantry speed to an extent. I think it's a little bit too much, but I do like it. I like the suppression if it wasn't a complete blur. If they did more of a tunnel vision where you still had some clarity in the center, I think it would work a lot better. I like the PIP scopes. What I don't like is the seemingly RNG gunsway mechanics and the sight misalignment that coming from an active duty infantry marine would never happen. If you have any sort of training, that type of sight misalignment would never happen from walking 50 yards and dropping to a knee. It's never going to happen.
You want my response on that, or do you just want to say it?
Let me finish the question. So, if that's my take, could you agree that some sort of middle ground would still have the effects that you have, and then addressing spawn mechanics would have the rest of the effect that you're asking for?
So just the whole argument that something isn't realistic, therefore it shouldn't be in a game that's about, let's call it, realism, it then sort of presumes that you're playing this game because it's realistic, right? So I kind of look away from that. For me, it's more about making something feel realistic as opposed to being realistic, because you can't really simulate reality with the limited computing power and all that crap we have. As for just finding a middle ground for me, the biggest point for me, and I'm not a game designer, I'm not some whiz with a calculator, but it's just the speed of the infantry. The speed is the primary thing. Like, keep the speed. I don't care about all the other stuff, like the RNG scopes, just at least keep this current speed of the running, because that promotes sort of, number one, that you want to have a vehicle. I didn't really need a vehicle before. I could just run across the map like an idiot, and people would hate it, but we would still get the job done. But now you need a vehicle. You need to cooperate. You need a vehicle. But the whole, scoping in, suppressing, if it's really pissing people that much off, just, make it like they want it. For me, it's like, I just want to have that time to think so I can actually have a good game with a bunch of randoms, because that's how I play the game. Maybe you guys don't play with randoms, but that's what I do.
And I think one of the things that we're kind of forgetting here is that all of us here, all agree on a lot of this stuff. There's just like one or two parts, but those one or two parts change the game in a negative light that we just don't like. But it seems like it's like
only one.
It's like hates the ICO versus love the ICO. And that's not really fair.
Matt, your mic is low.
Say that you love ICO though.
Oh god.
I love 80% of the ICO. I don't like the 20%, and the 20% is what makes it unfun. Therefore, I'm a not ICO person. So,
yeah,
that's kind of where I sit as well. Just responding to one comment real quick before it gets buried, because there's a lot going on in the chat. Somebody said, where was it? All of those changes make people who are playing alone way less effective. And from experience and testing, I would say that it did the exact opposite. Me going off on my own as a rifleman, getting on a flank where two groups are fighting, they all have each other suppressed. I'm able to pick off entire squads by myself, and it makes it stupid easy.
But isn't that the point, though? So you need flanking and coordination. Like, that's tactics, right? Someone's suppressing and shooting and drawing fire, and someone else is shooting them from the side.
You're talking about one person, not the couple.
Yeah,
of
I'm
people,
talking.
one guy.
I'm talking about the age-old thing since playtest 1 is this is going to make it so that lone wolves can't go and kill entire squads by themselves. But I'm doing it.
I mean, in your specific example, though, there was another squad engaged with that squad. That's what you said.
Right, there's always going to be other players in the game. Then you, as an experienced player, you play off those other players and use them to your advantage. That would still be considered lone wolfing. Like, if you can still lone wolf while there are people on your team, like kind of close to you, not right next to each other, but like maybe like you said, like they might be distracting the enemies, so you can come in and shoot them from the side.
Like, it's not lone wolfing.
Like, part of the game is quite literally baiting. Like. That sounds bad, but that's literally the case. Like, there will be some people that will be engaging some of your teammates, but then because you're on the side, you're gonna kill them for them because
that's
they're being
technically
distracted.
teamwork.
Yeah,
that is teamwork.
Working
Yeah,
with
it's
your
not
team
lone
on
wolfing.
cross-firing angles. It's like that's when you.
Okay, so then how was it not teamwork before when I was doing the same
Yeah,
exact thing?
if that's not lone wolfing, then it was never lone wolfing.
No, I think so the examples I saw was, like, for example, one guy got into a hab, completely shut it down. People kept spawning, kept dying over and over again. Like, it doesn't end.
It still
happens. Are you talking about?
Yeah, I know, but I was able to overcome it multiple times this time. Like, it wasn't as hard as before.
Just don't spawn at the hab.
That's
the main issue. That's a spawn issue.
We're pubbing.
Okay, I just want to point out that you were very, very adamant about the numbers before, and that is such a thrown out thing. Oh, it was easier now. You're comparing something that
for me. I'm talking
happened-
for me.
Yeah, I know, but it's still a moot point because you're comparing something that probably happened multiple months ago or weeks ago or whatever, unless you are saying that you are consistently solo inside of an enemy hab, which I highly doubt.
No, not solo inside. So also outside. Like
Right.
it depends on the hab placement too. Like if you have a really crap hab placement, then yeah, you get a really bad experience when people keep spawning there and it's pubbing. And people don't necessarily communicate, or they just keep trying to spawn there because there's no other spawn point. Like each game of Squad is so organic and random because of just the game
You're never
mechanics.
going to be able to fix that, though.
You're always going to have. So you've got to make a way to make it easier to overcome those situations where people spawn camp, basically. Which is not. I'm not saying it's a bad tactic. In fact, if you have the opportunity, you should spawn camp, right? Because that's how you win. But it's not a fun game mechanic for the people that keep getting killed over and over and over again, right? And so
The only way to counter that is communication.
Yeah.
Don't communicate.
I'm confused about the specific scenario you're trying to describe here. Are you saying like somebody sitting outside of a hab waiting for people to pop their heads out and then shooting them? Is this kind of the
all of
situation about?
There's various different kinds of scenarios. So you have one where they're far away. Like if you have an APC and there's a hab, every time someone spawns, you just shoot a heat round in there. That's one way. I mean, there's multiple ways to camp a hab.
Well, in my experience, then, like at least we'll just stick with the close range for now. In that case, pre-ICO is post-ICO is way easier to camp a hab in the manner you're describing than pre-ICO because CQB, it's very, very hard to peek into someone in CQB now because like it's really easy to just hold an angle and shoot anyone that comes towards you.
Well, I mean,
before.
hip fire is much more efficient, so you could spawn in a lot of people and hip fire, and you can actually get away with killing people, even though
you could do that before.
Yeah.
You could do that just as easy before. There's no point there.
An ICO thing. Like you
Yeah, it's
spawn
not
in
more
multiple
effective
people
in
and then
ICO.
you push out and then you
Skill
shoot
issue.
them.
I think there's better topics to discuss than this. This is kind of just a bit.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah, let's go easy on the skill issue thing. We're not trying to insult anyone or get anyone frustrated. Shout out to Wicca for being the only ICO defender here and taking the barrage of punishment that we're all giving him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, chiming in real quick.
It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna cry myself to sleep anyway. So I mean, I was planning on doing that. So
you
your
too?
comments doesn't change that.
Bro, do you feel suppressed?
Yeah, so suppressed right now.
But real quick, if I can chime in, Wicca, I really appreciate you, and I know everyone here appreciates you as well for sharing your perspective as well. It's very enlightening, and it's a lot of lively discussion that we're having, and I think it's very important. I know some things can get heated, but I really appreciate all 20 people plus 130 viewers right now on Twitch, for being very civilized about this throughout the whole matter. I want to read out a comment from Tolet. I know he has a bunch of questions here, but just to refocus this, his question is, why does OWI want to penalize people with skill? It's like remove League of Legends ladder.
What? Can you repeat the
That's
question?
a great question, man.
I just pinned it in the chat, but I'll read it again. Why does OWI want to penalize people with skill?
Oh, yeah.
Probably because people with skill sort of shit on half the server.
I think balance,
It's
like,
quite not fun.
if they could add admin tools to balance the servers better, they would never had to have this conversation either. Like,
but how would you balance it? That would be
well, I think we had a few suggestions here. Like, I think Winter and Gray and a few others had a few ideas of just having a in-game rank that you're like either given based on kills or how much time you spend in a vehicle,
commendation system,
or a commendation system like you suggested. Stuff like that would be way more useful, and it could give the admins either like they could do auto balance where you just automated the balance completely based on those numbers, or where you could have smart balance where you could have squads, so people who want to play together are balanced based on their skill set that you can see. I don't know, some sort of, I'm not a guy with a calculator, but you could have a sim system with clan-based ranking, but in pubbing, so it automates that.
The problem with that is that OE wouldn't recognize that at all, because if they wanted to, they would have done it already. They've known about a comp scene since the beginning, since it's been around.
No. It's
Yeah.
in pubbing, not
What I
competitive.
but you're whether regardless whether it's pubbing or whether it's in competitive, you acknowledge a skill level. In pubs or in comp or anything at all, once they give the acknowledgement that there is a skill deficit when you give ranks due to certain amount of kills or anything along those lines, they're doing the one thing that they have chose not to do from the start, just the same as they're taking the stance at the moment. It doesn't matter how they want to approach it, they're going to look like they're backtracking on themselves regardless.
Really, is that a thing? I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah.
And
That's...
I just want to
So
point out,
the other
just balancing off of like commendations or kills or anything in such a manner would create issues, at least from my perspective, because it is a similar issue in or was in something like Counter-Strike, for example. If you wanted to play normal matchmaking, this was a few years ago, with a group of 5 people and they were not the same rank or close to the same rank, you could not play. You could not play matchmaking.
Still an issue, by the way.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's less so though. But the issue with making that as an admin tool or anything is, how do you stop me from not being, or like, if I want to play with a full squad and they are wildly different in skill level, and they're all my friends, how am I going to keep playing with them if we're going to get auto balanced?
No, that was my smart balance thing. So if you have, so the like, just this is really technical, so Socrates, if you want to completely shut this down, let me know. But basically, if you have the same prefix, it's automatically saved, and you just automatically switch together, and then it calculates your, let's call it median or average skill, and it puts you so that the numbers equate on both sides fighting. So even though you have a really low rank, you still get to play with your friends.
You're looking for an MMR system which already exists in a lot of games.
Right, but the issue is then how would you balance it if the teams are completely wildly different?
No, well, yeah, someone with MMR experience can probably answer that.
It's really simple, right? So you have one team and you have like 2 guys with 100 elo, right? And on the other team you have 2 guys with 200 elo, right? Now you take the guy with 100 elo and you swap him with the guy with the 200 elo. Now both sides have 300 elo. And you get that elo number as close as together as possible without touching people that know each other and play with each other in the same squad, party, whatever you want to call it.
You'd have to add a party system.
In order,
yeah,
you
party
have to have
system
a
would
party
have that.
system, but
Yeah.
like there's even times where
game's
like
capable of that.
Yeah, I don't think the game's capable of it either. And I think like one of the best servers that I play on that does at least somewhat well with balancing, or at least puts a very big effort into it, is TT. And the way they do it is they basically just put, like, if SigTac has 10 guys on and we're running 2 5-man squads, and EMP has 10 guys on and they're running 2 squads, they'll put us on opposite teams, for example. That's about the only way you can do it. And I don't think any sort of mathematical scenario could do that with as complex as it is, because like, you know, we might have 12 SigTac guys on 1 2-man crew running a Vic and 2 5-man squads. Like, how are you going to balance that if we're the only clan on the server?
Yeah,
Well,
they're just going to get shuffled onto the other side, and then you can't play with them.
I mean, there's multiple problems with the idea.
Like, there's a reason why the MMR systems are spaced out. So, and where they queue for a certain MMR, because otherwise you would just not, either you wouldn't be able to play with anyone, or you would play with literally everyone.
This would never work, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
OWI is never going to implement something with this technical.
No, I think similar to the ban system, because you have a community ban system, the community could probably develop something like this, because it's not really based on the internal system of squad. You could just log. I don't know if is it legal in GDPR? I'm assuming it is, because there's no personal data, but log all the players and just sort of do a external database that just tracks all their scores based on. Wait, is there a score?
Yes, you can. We had a website for the group I'm in with kills, deaths, wins, what you killed people with, etc. Like,
yeah, so that's useful. So you could take someone who has a PhD degree, could create some sort of algorithm which sorted players in the ways that you guys suggested.
Real quick, we got a comment from the chat from Simple Plenty. He brings up a very interesting question. He says, I will get hate for this, but I think removing kill count would improve the game. Too many people in pubs just chasing a high kill game.
Game is about kills. I disagree as well, and this is also something. This is something that I've also brought up before. I'm all in favor of adding a plus minus ticket system to the scoreboard, so how many tickets you contributed to the team. But I mean, other than the outliers of AT, medics, and anybody that kills radios, your KD is an individual representation of your contribution to the team as far as tickets go. So getting rid of that just gives us less data to figure out who is contributing tickets to the team. Obviously, it's not a perfect representation because some lone wolf that's off cap, hab camping, whatever, they still took those tickets though. But if we added something like, hey, this guy took 150 tickets from the enemy team, this amount in kills, this amount in evicts, this amount in radios, I think that would be awesome.
Well, you could probably do that through the external database thing.
No, I'm saying OWI needs to do the work and do it. I'm tired of everything being on the community, from teaching new players to figuring out these different balancing aspects to adminning servers using the shit tools that we have. Like, if this is going to be added, this is something that OWI needs to do as a quality of life improvement.
I think that's one of the, even before this update, there were a lot of people who were veterans who were in the comp scene who would slowly, in the last year, a lot of people will seen the quality of public matches has been relatively declining overall, in my opinion. I think a lot of people have seen that as well. And the issue is pretty much that it's up to the community to fix things. OE does not have its own official servers. Everything is moderated by the servers themselves. Only the servers essentially have the ability through kicks or through bans to force team play. And I think it's a fundamental issue that people are complaining about a lack of team play. And then the developer, instead of thinking about other ways of giving, like, I don't know, a kick system for squad leaders that the squad can decide if the dude's incompetent or something, that they need to think of a way to foster organic team play, but fundamentally changing things 2 years after the game has come out to a certain extent, some of which are good, but changing the things to such a certain extent that you're forcing team play instead of thinking of new ways to make team play happen organically means you've essentially failed.
Yeah, but like, if let's say that they ask the competitive scene about how to improve teamwork on the public servers, how would you guys suggest that then?
By
People
not
willing to
alienating.
listen. Yeah.
Wait, what?
It's not something that OWI can do. It's a social aspect of the game. It's something that people need to do. But one thing that I've been talking about for a long time is improving teamwork could happen through addressing the spawn mechanics that we currently have in the game. I don't know what that looks like. We've had plenty of conversations with it, but the current spawn mechanics make it so that it's easier to not have good teamwork. But just real quick, responding to Jolly Boy, what's up, man, by the way? It was declining a lot, but I think since ICO it has improved greatly. I think that depends on what server you're playing on, man. But from what I've seen, by and large, what we've been seeing a lot more of is games ending on mid-cap because people are tunnel-visioned and not really thinking about the game anymore. A good example of this is yesterday. I was playing on Bella's, and we were fighting over East Novo on Yeho. And we had 2 habs up around East Novo. East Novo had just finished getting capped. It was fine. So I grabbed one other person and took a Vic just to scout out Homestead. Homestead was completely empty. There was 0 defense on it. There was absolutely nothing on it. But everybody was so tunnel focused on East Novo that we, for the rest of the game, for like 30, 40 minutes for the rest of the game, we had control over East Novo, and we could not get anybody to go to Homestead. All we needed was one other guy to start the cap. Couldn't get anybody to do it. The team didn't have defense on it, and we couldn't get any offense on it to start capping it. That's an issue, and that's happening a lot lately. Just things
So
like
real
that.
quick, I wanted to point this out back on the tutorial. Socrates has it here if he wants to
Right. Thank
go
you,
ahead
Lincoln.
with it.
Cool.
Yep.
On the screen right now, it says question, are you planning to revise or rework the tutorial anytime soon? If so, how and why? Says TanK20K. Answer. We're currently in the brainstorming phase for a new tutorial aimed at enhancing the initial player experience. Although it's not on our immediate internal roadmap, we have a clear intention to implement a tutorial system in Squad tailored to help players understand the specific roles within the game, like hat and lat tutorials. Our goal is to provide players with an essential information they need before diving into their first match. While we can't make any promises at this point, we are considering offering a small reward as an incentive for players who invest their time in learning the game, says Cannon.
Wasn't that like 3 years ago that post was made?
No, it was literally most recently on the Q&A.
It's copy paste.
Okay.
He copy pasted it from 3 years ago. I'm just kidding.
Something like that was said like 3 years
probably.
ago.
Sorry guys, but there was a great question
yeah.
asked. How do you make community like appreciate the team play more? And I think there is an interesting answer to that, which kind of circles back to our previous discussion. Because how do you make? Because I don't know. Yemi answered that you make people listen. No, because if you want to have fun, just strolling around, eating and skidding across the map and doing your own thing, that's okay. This is why you play games, right? To have fun. But coming back to the quality of life, the server administration, and all this stuff, the most efficient servers and the servers on which players play the most, the biggest one, are owned by big communities, right? And those communities consist of active admins. They consist of players who almost exclusively admin, which was the case in my instance. That you only admin the game, that you only hang on the admin cam, you chill, and you make sure the game is balanced because you know all the players on the server, you move them around, you ask them to balance the server. And those strong communities are only as strong as the most experienced players who put the most hours and the most effort into the game. And it circles back again for the developer. The developer's job is to make administration of the server as easy as possible. You get your tools, you get your doubts being sorted, you get your communication line with community managers, but you don't get it. And here you got big communities which have to handle everything on their own, from modding their servers to getting additional admins. And those admins all are recruited from the pool of experienced players, which will get sufficiently drier and drier as we see in previous years. So,
Really?
in my opinion, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
And to just add to Moonshine real quick, this game is a social game, so all of the people that are like, oh, clans are just, and it doesn't even have to be comp, I'm talking period.
Exactly.
Clans are just toxic, this, that, and the other. Like, no, this is a social game. Your gameplay experience is going to increase tenfold if you just find a community to play with. There's communities out there for everybody. You want to be like super hardcore milsim with like real like Marine Corps tactics, there's communities for that. You just want to have a good laid back game where you're communicating and playing together, there's communities for that as well. Like there are communities for everybody, and the communities and the clans in this game are what keep the community alive and what keeps everything going, from your servers to the admins on your servers to the good squad leaders that you met on a random server last night to everything else. Almost every single one of those people is involved with a community somewhere. And the general overarching pubby mentality that, oh, those clan guys are toxic, like we don't want to play with them, like it's horseshit, because not all clans are the same, not all clans are the same people, not all clans have the same morals and ideals, and it's a social game. Like you need
I
to play
don't
with
think
people.
I've never heard anyone say bad stuff about squad communities or clans. The only time I've seen people be very negative about clans in the squad has been after the well, let's just call it the counter reaction to the negative review bombing, which just sort of created a whole. Yeah, that was toxic. I think clans are great. Clans are great.
I've seen it for years.
I feel like I'm new and I've seen it already. Like the people who, like, I guess, like Moydog's community, like they hate it. They hate comp players.
Really?
Oh, it's not even just comp players. Like there's a lot of people that hate tagged players. Period. Like
it's like high
they
school all
hate
over
people
again.
that have a clan tag. Period.
And I want to just this is just my opinion, but I think the one of the reasons for that is because a lot of those players aren't in a community, and so when they join a server and then they see a bunch of tagged people on the enemy team and they get rolled multiple games over and over, they get this idea that the community is basically just there to roll new players, but in reality they're just there to play with their friends, which is what all of the communities want, right? Like there's no community out there that is just stacking on one side of a team just because they want to win the game. They're stacking on one team because they want to play with their friends.
And yeah,
I agree.
absolutely.
And
so it, like I said, it's a social game, right? You want teamwork and cohesion and coordination. You're not going to have better teamwork, cohesion, and coordination than with people that you play with consistently and that you actually like playing with. You know how each other play, you know how your comms are, you know how everything works, because I've played with this one guy for 700 hours in the game. You know, it is a social game, and if you want good team play, making friends is the fastest way to do it.
Sorry, I want to chime in real quick because I know everyone in the chat's very excited to talk about the review bombing. So I want to give everybody the opportunity to touch upon this one last question here, because I think we talked about every single other question on the top left of the screen here. The question is, what is your opinion on influencers / squad partners ICO review videos? Because I know some people are talking about review bombing, some people are, you know, talking about ICO update in general. Like, what are your thoughts about those in general?
Well, is there a popular competitive streamer that I don't know about?
Do you know me?
No. Like
then I'm
someone
the person
who
you don't know about.
who only plays competitive, who only like that's what I'm talking about. Like, is there any popular streamer out there or YouTuber who does only competitive squad?
Doctor,
I don't think that's fair.
I don't think so.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Also,
Sorry.
it would be difficult because obviously you can't really stream
Play
the
comp
game
24/7.
and play
Yeah.
at the
No,
same
obviously
time.
not. But you, I think you.
But
know
I get what
mean,
you
though.
mean. Yeah.
Do you mean just like a high-skilled player who streams on Twitch whilst playing squad?
No. That's
because I think the majority of the people that are
could say
to
Chrissy or
stream
something.
that
Doc doesn't stream comp.
right.
Yeah.
I think the closest thing we have is people who have played comp but have decided to
we
go
got
away
just
from it.
like people like you cannot really like just stream your tactics or whatever.
To take Panic for example.
Stream sniping, is that a thing?
Yes. Yeah, like take Panic for example. He's an ex-comp player and he streams a lot, right? So there are people. It's just I don't think there's a lot of them that consistently play comp and consistently stream.
I think my point is the people who people want to watch are the people who, you know, play like Moydog or Slorgs or I don't know. There's a bunch of others. You know, they have a certain game style that they promote on their YouTube, and
Describe
it.
Pardon? Do you want me to describe Slorg's gameplay?
No, because I don't watch Moydog and I don't watch Slork, so I don't know.
No,
I can't compare myself to him.
It's all about endorphin kicks. You know, it's about I wouldn't say it's akin to, but it's very similar to, you know, when you're watching just a stream of TikToks or these YouTube shorts. There's just moment after moment, scene after scene of just, oh, that was funny, haha, oh, that was interesting, oh yeah, he got that kill, you know, and there's nobody doing that for comp, right?
But what I think we had to go back to the idea that was because it was mentioned before that OWI don't really push comp at all, and I think that is the main issue why you're not seeing that, because of the fact that even though squad partner system stuff is not really a thing, really, but it's there, and so they clearly have thought about pushing YouTubers and streamers and all of that stuff, just not for comp.
But what was your point
To be fair, almost every single one of the big name streamers that were streaming squad or still stream squad were streamers for OISC and multiple other tournaments. They just haven't recently.
So Wicca, what was your point in bringing that up? Like, why were you asking about the
No,
streamers?
it's such a one-sided, because my impression is that pretty much they all like the change for the most part. I mean,
I believe
I think the question
really
was
like it, right?
specifically
didn't like
around
it.
the review bombs, and there was a mention in the question of OWI partners or something like that, which there are no comp OWI partners that I'm aware of, if I remember correctly.
There used to be,
no,
but
there
not
isn't.
anymore.
No. I mean, I don't know. I think if you have any reasonably sized audience, I think of people that listen to you and take your word for granted and stuff like that, like ideally we would want to say that, oh, like people are adults, but they can think for themselves. No. Some people would just take your word for granted. I think there's a lot of responsibility that you think that I think you should have as a content creator when it comes to specifically the things you say and how you phrase things and how you behave. That's
Could you say
probably all I'm gonna
content-
say. As
content
far as
creation could be a force for negative, like in the squad.
I think everyone's opinion is valid when it comes to content creators and influencers. Like, regardless of if you love it, if you hate it, it's just your opinion and you're just putting it out there. In terms of how it affects squad overall, very little is how much it affects it. Back in the day, it actually seemed like it affected it a lot. In fact, I have this theory, this tinfoil hat theory time. I think every change past V212 was meant to benefit Moydog and his playstyle. Think about it. So you got decreased build. You got a more push towards defensive playstyle. Now super fobs are becoming a thing. I'm just saying, man, these are a lot of changes that benefit it. But I'm just fucking around, but messing around. I think it has very minimal changes. I think OWI is going to make the game that they want their way, and we're just along for the ride.
So Winters,
Do you not think that? Sorry, Socrates, on you go.
Yeah, sorry, just a quick follow-up to that. Simple Plenty has a follow-up question. It says, to what extent do you guys think OWI cares about the comp scene in squad? Do they like it, hate it, or just couldn't care less?
They don't like it. They've never liked it.
Yeah, they don't like it. They couldn't care less. But
there have been like
they don't like it at all.
Well, there is
They had
another
specific
option.
people that liked it. They had specific people that liked it, and one of those specific people is back, and he's talking about running another OISC. Whether that happens or not is, not really there. But I think one of the biggest things, one of the biggest reasons why, other than those guys that actually cared about it leaving, why OWI doesn't care about comp is because OWI doesn't play their own game.
Why would you post that?
Why would people message me that? And then that's just really disgusting. This is the issue. People are like, "Oh, how many hours do you have? Oh, wait. Oh, your opinion doesn't matter then."
Don't tar everybody with the same brush, though.
I know, but the opinion is there, even if you're hiding.
Leave it. Just leave it and move on.
Hey
It's
guys,
literally-
come on.
there's no. Just leave it. Yeah, thank you.
There is one more option about the OWI and the competitive community. They might not even be aware, because I don't know, Palk mentioned it another day on the OISC website. There is a winner of the OISC 1, which was like a couple years ago. There was not even update for OISC 2.
Oh, there's a reason for that. The people that know, they know.
But yeah, I mean, I think that's what it comes down to is all of the ones at OWI that were actually part of comp, like back in the OISC, they're gone. And now Sergeant Ross is back, so we'll see what he does, if anything.
Some people still exist. Like, there's a few out there, but I'll have to agree with knowing what I know. The majority of the flavor is do not like, leaning towards middling.
So Simple Plenty says, so let's get this straight. You guys are pushing for OWI to cater to a very small percent of the player base they don't even like, just because that small percent of players have X amount of hours, or did I get it wrong?
You got it wrong.
Yeah, you got it wrong. So it doesn't matter. We could be casual players, all of us here. We could, like, the only thing we're arguing about is the implementation of the update. That's it. We're talking about the mechanics, why we like them, why we dislike them, what they should be, what they shouldn't be in the game, what we ought or ought not to value in terms of certain aspects of those mechanics that should be in a game like Squad. Like, do those mechanics even belong in a game like this, depending on what you think Squad is? And what Squad is will vary based on who you ask. Like we've had the conversation before, like this should have been a PR successor or not, right? Like, that's what we're discussing. Like, it's not I don't know, like you don't you don't have to be, I don't know what the analogy
But isn't
here
that
would
part
be.
of the discussion?
What is?
In which sense?
His argument, isn't that part of that discussion?
In which sense?
So, well, his argument is that you're catering to a very small, like, part of the player base.
But just to
That's-
your previous point, you were talking about how catering to streamers or influencers
I know.
within
It's-
squads, so it's the same argument there, right?
Yeah, I know. Isn't it a legit part of the argument because they're catering? Like, I don't
It
get
goes
it.
both ways. It counters
It
itself.
kind of is, though. Like, I think the biggest thing to think about, though, is the communities, experience communities. A lot of them happen to be part of comp or comp communities, period. They're the ones, by and large, I mean, there are exceptions to this, but they're the ones that have the servers. Let's not even say comp. Let's just say the
Yeah, just say experienced
communities.
players, because there's
So,
many servers with
experienced players
players.
and experienced communities. They're the ones that own the servers. They're the ones
Yes.
that keep the servers up. They're the ones that admin the servers. They're the ones that squad lead constantly on those servers. They're the ones that keep the community afloat. If all of them leave, then now you have no servers to play on. You have no squad leaders that know what they're doing. So you have games that aren't good, and then squad dies. So, like, the whole reason why like people are making this comp versus non-comp, the only reason people think this is a comp versus non-comp is because comp happens to have the most experienced players in the game. But it's not comp versus non-comp. It's why are you alienating the players that have stuck with your game for years on end and thousands of hours of their lives when they're the ones that keep your community active and afloat.
The more important part to that, though, Swipper, is do the players who with lower hours are just played in pub hours without knowing about the comp scene, do they honestly believe that comp players were just instantly good at the game, or that they were, in terms of how they see it as an offense on low skill level? It doesn't matter whether you're low skill level, high skill level, medium skill level, everybody's learning something at some point or another. Just some people have managed to reach out and gain access to learn more about the game. Not everybody was instantly good. Some people might have raw aim but no brain. Like, these are just the things. Like, people get better through time with playing the game and having access to things. We have not done any due diligence in finding people and allowing them to find these communities, or comp communities, normal communities, any sort of things, or even, going to the streams on comp scenes themselves and then making them public so people can actually see what it's like. If they'd done that, then people maybe wouldn't have such a dull opinion. Maybe the community, instead of being just pubs or just comps, maybe it might just be one whole entire thing. That would be the better way of going about it.
Yeah.
But that's down to OE themselves.
It's a really good
They
point.
have to want to do
Absolutely.
that. And that's going to fix one of the biggest problems, one of the biggest issues. But until they want to show interest in that, it's never going to happen. And it's going to be one side against the other, as always.
And through my conversations with lots of different people that aren't part of the pub scene or that aren't part of the comp scene, there's this huge, almost deafening belief that comp is just team deathmatch Twitch shooting. Like, nobody actually knows what comp is, and that's why they discount wholesale what the comp community has to say.
That was a little bit part of my
to
point.
add-
Oh, sorry,
to
Campo,
add
go
to
ahead.
that, I think a lot of that actually stems from how streamers like Moydog have portrayed it. Like, he's portrayed it
100%.
like that,
And
so
keeps
that's why
portraying
people
it
believe
like that.
I didn't know that he had specifically discredited the comp scene. My specific
yeah.
point was that there's no big shot, like there's no one making endorphin kicking videos out of comp games, and someone should be doing that.
What?
According to Moydog, we're all on food stamps.
True. According to him, we're all unemployed.
How do you
we're
know?
useless
I mean,
people.
okay, so as far as the question of like whether or not it makes sense, or if they should, when I say they, I mean Aoi, should listen to like a what was it described, like a vocal minority or something, or just like the portion of the player base that they don't even like. To play the devil's advocate, it's actually kind of difficult to, like, if you're a developer, it's actually kind of difficult to know. I can at least imagine to know who you should even listen to in terms of feedback. So I can at least get that. But at the same time, like I said before, I don't think, like, as long as the criticism is like actually trying to be fair and objective, then like I don't see a reason why they wouldn't want to listen. Except it seems like the issue is that the data that they're gathering is from playtests such as the ones that they ran just now for the past months, where the sample size of the players that they got is just too tiny. And then another issue is that while yes, like they can gather feedback all they want, but at the same time, like they also have the freedom to just make whatever game experience that they want, ultimately. And there's nothing we can do about it, unfortunately. Like we can protest it. We can, like, there was talk of like shutting down the servers and all of that. And it's like, okay, well, sure, but at the same time, like, you know, it's unfortunately in their freedom to just push this in whatever direction they wanna. So
yeah, very defeatist. Come on, man. Where's your spirit?
No, but that's just, I think that's just the realistic take, honestly. And it goes back to like when we talked before about like what this game should have and should not have been, like in terms of like should have been a PR successor or bridge the gap between like Battlefield and Arma or whatever. And ultimately, like, yeah, it's kind of their game, and as long as they see the player numbers, they're fine. As long as people buy the copies, that's fine.
Really quick here, we have a comment from Romer. He says, I see the ICO implementation as a business decision. Change the gameplay to advocate to a new game style, which brings in a new type of players. This is also the reason why a lot of players with less hours give positive feedback on the Steam page. They didn't play the game as much as others as they don't like the old game style. These are the players who Aoi is looking for as new streamline of income.
I think there's a lot of players with few hours who also give negative feedback. At least after
50-50 on that.
Yeah.
Or something.
So it's not entirely accurate, although, I mean, maybe it'll change over the next couple of weeks, but still, they did a big thing. Like I don't, you know.
The ICO kind of caters to the newer players as it makes the skill, I don't want to say skill gap because everyone takes the piss out of it, but the skill gap closer so that other players will have a chance to win one-on-ones or whatever against a different player. But it also means that it might push more experienced players out and bring newer players in to improve or increase the number of players who are on squad at any one time, if you know what I mean.
I mean, that's not entirely true, though. I mean, for the players who did still stick about with a lot of hours in the game and still comp experience or just SL experience or anything along the lines, I mean, the game didn't become harder in the sense that you could still go on and roll a server, which, you know, it's no fun for us either. Like, when we're playing, we don't want to roll a server. We want to have a fight and, you know, struggle and find ways past stuff, like think about what we're doing. But, you know, when you can jump into a tiger, roll them all the way back to main and they never get outside of main because they don't know how to use a lat kit, a hat kit, or the enemy Vix themselves. I mean, and with ICO, that only made it worse for them. They're like 10 times worse. You know, most people who are average pub players are even less than that. Couldn't even string together 2 kills. It's, you know, you make the game harder for new people coming in, whilst some experienced players are still around, making it 10 times harder for them to play.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's hard to make a game that works for people who never touched it before and still keep it interesting to people who played it for several thousand hours.
Can't argue with that. But they're a business at the end of the day, and sales is what makes the business still tick and run. But if they really wanted to do something like the ICO, Instead of, you know, changing a game that's already working and has got an income already, why not create something new?
Well, they did make the community very active in response to it. I don't know. Maybe that was their
So,
strategy.
I think the issue with making something new is that costs a lot more money than simply making an update to a game that has already existed.
I mean, that's true, but didn't they already make their money from the first original squad since it
Right,
got
yeah.
such positive reviews?
Right, but I don't think it's necessarily an easy comparison to, or a one-to-one comparison, and it's like yes, you could say that they could just make a new game or simply make Starship Troopers with the whatever. But again, like I said, it costs a lot more money to make a new game than make a an
Better
update.
game? Oh, okay.
And so the amount of money that you get from the update is just so much safer than doing a new game, right?
On another note, though, surely, like, I don't know anything about making anything, but surely just making new maps and releasing them as new content month in, month out isn't way more expensive than this update was.
Right, yeah, no. I'm not saying like, oh yeah, like specifically making new maps, obviously that would be a better choice, but I saw someone in chat like basically saying like just make a new game.
Yeah,
with the
I think
because I think people
Which-
people get bored of lack of content. Not
Right.
Like if a game works, it works.
But
you're gonna
I
stop
think-
playing it because you get burnt out. But if a new map comes out, all of a sudden, okay, it's good to check out the new map. You know,
But I think people don't understand how much money it takes to make a game. Like even just making a card game like online takes so much more money than you probably think it does.
I mean, I think making a new map or a new faction, it's probably way more expensive than. I think the only thing that was kind of new in this update was the pip. The other stuff was just rebalancing a bunch of config files. I think it's this is a cheaper update for them to make than a new map or a new faction.
In all honesty,
Can we honestly judge this though? Because we don't know.
Like,
yeah,
in all honesty,
that part I don't know if it would be cheaper to make this update or a new map, but making a whole new game for sure it would be way more expensive.
It would be more expensive if you had to create the coding and the engine
Right,
to go along with it, but they already have that. I mean, for ICO, they had to create a whole bunch of new things. That's already a massive incurred cost. They didn't change small parts. It's not just a small amount that they had to change to create the update. That's a huge update, which would already cost them a lot of money to do in the first place. So instead of, you know, doing something that could keep a good reputation, their reputation is damaged regardless of what anybody wants to think, because you've not only just lost like half of your player base, or maybe it's less than that, but the reviews for themselves, they speak for themselves. And it's not review bombing either. People who reviewed bomb, okay, there's one community that's out there that's been called out by somebody who'd copy pasted something that had been put in there. Oh, go and review bomb this, because they're upset. They're outraged. And the thing is not everybody done it for that reason. You know, people have their own heads, their own brains. I'm pretty sure they can make their own minds up. And plenty of people have done that. And a lot of people, if you actually look at the reviews, not many people have given reviews on other games that have written the review for Squad. They've only got one review on record. There's loads of people have done it ranging from thousands of hours to very little hours. And the problem is that OE won't take any acknowledgement or recognition for it. And that's also down to Steam as well, because Steam won't show that, you know, the reviews, the most recent reviews, are mostly negative. They will only show them as mixed and mixed only.
Right.
Yeah. I think, like, I don't think Squad is out of Steam, so I don't think we're going to see a new Squad sort of rise up and just.
I sure hope not.
No, because I think, and a lot of people are like saying that Squad is dead now, but I just don't think that's realistic.
I mean,
think
the X game is dead is a hyperbolic statement literally every
Right,
time.
yeah.
So.
I think for me, I think the game is dead, but that is a completely subjective opinion. But I also want to point out that I think calling what's going on right now a review bomb is very disingenuous, because the amount of people in that community that are saying that people should essentially review bomb is vastly smaller than the amount of people that have left a negative review.
Like you're telling us that there are 4,000 comp players. Hello?
Right. That's like you're telling me that we are a vocal minority or a small, very niche subset. Yet you're telling me that we are pulling in over 2,000 people to review bomb the game. Yet
At the same
some
time-
comps can't even get a full team of 30 players.
That kind of proves
and
you
at the
got them
same
wrong as
time,
well.
Like those reviews, yeah, some of them might have like troll like sentences in them, but they come from like a place of like fuck, what's the word I'm looking for?
Disgruntlement.
Desperation.
Yeah, like they those words you could basically translate to like I hate these, this, and this, but they're just phrasing it in like a quote unquote funny way.
Just from a pro ICO perspective, it's not about. I don't think there's like a tinfoil conspiracy of people like, oh yeah, go and buy 50 copies of Squad and review buy. Like, I don't think that's what's going on. I don't think there's like a concerted effort to. I think for me, I've seen so many games on Steam and on Twitter get heat, and for me, it's just the same. It's just I'm having fun. I don't see their point. Like, sure, some things that they are mentioning is annoying for them, but I think that's like for me, that's fun. So that's probably why you're getting this sort of completely skewed reaction from the other side, because and also it sort of started like the entire debate started in the discords and on the Steam review page, and it was just completely, what was the word you used earlier, like it was extremely exaggerated. It was like an alternative word for that, which just didn't start things off on a good foot. So the other side was like, no, that's probably fake.
So that to that point, very early on in the conversation, you were very heated in my comment. There is a literal Reddit full of ICO enjoyers where they literally were giving out the game if you gave them a good review. That is a real thing that does exist.
Yeah, no.
Not going to comment any further on it. I'm just saying it does exist.
I know. I'm just saying, like, it's with the Discord message that was posted earlier as well. There's probably, like in my group as well, there's like these guys are review bombing the game, counter it, and I think that that's also so you have a group mentality with these clans, is that, oh, these guys, this update is really bad, let's punish them. But like every time there's a change to any game, there's like this, oh, we're in like DEFCON 1, like there's like this list of how you're supposed to react to whatever's happening on the dev scene, and it's just like it becomes like a meme unto itself. Like we're literally inside a meme.
Right.
Okay.
So then let me ask you this, right? If we're posting bad reviews, call it review bombing, call it what you want. Let's just say it is review bombing. Let's say that everybody in the comp community that posted, or in the experienced player community or whatever, that posted a bad review, let's say it was review bombing. It wasn't, but let's say it was. And then we have Reddit, Discord, Moydog, people in your community, whatever, saying, hey, go post your positives to counter this. Then shouldn't those numbers be closer to 50-50 instead of 80-20?
Oh,
Right.
sorry. No, wait. Let me clarify. Review bombing is a legitimate tactic. It's just that I don't care.
Yeah.
No. But I'm asking you, like, it is a thing that Redditors, Moydog's community, he has said it on stream, in the Discord. I'm sure there are
made a
communities
YouTube
out
video,
there.
too.
I'm sure there are people out there that say, or clans out there like the Milsim clans, like Skira, who are super pro ICO, whatever. I'm sure they've also done it where they're saying, like, making a call to arms, hey, go counter this review bomb.
There's
Then
still
in that
3,000
case,
plus negative reviews.
like in that case, shouldn't it be closer to 50-50 instead of the 80-20 that it is?
Well, I mean, there's multiple ways for me to counter you, but I think at the end of the day, it just becomes like, how much do you care about this issue? For me, I already reviewed it like a few years ago. I can't review it
Yes, you
good
can.
again. I didn't find the button to do that. So
But
it was like,
it's the
I
same
don't
thing,
care
right?
enough. I don't care enough.
It's
I'm
the
just going
same
to keep
thing.
playing.
There are so many people who are going to play the game, say this sucks, and then not play it, who aren't going to leave a review. Like, it's the same argument.
Or they're going to look at the reviews and then make a comment
And then
on
just-
someone else's review. which obviously doesn't add anything to the overall data unless you specifically go into and look at every single review and all the comments on it.
But I don't think this is a I'm right, you're wrong kind of thing. It's just, for me, that's not part of the debate. The Steam reviews is just like what's it called, like a symptom. It's not
okay. But let's put it this way: do you think that it is a majority or a minority that are against the ICO?
I think it's 50-50.
You think it's 50-50? Okay.
Yeah.
So I joined late, but does that mean you think a lot of things in the ICO should be changed? So like weapon sway, things like that?
The only thing that I don't want to have changed is the speed of the sprint and the running mechanics. I could care less about the rest for me. Like, either way, I'm going to die because, that's what I do.
So if you think it's 50, surely then all these... Actually, I'm rambling at this point, don't worry. But I guess basically the game should be changed because...
It's up to... Like, look, if it's really a big deal for you guys and you guys are willing to review bomb a game, and review bombing is a legitimate tactic. Whoever thinks it's not, or you think it's disingenuous, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that's what it's called.
So you
I wouldn't call
genuinely
leaving a
believe
review on a game that I dislike. Oh, I love that's been changed. I wouldn't call that a review bomb.
So I just want to make it clear. You believe that what is happening is a review bomb.
Yes.
Okay.
And not all these players
because
really
they're reacting
with their game and posting a review.
That's how every single review bomb is they're reacting to the change to their game.
No, review bombing is
a review bomb.
A review bomb is a concentrated and conceited effort to negatively review the game, even if you haven't reviewed it or you had a positive review. It's a collective, hey guys, this is happening, let's go turn it negative. That's not what's happening here. There's only one group of people, AK guys, Moydog posted on his Twitter that said, hey, let's go change it. Everyone is genuinely not enjoying the update.
I think honestly that it's a review bomb. I think it's
review bombing
How can you
is
say
all
that?
the people who review bombed Starfield because they asked about pronouns. That is what review bombing is. It is not inherently about a change in game mechanics. It is more often than not politically motivated.
I mean, this is politics, though, isn't it?
No, this is nothing about gender or politics.
No, I know, but this is a type of politics, isn't it? Like
the game that I enjoy is a game that I cannot enjoy anymore.
So review bombing is typically done out of malicious intent. Typically, they're not actual reviews. Typically, they're not. My mind just blanked on the word. They're not real, right? I would say a solid 90 to 95% of the negative reviews on Steam for Squad right now are real reviews. They are
real people who care about the Squad game.
Who
they're reviewing on their main account.
Reviewing on the main account actually took time to type out why they're leaving the negative review. It's not a review bomb. These are genuine was
care about the game that we bought.
I think changed. Something was changed in the game, and you guys disagreed with it, and so you review bombed it. That's how I see it.
Can we just leave the subject because we're going in a circle?
Yeah.
We'll say something, and then you'll just say, "Oh, you're review bombing." Okay, can we just change the subject or something? Because we're going nowhere with this.
Really quick here.
Yeah. Any questions?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, Socrates.
So I think just last thing I'm going to say about it, I think the general difference in opinion here between review bomb or not is the difference in opinion on the actual definition of review bombing. So we're not going to agree no matter what. But
if I may, our Raven Plan B posted a Wikipedia link to review bomb. If I could just read a few sentences from this link, just so we're all on the same page here. Wikipedia says, a review bomb is an internet phenomenon in which a large number of people or a few people with multiple accounts post negative user reviews online in an attempt to harm the sales or popularity of a product, service, or a business. While a large number of negative reviews may simply be the result of a large number of customers independently criticizing something of poor quality, a review bomb may also be driven by a desire to draw attention to perceived political or cultural issues, perhaps especially if the vendor seems unresponsive or inaccessible to direct feedback.
Yeah, independently, doesn't it say that?
I would agree if you were to say that the specifically AK, since they were the screenshot and whatnot, that they review bombed the game. I can agree with that, sure. But again, they are such a small number compared to the large number of people who have sent a negative review that it is irrelevant. 40 people versus over 2,000 or 3,000 people, however many it was, is not a relevant number to call it a review bomb or even think about.
I'm really confused. Are we still talking about review bombing?
No,
I thought we were going to change the subject.
Yeah, we can change, but I only kept going because Socrates mentioned. But
Socrates read off the definition of it. Yeah, so it was clear for everyone.
Yep.
Got it.
Okay.
Hey guys, I hate to cut this short, but I have to go to church. But tell you what. I need to get some Jesus in me right now. So, anyways,
pray to the
bro, it's free for you.
Yo, just leave us here to rage.
No,
night church.
Yeah, they have evening sessions in case you missed the morning.
worry.
Session.
Oh,
yeah.
Don't worry, just give Winter's admin, and then we're good.
Can't you just ask for forgiveness? Just ask for forgiveness. It's okay.
It doesn't work like that. Just let him.
Yeah, hold on. I'm getting a comment right here. 02 Kawaii says to me, "Free for all. If I leave here, and you guys go wild, I don't know what I'll do."
Go at each other's throats.
Twitch ban.
Winterson, you're in charge. Good luck.
Yeah.
No, this is gonna be bad.
You're gonna have a night shift. Just moderate.
24-hour stream.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
right. This is my stream now. Hey, what's going on, guys? Winter's in here. No, I'm just playing.
I mean, we could move over to Winter's Twitch.
Yeah. If I could just transition this one out so like we can cap the VOD and then I'll send it over to whoever is interested. Just we cap this one for today. Yeah, Winters, if you can spend like next couple minutes setting everything up, and then I'll send the raid over to you on your channel.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, I can do that. Yep.
Cool. In the meantime, I'm just gonna officially cap this one for the VOD. So let me grab the ending music. Everyone, stick around. It's still continuing, but we're just going to somewhat end this and allow me to go to church. Hi, Mom. All right, here we go. All right, everybody. I want to thank everybody very much for coming into this very exciting Squad Podcast, the Testimony Series, the ICO Update, Day 5. Happy Sunday to everybody. We have peaked at almost 140 viewers today with over 20 people on the voice chat with pro and anti-ICO players sharing their thoughts and opinions. We have reached 5 hours of this podcast, and throughout the last 5 days we have reached 30 hours of podcast hours, enough for everybody to enjoy their entire work week listening to all these great perspectives from around the world. We're going to end the stream right now, and we will continue next time for another day, the ICO update. I'm your host, Socrates. Special shout out to everybody here and also on the Discord chat for spending the time, the hours, and the energy for sharing your thoughts on this wonderful update. Thank you, Squad, for such a legendary update called the ICO. Buy Squad today. Squad's currently on sale. Happy Sunday. Take care. Be safe. Everyone, say goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Oh no, Socrates
Bye.
is pro in. And pro in ICR. GG.
All right, Winter, let me know whenever you're ready.
You could send it now, but I'm not really ready. I still gotta add some stuff, but they can definitely hear the voices, or at least I hope they can.
All right, let me grab your Twitch link right now. I'm gonna also post the Twitch link.
I got it.
Okay, cool. I'm posting the Twitch link in
here,
the chat as well. There you go. Everybody's okay. All right, good luck, everybody.
Yeah,
Raid.
thanks for a good
Yeah,
good talk, guys. It was fun. I like a
Are we
good
staying
debate.
in this Discord here?
Yeah, that's the plan. I just gotta get the pop out up. I don't remember how you make the pop out.
All right, there you go. Looks like the raid is ready.
There we go.
All right, good luck. Take care, guys.
Bye. Have fun at church.
I'll pray for everybody. All right, see you. Bye. All right.